bitch 30-inch wig underwear, bitches. Boy, you keep cooking. Yeah, I can look at her and see the whole her like, man, I'm staying on my gal. But them tall, long, white bitches got everything on their own, got a little paper spin on the nigga, offering me a drink. Man, I need my girl with me. I need 24-hour surveillance. You feel me? I don't need to be around my single partners. I fuck around, tell them fans to tell my girl I went to the doctor. Hospital, bitch, I got shot. It's a way. But we have to understand that we know what's going on in the group chat, ladies. And we know y'all got niggas in there. I ain't going through my girl group chat yet, Lou. I don't want my heart broke. I ain't going through that.
Because why would you ever do such a thing?
I'm not violating that group chat. I never did it and I never will.
Yeah, I know a nigga I've limited.
Yeah, I know a nigga violated that group chat, fam. Just know he ain't been the same. I'm not violating that group chat. Feel me? I go through the Facebook messages just to see some bullshit, but I ain't going through that group chat, fam. I'm cool. You feel me? You know, that group chat's all limits. Feel me?
Yeah, that's you like a dog in a group chat.
What? This nigga can't even. I'm good. You feel me? But we have women be not understanding, like, we got good group chats. Like, niggas get married in my group chat. You know, 4 years ago, we had every nigga get out in our group chat. Now niggas talking about getting married and doing right by women. See, women don't think men talk about doing right by them. They just think we all just be there talking about fucking them over. You hear me? Like, we talk about doing right by y'all, but it's hard to do right by a woman that we gotta beg for head. Fuck, I'm good. Fuck, I gotta do right by my woman. I told my girl, you ain't ate this dick in 3 weeks. I'm sitting at the edge of the bed. I'm trying to think what I gotta do to get it. I done got to the point, man. I done went to church. Like, man, I can't do this shit no more, man. Like, I just had to put both hands in there. Like, why do the love increase, but the head go down? Like, I don't need a bitch to love me no more. Just like my dick at this point, man. Like, but you know I love you. You know, nigga fucking. Man, Lou, I'm telling you, I done got to the point where my girl, she on some bullshit. She telling me stick it in me. What kind of stick it in you? You feel me? Like, god damn. And some of you women some stick me in me ass bitches. I'm exposing y'all today, fam. You feel me? Eat that worm. You feel me? God damn. Stick it in me, Lou. All the hard work, I just paid the rent and I heard stick it in me. Man, I was sick, fam.
See what you said in 3 weeks. Whatever you said.
Man, listen to me.
I mean, more weeks ago.
Listen to me. I just got this.
That was better than Cat Williams.
But listen to me, big. Listen to me, big homie. I just got done messaging the engagement planner, and the whole time I'm like, yeah, she got a nice engagement package. It's been 5 years, and nigga, I'm burning on damn near 3 weeks of no hand. Man, I need some.
You gotta cheat, bro.
Hey, what? I'm ovulating over here.
2 more weeks.
Man, look, I had a dream. It got so fucked up, y'all. I had a dream about me getting some head. Like, for real. Y'all know them dreams. I woke up, I'm like, fuck. I'm like, they not understanding, fam. Like, I go to work so angry. Y'all know them angry niggas y'all work with? I'm one of them. You can't go to work with me and I don't get no head. I want to fuck every nigga up. We got to.
Alright, man, put a one in the chat, man. Hey, put a one in the chat. This nigga should have his own comedy room just for IGB,
Man, listen to me, comedy. Everybody think I'm trying to be funny, man. I'm
no, serious, that's what I'm saying. You gotta
like, damn.
Be you, yeah.
Women don't know. Listen, let me finish this work, man. Hold on, King. Women don't know how hard it is to be faithful. I've been faithful for 6 months. I damn near died. I can't
long time in nigga years.
Like, nigga,
First off.
you know, I need an IP for all this faithful shit.
Man, legendary do him.
Man, listen, Lou. You know you be faithful for so long. It's like I done drove home and women on side of me doing the number sign like, just give me your number. And I just keep driving and I'm going home to no head. Damn. Got me out here teaching my kids how to play sports and shit. I got too much energy. You mean? I'm coaching again. You know how like you come home with so much energy? I'm coaching now. I ain't getting head, I got energy to do shit now. You feel me? And when I get head, I don't got energy to do nothing. I just want to lay down. I can't believe I've been so mad lately. Ooh. And I wonder why my emotions are everywhere. But y'all want me to go to this engagement thing and pay this lady and give her the best days of her life and her work friends champion her and her mouth been dropped for 6 weeks. That's some bullshit. Don't worry about it, Luke. Because when she sleep with her mouth open, it's over with. I land.
Our land is crazy.
Don't worry about it. Let her sleep with her motherfucking mouth open. I'm a fuck over, man. Fuck this shit. I can't take this. I'm back here.
Tell him, what's the reason why you say you drove off on an old girl?
Always listen, baby. You know, and people don't understand, fam. Like, a good woman is like Sheila from Tyler Perry, fam. She never believed Mike was a bitch ass nigga. You couldn't tell her Mike was a hoe ass nigga. Like, I'm watching Tyler Perry, she like, girl, that's his home, girl. Man, girl, I couldn't be on the plane, I gotta drive. And then when it got to the point, Lou, when she was like, I'm gonna climb this mountain, I started crying. Cause my girl ain't never been that stupid behind me. This some bullshit. Like my girl had a whole best friend female, and his girl ain't think nothing of it. Real bitch. Still behind her nigga. You feel me? She ain't even questioning a nigga for having a friend. She telling Janet Jackson, come on, y'all, I'm praying. Just leave me alone. Mike a good nigga. My girl don't never be like that behind me. I text the girl, hey, she down and died. I was like, babe, I went to school with her. It don't matter, you checking on her. Why y'all don't love us through delusion no more? Man, this some bullshit. You feel me? I'm not finna be with all that fuck the honey niggas. That's y'all problem. Y'all be go be with the hoes. She fucked everybody. I can't. You feel me? Like, goddamn. Y'all want a nigga to lower his standards.
Shit like that bitch.
Listen, ladies, go watch Tyler Perry, fam, and go study Sheila, fam. She never believed Mike was a fucked up nigga. All her homegirls, them single bitches going through shit. And Mike, he's so fucked up, Sheila, you need to leave him. Nah, she was good. She should have stayed with Mike. Mike would have made her lose the weight.
But he didn't know. The next nigga she started to fuck that got her into this.
Nah, Sheila almost made it. I was right there with her, cuz. He was like, I'm finna climb this mountain. I was like, come on, Sheila. Because I done been there before. I'd climb it with you. Fuck it. I know how it is to hurt and be miserable when your partner feeling good all day. Let me climb this mountain with you. Like, that's why I say, though. That's why I've been in my relationship. My people always talk about my relationship, Lou. You're not getting treated good over there. I say, I gotta climb the mountain. That's why I ain't getting treated good. You feel me? We gotta start advocating for people to stay with the same person. You feel me? So at the end of the day,
In fact, what you say is first baby mama is I only hear you talk about the same.
my first baby mama, everybody know that. And I had kids through her through DNA, fam. You feel me? But at the end of the day, though, I can be with a woman that don't treat me good. I love my woman don't cook for me. I done slept on the couch for 3 months. But my son,
You slept on the couch for 3 months.
I mean, when you get in a certain space in your relationship, you just don't want to lay next to your girl. Because the problems come from me laying with her. You feel me? So I had to put some sage in the room and get my demons out of there. Let her lay by herself. Man. I just come up there like a thief in the night with some dick. Let me finish my work. You feel me? You know, a lot of these men, they give up on y'all. I ain't giving up on y'all. I love when y'all don't show up as a woman. Cause I'm gonna find my happiness without you. I watch TV shows on my gal. That's how I cheat now. And I go get food without it.
Oh yeah, that's odd behavior.
I be full and she be hungry. I be sitting there like, I ain't either. I have receipts in my pocket. I know how to get them back. You feel me? I know how to hurt their soul and still be with them for the sake of kids. You feel me? I done had crab legs, extra butt and everything. Man, this bitch like, I ain't ate all day. You feel me? I ain't ate all day. You eat.
That nigga got the correct way to cheat on this girl by eating food.
That really is some odd behavior. I can explain it.
And I watch TV shows that just came on Netflix. And I seen Squid Game 3.
Oh my God. This is grounds for termination.
I seen it already.
You want to go ahead and watch the next episode without me. You
Nigga said he watched the whole season without.
Right, and finished off the season, man. Like, nigga, what's wrong with you? I thought for real. But I'm such a terrible bitch. I'm about to force your ass to watch it with me again. You got it.
Hey, look, if I be good,
He gonna fall asleep.
if I can finish back.
You gotta suck a little dick, stop, suck a little dick, stop, suck a little dick, stop. That's what you gotta do.
If I can finish baddies, I'll be diabolical. I just can't get into that. If I can finish that shit, I'll be diabolical. You feel me? It's like if I can sit there and be, like just say she mad at me and I walk through baddies like, oh, she's gonna punch her right now. She gonna be sick. Like, if I can just figure out how to watch that and then come in there like, yeah, I seen that. They about to get
You ain't even gotta watch it. Just log into the Zeus and then fast forward through the episode. So when she get back in, she'll see like, damn, did somebody watch this?
I like that. But like,
fast forward to the episode and watch the preview to the next.
nah, though, but like, I said,
Hey, we gotta sign Canary to an ITV contract, man. This is the funniest nigga to have, boy. That's
yeah,
man,
man,
you just went on a 10-minute rant, nigga. That was the funniest shit I done heard in like a year. Including comedian, and you was dead serious. You wasn't even trying to be funny.
He said, give me baby daddy with Chinese on. I'm still stuck like,
you gotta think hard. If a nigga shining in the club and he got 5 kids, think about his finances and look at his chain. He don't take care of them. That don't never hit y'all in the head. Like, y'all gonna have 6 kids. That don't hit y'all in the head. Like, y'all ain't the only one seeing that shit. Niggas having bottle wars and ain't taking care of their kids. Let me get 3 in school clothes over here. Like nigga pop all his summer shit in 2 nights. 3 more over here.
okay, Mark,
Hell yeah.
let's speak to the title. There's company hour over. Having single friends while having a man. Red flag. It's a red flag for who?
For both sides. That's what they said.
Like, what the? Having single friends while having. That was a red flag for the man. Did we talking about gay men?
Well, we been meeting with the
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean,
what on top
who was it a red flag to, Luke? Because if I got a man and he don't mind that I'm hanging out with my friends, but why any other nigga care about what's going on? Why am I supposed to care about other niggas seeing me, a woman that's in a relationship?
You talking about the nigga don't like you.
I wouldn't date a nigga that's like that, so,
You is a red flag.
I
I mean, I can be a red flag. I just don't like insecure niggas that beat you.
Why is it a red flag again? I was listening to y'all when y'all talk about it, but I don't
So he
understand.
insecure for setting boundaries?
What is a red flag?
Boundaries is me not having friends. Now, let's really talk about the
No,
numbers.
you say friends. You said single friends.
Yeah, but a lot of black women are single. Some by choice, some by default.
Talking about your friends. What you talking about?
Yeah, but a lot of black women are single. Some by choice, some by default. Even if I was to get married today, I still have friends that are single that I've known since my childhood. So am I just supposed to give up on them because my man doesn't want me hanging out with them? Oh yeah, he could go die on 1,000 pigs.
So you are a red flag.
I guess so.
Damn.
That ain't no red flag. Did I guess that?
Guess so. Shit, I ain't. Listen, if I'm a red flag to you, that's all good with me, buddy. Ain't tripping.
That ain't no red fucking flag. That's stupid. Niggas got single friends all the time, and they be hanging out.
Men can have single friends.
No. Y'all single friends is worse.
Women are easily influenced, not men. Men are not easily
No, what? That is stupid. Y'all niggas pass out these fucking fucking.
This is actually a scientific. Wait, hold on. This is actually a scientific study that women. There's this thing called social dilemma. So it's a movie they break down how women are more influenced than men.
That's a lie.
Y'all care about more. This is literally a scientific fact.
Where's the science?
Y'all care about more what people think than men, right? It's facts. So
Where is the
when
fact?
you got, I just told you, I just referenced a movie and how they broke it down from scientific. It's called Social Dilemma. Look it up. Especially social media. Y'all look for more validation than men, right? So when you got friends and shit that you're seeking validation.
Hold on, wait, what did you say, Luca? I'm gonna do that now.
It's called Social Dilemma. And it talks about how social media, how women tend to seek validation more than men.
What is that? What does social media got to do with
Just social media, friendship, just in general, I mean, if you're seeking validation for people that you don't know on social media, I only can imagine. Hold on. If you're seeking validation for people that you don't know on social media, right? Just common sense, right? What do you think you would do amongst your peers, your friends? Just common sense. You seek validation more for people that you don't know on social media. So what do you think is gonna happen to your friend?
Hold on, wait. So, Lou, you don't seek validation outside of yourself?
I just said women do it more than men.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that men don't do it. I'm saying women do more than men.
humans seek validation, though, bro.
That's not the argument, though. We're not talking about this. We're talking about how women do it more than men.
Do you mind? Do you mind, or you just want to?
How you ask me a question and then I answer you said no.
If you try to front run, just let me know.
How you ask me a question you didn't say I do up on? How you ask me a question and say no?
I mean, I just because we can sit here and tie these things to so many different other things. But I'm not about to sit here and go back and forth to somebody who's dedicated to a reality. So you can do that. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, women have been more prone to get external validation or accept external validation in general, just based off how they've been programmed before the social media was even a thing. Women are the ones who are under more social scrutiny than men. So men don't gotta seek external validation from women, but y'all do seek external validation from other men. And then we don't want to tie into the fact that socially, right? You know what's so crazy? Women have been drawn to vanity and beauty and just being vain. So, looking good, getting revered for your looks, being adored and admired. Come on, do men have beauty pageants? Is there a nigga pageant? Does anybody know? Is there a Mr. Nigga of the world? Is there a Mr. That nigga? Is there a Mr. Universe? Anybody? Anybody? No? positions, but that's still not rooted in pain. That's actually rooted in body dysmorphia. That's a whole, we can go down that line too, but we talking about vanity here. We talking about vanity because they don't make bodybuilders speak for how would, excuse me, Mr. Bodybuilder, if you could do one thing to change the world, what would you do? Like, they don't ask fucking bodybuilders that. They tell a nigga, hey, step up. Do y'all think this nigga got a nice body? Then turn around, squeeze your ass cheeks. All right, bro, we off you. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, women need to put more on the crossfish, like how they look, I guess, like you said, it is why they be so caring versus.
Limit the conversation to like desirability politics.
Because
like,
desirability politics for women fall in, bruh. You're not
this
gonna
has
do
nothing to do with the title.
desirability
This went
politics
from wait, hold on. This don't got you bringing up points that doesn't correlate with nothing that we're talking about. You're bringing up desirability politics, and we're talking about having female friends while having a man, right? And how women seek more validation. And then you brought it to, well, women are more scrutinized and desirability and.
I didn't say desirability. You did.
You brought desirability.
Validation.
But even then, so do y'all watch pageants? Because I could have sworn women are more. I don't. Do y'all watch pageants?
So you are bringing back desirability.
So big watch pageants. Okay.
No, I said of course not.
No, because you up to the audience.
Yes, men do
It's mostly women. It's mostly
men the one that create the package. Men the one that finance and create the package. I don't know.
The gender was so bad.
Yeah, like I'm good. Now I'm putting the onus on women and you talking about these niggas. I'm confused.
I don't even understand.
You sat there and you tried to say some shit that it kind of implicated, you know what I'm saying, the conversation. To be honest, you fucking. Because you brought up external validation in social media. You the one that told me to go watch The Social Dilemma. You're the one that brought up vanity. Like, what are you, bro? I asked you what it was. You said, oh,
It had to be the ones that I told you I was talking.
yeah, but you was talking to the room and I'm here. It ain't even about women, bro. It's like, why can't we have the conversation about niggas back?
Well, if that's the if yet,
When I'm talking about the show, give a fuck. But there's other people listening outside of you.
okay, if your theory is correct, then why come men are more susceptible to cheating than women? Like, quiet, nigga. Why come niggas cheat more than women if your theory is true, Lou? Don't say you're silent. Okay.
Hold up, hey, look, do we cheat or do we get cold? Do we get cold or do we?
Niggas trying to throw dick around like it's a fucking club flyer.
Y'all sell Brooklyn, do we? So what you talking about? Brooklyn, do we cheat or do we get cold more, Brooklyn?
Y'all cheat more. You cheat more.
I don't know about that one.
You cheat more.
Women are better cheaters, so they get cold.
No. You cheat more.
This conversation stupid because we live in a new day and age. And last time I checked, these bitches is most definitely getting caught cheating.
That's true.
Social media, and niggas.
And niggas is telling.
You niggas listen to another nigga as a man and shit out the
Niggas be telling. They snitching.
because it happened to me. Talking about y'all love.
Who can't see a nigga as a man?
Y'all sound a little salty over there.
Ain't no who can't see a nigga as a man, though. Who did that damn?
Yeah, I ain't know niggas feel like coming to niggas as men, man. That's
And you
crazy.
know what's so crazy, big? When it popped off, right? I told my nigga, I was like, ain't no way in hell. I said, nah, niggas ain't coming to niggas as men. And that's because I've been down as men having feelings. So keep that in mind. I'm like, ain't no way in hell niggas is coming to niggas as men. Got these damn stupid as fuck. I'm trying to tell you, the woman who you are, my niggas gonna step to me as a man. And I was like, all right, bet. So this is why you didn't want to have a relationship.
No, they gonna look at what happened to Yandy. The nigga ain't no
I'm
snitch.
upon myself, Brooklyn, to continue. I just took that as a, okay, the rule is, so no nigga needs to come talk to him as a man. Bro.
I'm just trying to see how niggas do it. Niggas message me and be like, bro, you fucking my girl, bro.
Very first 3 months into my side piece, this nigga was blowing up my phone one night, and he called me, like, canceling the call, and he was like, oh, whoever loves you, he's like, whoever's on the other side of that phone, they must really love you. And I said, nigga, don't worry about what's on my phone. I don't know how this nigga found this man's social media or phone number, but I'm getting ratted out. And I was so mad, I just stopped talking to both of them. I said, both of y'all niggas are stupid, that y'all want to talk so much. Why don't y'all talk amongst each other? Why the fuck be coming to me trying to ask me questions? Why don't y'all figure out why the fuck this thing happened in the first place? But yeah, niggas want them to come to niggas as me, and I did not know that.
But look at what happened to Yandy. Wait, look at what happened to Yandy. The nigga all the way from England went on fucking Tasha K and spilled the beans. Like, niggas be telling. Okay?
True.
You niggas is motherfucking snitches.
Did I just hear her say she got mad at the dudes?
Yeah, I got mad at both of them.
That's what y'all do?
I was young at the time, and yes, I got upset with both of them because why y'all coming at me if y'all already talked to each other? I think that's counterproductive. Make your decision and either leave me the fuck alone or y'all figure it the fuck out. Like, what we talking about?
Yeah, y'all need to
figure it out.
They should have been brother husbands instead of worrying about coming to each other.
The Gemini fell back, and the Libra, he was more invested, so we stayed together. But I was sad because that Gemini, he was really becoming my favorite nigga. Oh, I love that nigga. I love them both, though. I'm not toxic because I appreciate it.
She was just like a nigga. She sounded just like y'all.
I love them both.
I don't understand what she said.
Weird.
You should not be sounding like niggas.
Oh, I don't care. I don't sound like a nigga.
We human.
She loves both of her niggas.
True players would have moved differently. She said, we human.
I just be wanting y'all to know that whatever y'all could do, we probably could do it better.
Nah, but that's
Just keep that shit in mind.
They got this idea
But you doing it with your pussy.
Whatever. We doing it when it don't matter.
Hold on, wait. Why
I
did y'all
thought the goals was to keep bodies in my
Damn, that's crazy. Why did y'all automatically assume I fucked the Gemini?
What?
You see, that's because he's your favorite nigga.
He was. Like, think about this. We have all the same interests. We went to this fucking, what was the name of that weed brand? Fuck, I forgot it. But we went to this, open, you know what I'm saying, museum, like, weed brand, like, cannabis brand, like, launch release. We used to hang out by the beach. See, the leader was from New York. He didn't like doing shit like that, and the motherfucking Gemini is from Inglewood, and I know him. So, it wasn't like he was rushing to get to the pussy, but when he found out I had a nigga, he was like, oh, bitch, you ain't shit. And this is the reason why he doesn't try to come out bad. And no, it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I just actually, liked you. And I love spending time with him. It's so sad.
These niggas in the chat. Wait a minute, Mango, hold on.
Man, I wish men weren't so, territorial, bro.
Mango, hold on. These niggas,
Toxic, yo.
these niggas in the chat are so, these niggas in the chat are so upset. Like, what are y'all mad about?
I mean,
The fuck, nobody be saying nothing to y'all. When y'all be taking all that dick, fuck wrong with y'all niggas.
They can be mad, and let me tell you why they can be mad. Because I'm expressing true love for both of my niggas, and this is conflicting these niggas on the inside. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, no, they in the chat talking shit. When they spend most of their time with their homeboys, y'all be taking all the dick, and don't nobody be saying nothing about that.
Brooklyn, you agree with Bob? So you tracking what I'm saying?
So I don't keep talking over me.
No, I'm judging. It's bad because I'm bitches.
I will go get it.
No need for the big mic sister.
So Brooklyn, I think the biggest thing is men have been sold this idea that a woman can only love one man and all this other shit. And they have made that in a idea of what a woman is supposed to be like has been embedded and adopted in their personality. So of course, what I'm saying to them sound crazy as fuck. This is and most of these niggas are hypersexualized. This is why they don't believe. They just couldn't believe that I was dating a nigga. You know, the Vita started fucking until after me and the leader broke up. So
They don't realize that some of their favorite pick me wives on Clubhouse is cheaters too. They fucking. Some of them hoes y'all love to death and y'all love to use against the single ones. They be cheating on their husbands. Yeah, y'all be clapping for them hoes, but y'all know that a lot of you niggas is being fucking, that be.
Is there any other?
You being fooled. These hoes is cheating.
your sisters? No,
I'm not snitching on that. I don't listen. I be going over.
Niggas in the chat were. I think these niggas in the chat. I think these niggas in the chat room. I think they've been cheated on.
They probably have. Oh,
yeah.
Let me answer the question though. Aside from Brooklyn, is there any other woman on stage that agrees with what?
Bitches don't gotta agree with me.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about? Baby. Stop doing that. Stop pitting women against each other. I know Bubba don't agree with me. Why? I know.
That's what you're trying to do. We see it.
I know Brooklyn don't even agree with me. She just not judgmental. So we're not about to do that because you niggas feel some type of way about what I'm.
All I heard her say was may the best nigga win. That's all I heard.
Now what's wrong with her?
What's wrong with that? That's toxic.
May the best nigga win is what you're supposed to do. I don't know what she did wrong.
It wasn't about winning. It wasn't about winning. Like, nobody was above the other. This is a common misconception because them niggas embedded a competition in their own head. I love them both. They both were valuable to me. Point blank, period. Y'all trying to make it some shit that is not. Both of these niggas were valuable to me. Stop trying to deny these niggas value because y'all niggas don't value yourselves. Both of these niggas, like, wasn't one nigga better than the other? Sorry.
What's different from what you did and say?
Oh, no, wait, excuse me, what?
I said that they both not fucking with you.
Man, I'm sorry, that's how you think.
Y'all make this thing so small. I swear to God, it's like
I'm so happy that's how you do.
Right now, the niggas got they wild put up, shorty. Yo, shorty. The niggas got wild right now. Keep it a beat.
Well, I'm actually one of the niggas' wives. He ain't letting me go.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yo, you really.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, neither one of them niggas is letting me go. So, sorry.
Yo, she's different, you got it.
What you mean? Like, how y'all mad at me? Because I wish I had another phone. I'm like, I could call one of the niggas. I could call the Gemini nigga on the phone. He was a real nigga because he's the one when he found out, he backed off from me. The reason, when we talked about it later, like after the fact, he told me, like, well, the reason why I backed off because if you fucking with a good nigga, I wasn't gonna let you disrespect that nigga. And I was just like, okay, cool. And he was like, I could tell he wasn't even trying to be on that type of time because, after a while, I'm starting to wonder, like, okay, we alone, she ain't really, throwing no ass at me. It gotta be something going on. And then that day, all the motherfucking phone calls came to my phone when we was on the way to go play pool. Damn it! I'll never forget that day. That nigga actually picked me up from that event that I was with my other nigga because I was bored and I was tired of being up there. And I was like, fuck it, we gonna go play pool then. And he was like, all right, I'm around the corner. He came to pick me up, and I swear to God, if my nigga wasn't blowing up my phone, man, I swear to God, man. I mean, all you niggas deserve in the chat. I promise you.
They wondering if you like the material.
Y'all don't gotta worry about me. I swear you don't. Y'all niggas don't gotta worry about me, okay?
They wondering if you like the material.
As far as I'm concerned, you saint ass niggas, y'all are out of my league. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are so out of my league. Like, I can never, aspire to be with you upstanding black ass niggas in this room who are also single as fuck and who also don't even got results to their own bitch. So I hope the best, may the best nigga in the group, in the chat, on the stage win because y'all got all the bitches just falling at y'all's feet and y'all don't have these problems and y'all never been cheated on before. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, could you agree that men and women are biologically different? Are you just one of those
Well, because I fuck bitches too, I don't think so. I think
different.
Hold on, wait, because you've asked me a question now. Because we both have, different sets of genitals. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? If you want to throw that out there. But mentally, oh no, niggas and women are just the same. It's just women be lying to y'all because y'all fragile. So, and listen, y'all got this idea of this perfect good girl that exists, and I promise you, these bitches is gonna keep selling you the dream until they lock one of you niggas down. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, white women do it better. You know what I'm saying? White women, they lock a nigga down, they lock a man down. You know how y'all get. White women lock a man down, and then all of a sudden, these niggas turn into cucks. You know what I'm saying? Socially, y'all are already cucks because a lot of y'all be fucking on baby mamas. So y'all, we getting there. I just need niggas to be more open about what's really going on in the black community because most of y'all stick your dick in a nigga who busted up another bitch. But if we want to be judgmental to me, somebody who's open and freely living their life with no secrets, then we can do that. We can do that. But if y'all want to continue lying to yourselves and having it in your mind that, oh my God, everybody's perfect, nobody moves like this, keep doing that. That's why a lot of y'all like baby mamas. So. And no offense to the baby mamas. I just needed to put it in perspective for these niggas. Like, what are we talking about here?
So you like living life like this?
No, I like living life by my own measure. See, I listen to y'all every single day, go back and forth about what needs to be done in life and how it should be done, and that shit sounds stressful. I'm already a black woman in America. I refuse to adopt any other trauma that does not belong to me. So when you niggas is having these conversations of how life should be lived, I know I'm probably moved because I don't listen to that shit. So if you can sit here and tell me, oh, well, this is how a woman is supposed to be, I'm sorry. I already know you're having it hard out here because you have adopted philosophy and theoretically some shit that's meant to hold you back. You've adopted that shit and you wear it on your chest. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad for y'all, but I'm gonna continue doing whatever the fuck I want because I know this, and this goes for men and women. The people who live by their own rules, they don't have these problems incongruent with the rest of y'all. Y'all all be sitting here talking about that, oh, the people be this, the people be that, for hours.
So you saying that your moral system is different?
Ain't no moral compass, baby. I don't believe in that.
What?
As long as it ain't got nothing to do with children, old people, and plants, I could give a fuck less about adulthood and they moral compasses because that shit is skewed. We ain't even all on the same page when it comes to moral compasses. But outside of children, old people, and fucking plants, I don't really give a fuck about moral compass. That's the only things I have a moral compass for. So out the rest of y'all can die on the top of six, both men and women. Have some morality. Oh, this guy, he took it. Have some morality for you motherfuckers. Y'all are adults, bro. Fuck out of here. What are we talking about? You bet not. You bet not push an old lady or fucking bitch old lady in line in front of me. I'm gonna beat your ass right there on site. What are we talking about? What are we saying? You bet not be mean to a kid in front of me. I'm gonna fuck you up. You bet not fucking, if I come to your house and your plans are not up to par, bitch, I'm taking them out your house. Because you an evil person to me. But outside of that, yeah, nah, bitch, like, oh.
What? She's an environmentalist. Alright, so you kind of do have a moral code. You just like restrict it to children, older people, and plants.
made to be consumed. See, this is how I know y'all really don't care about the world. Because there were plants that were made to be consumed. And there were plants that weren't made to be consumed. Okay?
Let's decide this.
Wait, so you a vegan, like polygamist?
I'm not vegan. I'm not vegan. What are we talking about? I gotta be vegan. Damn, I gotta be vegan to care about the plants. I'm sorry, y'all black people never cease to amaze me.
You have like
Rebel said that you hear when the plants are in distress. No, but I can tell. Trust me. I done been to motherfucker's house and I'm like, oh, as soon as first thing I come in is, oh, you got your Swiss looking. And then I get to work. I get to work. I get to work. And people usually don't like that. I found that, that makes people feel bad. Like, because I guess they supposed to be real plant lovers. And when you coming in here playing with my plants? Yeah, bitches. You got one more time with me, bitch. I'm taking that shit out of here. Especially people who like low maintenance plants. Oh my god, if you kill a low maintenance plant, I'm for sure taking that shit off of me. Like, what? Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
I'm on for marriage. I'm on for healthy relationship dynamics.
I mean, I could ping Canary back in here, but I don't come into rooms to make y'all laugh. Like, if y'all haven't noticed by now, I come into rooms to make people uncomfortable. Because I know, like, my lived experiences make people uncomfortable or make people feel uneasy or make people reject what I'm talking about. I damn sure don't come into rooms to make you niggas laugh. Like, that's hilarious. Like, what? If Lou didn't change the title, I would have made y'all more uncomfortable, but he changed the title.
Yeah, make us more uncomfortable.
I mean, nah, I'm gonna be nice. They don't want to hear me speak no more.
Y'all think this flex worker who's bringing this suit against Cassie actually has murdered in the case?
Hold on, wait, the sex worker is Susan. It's Susan Cassie.
Yeah.
Well, that's what that monkey ass bitch did. Oh my god. You can't continue to go through life, you know what I'm saying? At some point you're gonna have to get retribution too. I'm not saying that, she didn't go through anything, but at some point if you dibbling dabbling and you recreating trauma and you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to pay for what you did too. Like I just want, I ain't even gonna do it. The whole room's gonna hate me, so I'm good.
Make sure you care about more
I really don't, but I ain't got time for the women to be going off on me. So
Cassie was a high-end prostitute.
Yeah, you got the killer with that goddamn seatbelt sign, nigga. But nah, Cassie got the money now. She got like 30 million or some shit. That welcome to being rich. When you rich, put their hands in your pocket, so that would come with it.
I ain't gonna lie though. Women like Cassie make the best wives though. Like she been ran through freak offs. The whole world see her get violated, and now she got kids.
What about the herpes?
Oh shit. I don't know, but look, usually chicks they get like public like. Have you ever met the chick in like in high school or like after high school where she get publicly embarrassed when doing some sexual activities, get flipped by some niggas? That humiliation fucked them up so bad to where they just become good wives because they don't want it. It's like a nigga it's like black men that like try to offset the black male stereotype that they don't take care of their kids. So now you see a bunch of men overcompensated by showing look. So everybody take care of their kids. It's like that's how the hoes is.
You want to know what's so crazy, Lou? I would have to agree with you because in college, I was in a relationship until like I graduated, right? And I noticed a lot of the women that was looking around because
they got out their system.
Yeah, these bitches is married, okay? I'm talking about bitches who they got butt naked and stood at the damn alpha party.
I know a girl that got flipped by the whole football team, bro.
Yeah, me too.
And everybody know about her. And her ass is happily married with kids.
Swear to God.
And then it was crazy. Some of them, right, they don't stay in their hometown because their reputation is kind of fucked up. So what they do is they'll private their Instagram, move to Houston, move to another city, get married, have kids, and delete their hopes. Man, you know what I'm talking about it?
So are you saying Dre Michelle was right when she said her police got
She was
Nah. It depends on how you do it though, because it's like there's like three types of deleting your wholeness. There's the move out of state, delete your wholeness, and start a new life. Change your Instagram hashtag and private your shit and block everybody in your past. Then there's the religious delete your wholeness, right? Where they convert to Christianity, Black China type. They convert to Islam, bundle of joy type. There's levels to delete your wholeness. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't work. But then there be a lot of chicks that be goody two shoes their whole life. Always talking about marriage, look like the pick me. Then they be the hoes like they late bloomers to the hoes.
Thank you. Lou, I swear to God, I've been trying to get people to understand this for the longest. I'm like, what y'all fail to realize is I just started popping up with me, popping my cherry 10 years ago. Nigga, I was in a relationship. Like, sir, I'm finna listen. Y'all got me fucked up. I spent no time. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear what you do.
Yeah, I most definitely spent my 20s being a saint. Now that I'm 31, I'm trying to turn up. And to be honest, I'm way more horny now.
See, I was opposite, man. See, I was in high school. I was doing a lot of crazy shit in high school. Then I calmed down in my 20s. Like it was this. Then I went to school and I was playing sports. So you was basketball team niggas doing their little phases. Then I don't really be tripping about no punani now. You know what I'm saying? Be cool, like yeah, all right. But nigga ain't pressed like I was. But then I got homies that wasn't getting no ass in high school, wasn't doing nothing. They started getting their first lick after. These niggas still going crazy, still to this day at 30, 35. I'm talking about this. I don't know. Me pray I get out the system, man. Men are different, though, real shit.
I mean, being a late, what I can say,
women the same way. So I'm saying, like, it be women that be getting flipped early. We already discussed that. Then they like that's early, and then they like, all right, no, this shit ain't me. Then they'll switch it up. Then there's the women that parents, like I know a chick, bro, who parents never let them go outside. Middle school, high school. She didn't get her first legal freedom into college, and then they go on a whole rampage. Like they don't know. It's their parents. It's really their parents' fault for trying to confine them their whole life. So once they get about some freedom, a little freedom, get on their own, nigga, baby.
Yeah, I ain't get my ears pierced till I was 27. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie to you. Type of nigga my daddy is, even to this day, like I low key this nigga. I think because I did my best trying to do the right thing when I was younger. He be chilling now because like boy, if I was doing the shit that I was doing now when I was younger, oh my god, I don't even think I'd be alive. And he like, I ain't paying for shit no more. You grown, whatever. And over here like, even though he be saying wild shit to me every week, so late to do whatever.
You know what they sound is because a lot of people in here is who we talking about. Who in here was a dollar box early?
I was in high school.
No, she get quiet.
But that's why I say it's different for niggas because niggas got a different, you got different type of
Some fucking social.
color here around. Like everybody not the same, but I know like we play sports and shit like that, we get more access. But it's different.
I do think it's interesting how manly whores isn't viewed the same as women whores. I always thought that was interesting. My dad used to explain it to me over and over and over and over and over again. He used to use the cow analogy, like you get a lot of milk whores and look like a cow. But I never understood like why men didn't have the same stigma attached to them as
Because we're conquerors. Women don't conquer shit. When them niggas come invade your country, it's niggas that do that. Then they mess with your women and fuck your women and conquer your women. It's a conqueror thing. Women are conquerors. Y'all don't conquer shit. Not no physically. Y'all don't go to countries, invade them, mess with their women.
Ain't no nigga in your state of the country. What are we talking about?
Convince them to conform and convert to a certain religion. That's men do this type of shit, man. Physically.
You gotta look at it.
See, now you're gonna relegate it to niggas and clubs.
Women look at it as more precious too.
I didn't see that analogy because I do take advantage of being perceived as like precious by men. So I guess like if you, let me see, maybe you can help me if I'm wrong. So I guess if I were more accessible, that would take away. Does that take away from that for women? Because based on Lou's analogy, he was saying that women can be whores young and then like redeem
Well, why
themselves.
this nigga live streaming my room on Twitter right now? I'm telling on YouTube right now.
Oh.
Bitch ass nigga. Some nigga named John Kitover.
Yeah, you got blocked that bitch.
Send me his YouTube so I can get it taken down.
Block this bitch out.
Yeah.
Just send it to me so I can take it. I can get it taken down.
But then, you know, I look at it.
Hey, John, you a bitch. I hope they hear that.
I just sent him a back.
So, local.
John, you raggedy bitch, you's a raggedy ass bitch boy. Pussy loving, punk ass, pussy, sloop footed ass bitch.
Yeah, send it to me. I can't get it taken down. But yeah, we're gonna answer the question.
I was just saying, I look at it too, like the college analogy, you know what I'm saying? Like, me and the prefect, we approach women, right? So, it's almost like how you apply to a college. If you want in college, yeah, we ain't letting everybody in. You know what I'm saying? You looked at it to be a prestigious type of college versus you want in college and let everybody in. Your college probably ain't hitting on shit like this. So, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna give you an example, right? While just to answer butterfuck. Women like, especially like look at Whitney Houston in Rihanna, for example, right? They like the nigga that all the women, you know, it's the nigga that run through all the women, and then they want to be the woman that, oh look, he changed for me. Right? You ever seen that shit where like a nigga that be fucking hella women and shit, and then bad, quote unquote, a bad boy, and then it's the girl that got the ego, like, yeah, watch he change for me. See, that's what Rihanna be doing. That's what Whitney Houston be doing. So women don't give a fuck about that whole shit. They actually like that shit that the nigga changed for them and shit. Versus a nigga be wanting some exclusive shit. You got a chick that nobody can have, and you know, niggas be having pride.
And Lou, I think that's their version of conquer.
I see your perspective.
ASAP was running through all the bitches.
No, he only fucked with Chanel.
No, he wasn't.
MKA.
Like, what?
He admitted to doing orgies.
That nigga was running through all the bitches.
Don't nobody give a fuck about that nigga doing orgies? What are we talking about? That was weird. Childish ass.
I would have done a whole orgy. That was so funny. Like, even,
It's been around.
what's the nigga that,
No, what I'm saying is it's been around.
Bobby Brown was running through all the hoes, man.
He wasn't falling in love with every bitch he dated.
That's what I'm saying. He running through hoes. I ain't say fall in love. He said running through bitches.
So why?
Hey, Lou, you can't say that was something exclusive because they recycle shit out of me. Like, put all these stuff. It's like,
I mean, y'all baby moms is recycled.
Those is little kid niggas.
Y'all baby moms
Those
is
little niggas is stuff.
like y'all started.
Like Jay-Z.
I mean, they baby mamas is recycled though. Like, you
No, I'm
know,
just
it's
saying,
started between the baby mamas being recycled. I'm just speaking to, you know, what doctors.
And everybody a lot of these niggas look at shit from a religious standpoint as well. So, you know, it's more favorable to be polygamous in this, well, not now, I ain't gonna lie, because even when you got hella niggas now, this shit different, it's a different era. But, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, because it's a different era, and like our people still looking at it.
It's a different era in certain places, but overall, it's still that way.
It's because the niggas smash some good shit. I mean, you know, y'all, and if the nigga was the type of nigga that had his dick tethered to his heart, y'all would be calling this nigga all types of two stupid ass payback niggas. So get your boys, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
Nobody said most men in the Bible had more than one woman. Y'all be hearing jump when they hear this argument and shit.
No, it's very interesting. I always like to ask like my brothers or men like these type of questions, like how they do things.
This is why y'all lie. Y'all listen. Men can probably be outside and say, "Hey, I'm fucking everything," and be proud of it, right? Y'all be outside and be fucking everything, and y'all be discreet about it, cause y'all ashamed of that shit, right? We not ashamed of shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's categorized the same as the way that you described it. Like it's seen as like you conquer things, like you're like everybody else has to wait behind.
Oh my God! Oh, now the table got turned because not too long ago I was sharing my experience, and you and amongst other people was trying to shame me into the word. Y'all was trying to sit there. Y'all was trying to denounce my boyfriend number 2. Y'all was sitting there telling me I was confused. Lex wanted to motherfucking read me my rights. He started asking me a million questions, playing this top, that top. Like, yes, they did.
Wait, do or did?
They did.
I'm saying
At the time.
but they did.
I only fuck with one of them.
I respect that. Now, like, if a motherfucker transparent and keeping it real on both sides, and motherfuckers
I
are
mean,
real
I
and
ain't
shit.
gonna lie to you. It wasn't. I mean, they wasn't gonna know about each other until the Gemini came to the Libra after that man. So.
Oh, so you like?
And then after that, I have to look the Libra dead in his face and be like, boy, you just don't have to. I don't know. We already got a life together. I don't know why you want to ruin what we got in front of us over some nigga that I just have a good time with. That's weird to me. Like I've already made the sacrifice, the investment. Like I don't. When you a woman and you know you got leverage in a relationship, you can most definitely pop your shit. Like if we talking about, and that's what ends up happening. So. Don't be mad at me. But them niggas damn sure tried to shame me because I just said I was living my husband two niggas at once. They tried to shame me. Every time somebody trying to be honest, let y'all know how it is, they're trying to back them into a corner. That's why these bitches be lying to you. And I said this. I literally said this. So it's funny how we get a live demonstration of whatever the fuck I was talking about 20 minutes ago. That's so crazy to me.
What happened?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think because men don't see us as equal, I take advantage of that. Like, as a woman, like it can. I don't know. I guess it depends on the context. Like in certain settings, I'm gonna be taken very seriously, and I don't want to be seen as like my gender. But in others, like relationship dynamics, I'm playing into it 100%. I'm a damsel in distress. I can't do anything by myself. Please come save me. Yes, 100%. This double standard work against us equals at the same time.
I say that shit all the time. I love you, bubbles. Use a smart one.
You too.
I don't know about the last part, but that was
That wasn't for you. We didn't include you. Just the how.
Nah, but most bitches, bubbles. If you only knew, honey, I agree with you 150,000%.
How you feel about your friend, your best friend?
Who are you referring to?
The one that's busting that thing open on social media right now. Dressed out, ass out. She was just a la Akbar 2 weeks ago with Kevin Gates.
I have a public response. It's very PR coded for her. I have my private personal thoughts about that, but for the sake of my Uma, publicly, that's her journey between her and Allah. So, like who am I to judge her, criticize her? It's a journey. So it does, yeah. My public opinion on that is she's a part of my Uma, so I don't speak on her.
I don't knock it. She came back banging. MashaAllah. They live in a different era, man. Y'all see my nigga Derek Milano, man? In Black China, I seen that shit on TMZ. They broke up.
That made me so sad.
Man, I done called, bro.
That shit was so wild. I just don't, I follow them both because I worked with them before. I worked with China before, and Derek was there. But that shit made me laugh. And not,
That's crazy.
yeah, because first of all, I thought we go. And back to back, they come up on my shit. So I clicked on China shit, and it said, and then the next post, like imagine, how you scroll through social media and you don't really go out, you just let the stories go. So I thought I was tripping. I'm like, why would she post this twice? Then I look, I'm like, oh shit, this is good. That shit is funny to me. Just that announcement. I don't think it's funny that they broke up, but I mean, people cool.
They were engaged. How they broke up?
I don't know, because one night we was in the studio when some bitches was being mean. He loved that bitch. Some bitches was being mean to Derek. And he said, y'all got me fucked up. Don't make me pop my one. They was trying to play him. I'm like, bitches don't be knowing they around. It's so weird. But yeah, he was trying to play him in the studio.
They was just on here a few weeks ago and everybody was giving them a congratulations on their engagement. That's fucked up. That's sad.
I mean, you never know. You never know what's sitting on their heart. All I know is seeing them together, you know what I'm saying? They don't appear to be. I think there's a lot of respect. Well, I know there's a lot of respect there. So I don't think it's like some drama behind it. I think maybe they just going in two different directions in life. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. Like y'all be so glued to these people's relationships. Let these people break up and figure it the fuck out. If they lived through it and they became toxic, y'all be sitting there talking shit about them. So you really can't win.
We listen, we don't judge. We listen, we don't judge.
Yeah, they both good people. You know what I'm saying? They probably just, measured their lives and, decided that it might not work for their lifestyle. And that's fine.
That's my nigga. That's my nigga there. It's all good, man. That's probably temporary. Because, when it's
I'm hoping it is too, because they're cute.
Yeah, man. Damn. So all the good girls and shit that's supposed to be married, man, I don't think you can just, once you full-fledged city girl, it's hard to transition back to this marriage and Christianity and Islam.
That's not what China
The
wants.
traditional. Wait, she converted to Christianity. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I don't think.
That's literally what she was on.
You can tell in people's behavior, how they move, that they not doing that shit that they used to do.
Yeah, that's what's up.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I think her having a daughter really changed her.
She's not on that shit that she used to be on, bro. She's not. People change. Sometimes people get traumatized by their own doings, and they start to realize that they trapped themselves in the prison. And you know what I'm saying? You can tell the difference between a person who wants to work their way up out of their own prison, and then a person who's like ignoring that they even created a prison. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell. Once you get out of that mentally, you don't want to go back to that. It's really hard to go back to that.
I'm supposed to be in Vegas, man. Listen, we don't judge. We listen, we don't judge. That song was fire, though. I ain't gonna lie. So I never sleep.
I didn't sleep. I was entertain me, niggas. Entertain niggas.
Why you
Oh,
talking?
if these niggas to entertain you.
Why you talk like you just? Why you talk like you just took a shit?
Because I did. I shitted on you. Now what? Like you talking about, nigga. You done do my hoe, and I'm shitting on you. Now what?
Brooklyn, are you really tiny? I feel like you're really tiny.
Yes, you got little man syndrome. Little
Man,
man.
I'm a giant, okay? I identify as a giant.
It's
And
okay.
that's what I am.
It's okay, sister.
I'm 2.5, okay? You give me my half.
Clip the half. I know.
Give me my half. Thank you.
I'll be the same height.
Big things come in small packages, though. I'm a giant. You wouldn't be able to know. You wouldn't know that I was small the way I be fucking people up. I'm busting their ass real quick with my little
You
ass.
have a very big personality, but you have a very tiny voice. She's a small one.
They got little man syndrome.
I ain't got little man syndrome.
It's like the nigga at the party, right? Like I got homies I grew up with and shit. I got one homie, he's short as fuck, right? He's a shooter in the circle, right? This nigga got little man syndrome. He's getting picked on. So now he got older. Any nigga play with him, he'll take it to the next level. I remember we used to go to house party, right? This nigga used a bitch, can't fight, but he had a gun on him. So the nigga used to bump into niggas at the party on purpose just to find an excuse to pop a nigga. That's how the little motherfucker be acting, man. It's little man syndrome. I got homies like that right now. Nigga can't. This niggas on the app. I ain't gonna say
Don't invite him nowhere.
all man, you can't. Man, them niggas can't wait to pop a nigga, bro. They gonna bump into a nigga. Them short game making niggas. Those all. If you look at all the shooters in the hood,
them niggas do not be over 6'5", 6'2". Them niggas all 5'8", 5'3", 5'4". They gonna pop the shit out y'all dumb ass.
You had enough for what?
Talking shit. Hey, I was supposed to do this thing for Juneteenth, Black History Month. I call it June Black History Month, where I go. So we doing a schedule. We gonna do 2-hour room on Clubhouse, and we're going to Black-owned app, fan base, and chatter. 30 days, not 30 days straight, but
You count China as a black-owned act?
it's African, so it's Black passing.
I don't know about that. He ain't really black though.
Well, I'm supporting. I'm on a Black extravaganza. All right, we're gonna go chatter. Chatter, fan base. Yeah, all right. So tap in, follow the journey. It is what it is.
And what we talk about in these rooms.
Same story.
China.
Hey, do y'all like that debate we had between my boy Phase One and Dr. Copeland? Y'all, who's in that room? Yeah, like 400 people in there. That's crazy. I like debates, like two motherfuckers going back and forth, like on real topic. Not just because when niggas, this one I don't like. Niggas be trying to call squabbles out when they just disagree with a point. It's like, no, let's ideologically, fundamentally disagree on a specific topic and go back and forth.
Oh, you know what you missed on Chatter? And I'm not on, well, I'm on Chatter, but I can't get in, but they played the recording. TC got his ass dragged by some man named Malcolm something, I don't know what his name is. But he dragged the shit out of TC. You gotta listen to the recording. He dragged TC for filth. You hear me? That shit was terrible.
He from he be pro-Israel and shit.
I don't know who he is.
Black dude, right?
Then he black and he was with the Cohen, the lawyer nigga, the lawyer for Trump, man. Yeah, he dragged his ass for filth. You hear me? That shit was tough. DC was stuttering. You know, Donald Trump and the big beautiful bill shit, they was debating that. And you know, TC is a Trump dick sucker real hard, so he had his ass. Should be. Tell TC that to his face. She said, do it then, nigga. I'm just saying. But that shit was good. You gotta hear that shit, boo. It was good.
Yeah, we gotta do I wanna do that ITV Got Talent shit.
I think that would be good on Chatter.
Yeah, Chatter. Cause I ain't like, you got some talented motherfuckers.
You should make me a judge, even though you would never want me to be a mod, and I never want to be a mod in your room. But you should make me. I don't have nobody black on my shit. I don't.
Quick.
Hold on, let me see what I.
It's 11:31.
I'm doing it. Hold on, I'm about to show you. It's like, let me get to the black people.
Oh yeah, Malcolm Lynch. Yeah, that nigga from Israel. I fuck that nigga though. I criticize Israel. That nigga got blind loyalty. I think he gets paid by something. That nigga definitely. Malcolm nigga though, but he's smart though. He definitely smart. We see him on Twitter Spaces. I miss the Twitter Spaces. We had Twitter.
I got mad people black. Never mind, I got mad people black, but they all the fucking scammers. Only black the people that be in them fucking chat scamming people. That's it. I like to argue, so I don't block my enemy. Y'all don't see that bully blocked on my fucking list. You know I don't block my fair. Okay?
If I would block anybody, it would be him.
I won't. I can't wait to meet up with him and cut his fucking son out.
Shit that was going on earlier. I had to leave the room.
Y'all really think I'd be playing such an odd person.
Nigga, as soon as this shit get dark, I turn my volume down and shit. Y'all be thinking I'm...
You have
what happened? He just
lies. I to lie on girlfriends in high school. You know, I used to dig her. Nigga. You never had homeboys in school that used to lie on girls like that? Or no? You ever knew guys like that? Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why?
Oh, yeah, I used to fuck with her. Poor nigga used to
That happened
no
to
song.
me one time and he got jumped because of me. I'm like, you do not got older brothers, right? You cannot lie on me and think you're gonna get away with it. But I'm happy that nobody believed because everybody came and told me. They're like, nigga, stop lying. Immediately, what do you mean? You know, your social
Yeah, I hate a lying ass nigga.
one wrong rumor.
That's what his brothers got in common. They be lying like a motherfucker all the time.
I tried to move away from him.
Let's go and talk about his big homie. That nigga don't know nobody. He don't know not a person.
I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about him. He gonna speak him up and he gonna come in here and he gonna be like, hey, yo, Lou.
You know.
Hey, Lou. Hey, yo, Lou.
That show was funny. You had that damn drunken ion in here earlier. Today was a day. We sobered up so fast.
Yeah, shit not cheap, motherfuckers. I hate motherfuckers smack me. I can't believe I was multitasking. Letting a nigga smack me on the ear and shit. I'm weird. I hate when motherfuckers smack me in the fucking ear. Like, I had headphones on, I'm irritated as fuck.
You smacking her ear all the time.
Right. I was just gonna say, you know.
Nigga, I should be.
My class.
I should check me as soon as I did that shit. I hate motherfuckers smack my ear. That shit crazy.
That's how you can do it. You such a Sagittarius. You can do it, but if somebody else do it, it's a problem. That's how I am. I ain't gonna lie.
Exactly.
I have never heard Ion.
Yeah, let me tell you what I don't appreciate.
He's always
Now that we in here, and there ain't so many of us on the stage, I'm gonna tell you something about yourself, right? I don't like how you be giving everybody else the glory of being a Sag, but you got the real thing. I'm a December Sag, nigga, December 14th. Yes. I'm a December Sagittarius. December 14th is my birthday. And why would I lie on my birthday? Who does that? I'm not a liar. And you give everybody else the glory, even crackheads the glory. But I never lied on the South, nigga. I live in the South. You would never let that go. I live in the South. I live in the South. I'm like, nigga, just somewhere in the country. I don't, what's wrong with that? That's not a bad thing. It ain't a bad thing. I'm not saying they slow like retarded. I'm just saying they moving slow. And I did not say they were slow like retarded. I said they were slower. Like it's cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? More laid back. Like, yeah, like y'all moving slower. Shit. Exactly, Nick. You know what it is. Like, this nigga Lou ain't even from the South. It's getting fucking upset because I said something. You have not, nigga. You have not been there from the South more than me. So there's that. For like 20 years. So like since 2005. I've been here for like 20 years.
You wasn't born, I was raised in the South.
I went to high school and I spent 6 months of junior high school here and 6 months of high school here. And I came back and went to college here. So, nigga.
I lived in South Carolina for 7 years and I loved it. It's beautiful. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I look at you as a New Yorker now, but I thought you probably lived like New York your whole life. I thought you probably gonna say you been in the South like 2 years or something.
Nah, why? Because I don't even have a heart in New York
accent, though.
It's kind of
My accent. I'm country. It's fun. To everybody in New York, I'm country. You don't sound like an LA nigga. I do sound like LA. But the funny part about it is, Bubbles, I always sounded like this because my grandmother is from Griffin, Georgia. She's a country bumpkin her whole life. So I grew up listening to an old lady that was country as I talk. So I talk more like her than anything.
You definitely still sound like you're from New York. You just have like a little twang, a little seasoning.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Y'all don't understand how grimy Brooklyn is. I know for a fact she's grimy as fuck.
I'm not grimy. I'm a good person.
Brownsville, Brooklyn.
That's what that mean. I never fit in my neighborhood. That's why the folks always hated me.
So have you ever seen that?
So what? Yes, in the head. Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Wait, hold on.
I seen a nigga. Yes, I seen a nigga get his hat blown up in front of me. Yes.
I went to Brownsville one time. It was rough as fuck over there.
It is. It's still
New York was the most traumatizing experience of my life. I was in what grade was I in? I lived in New York when I was younger, so I was in the first grade. I remember walking home. We lived in Harlem. This man was smashing this lady's head against a brick wall, like over and over and over. This is just walking to school. I'm like, this is not the real world.
Oh.
There's no way this is in the 90s. Yeah.
It's like a video game. It ain't a real
I love New York, though. That might be my favorite city.
I know, ain't it? I love it too, child.
I ain't seen nobody
New York in short intervals.
Mind you, I done seen a nigga get his head blown up. I done seen somebody get hurt with a machete. I done seen all kinds of shit growing up. That's why I'm desensitized to a lot of shit, child. It's a lot that just I don't need to be bothered with. It don't need bother.
Yeah, same.
But the first time I ever got robbed was in the South. See, that's the thing. See, that's the difference. Like everybody be making it seem like, oh, down South. I got robbed in that down South.
So sorry, how did you get?
Somebody like me.
Okay, and you never told us this?
I did tell you.
Boy said probably deserved it. But I literally robbed at gunpoint.
Who you robbed? Wait, hold on. Who you robbed first?
I've never robbed anyone in my life.
You ain't never robbed nobody in Brownsville?
I've never robbed anybody in my life.
Y'all know that's the grimiest hood of all time in New York, like ever. Like it's the grimiest shit ever.
It really is.
Man,
I used to watch documentaries on Brownsville when I was a kid, bro. I used to like, God damn, this shit crazy. All the robbing niggas that live beefing over there. What made you go from Brownsville to Atlanta?
Because my family from here, originally, my grandmother is from Griffin, Georgia, in Atlanta. So we always had houses in Atlanta. My dad was born in South Carolina, nigga. I'm a Southern girl. I was born in New York.
Everybody black say they from the South. My folks
My daddy was born in South Carolina. Okay, I am a Southern girl. I've been coming to the South my whole life. Every summer, like niggas been.
Let me think of something hella funny. So my ex-husband was from Savannah, and he used to every time I
married before.
Oh yeah, girl, you know I keep one by the side, whatever.
Okay.
But he used to make fun of my dad, like he would mock him or my uncle anytime they would talk to him because their accents were so proper but so good. So they would be like, I'm trying to think. They would be like, yeah, so when you get to the light, you gonna make a left.
Yeah, people from LA, I thought proper as
You
fuck.
talking about LA folk? Oh yeah. They really good at pronunciating.
Ain't that me?
Especially them R's and shit like that.
You gonna make a right?
And be like, you make a right in the light, cuz. Like, the niggas, they talk back.
Gangsta proper. That's what Alpha Barbie said. That's crazy.
Alpha Barbie always negative. What's wrong with you? Your thumb's always negative. You from the Brownfield version of South Central. Like, your thumb's always negative.
What is the Brownsville version of LA though? I want to know. Tell me.
Wherever she's from. Jordan Down Projects. Watts. Yeah, I would say Watts. Somewhere around that area.
Definitely Watts.
I wouldn't say the Brownsville version of Atlanta before they knocked it down was Bankhead Court. I'm not gonna lie. That shit was ghetto as hell. You hear me? Like, I ain't even fuck with Bankhead Court too tough. Even though I was there a couple of times. But it was so ghetto, it was like you would be scared to be outside. Cause that shit. But now it's Etheridge. I think Etheridge might have been, I don't know. This shit down here is different. Yes, I went from Brooklyn to Bankhead. When I moved to Atlanta, I moved to Bankhead. So I went from one ghetto to the next.
You went from one brand to another.
Yeah, exactly.
I had 3 sisters that grew up in Atlanta, and their accents, girl.
What side of Atlanta they from? Cause see, when you down here, when you here, you realize like it's different. Like what, depending on where you from, is depending on your accent. So west side bitches don't sound like bitches from the east side. It's like a whole different talking point. Like south side and north side don't sound like.
Yeah. It's like I ain't never know. Like before I even talked to Don Perez, I knew he was from the west side of Birmingham. Even before I ever asked him that, and he was like, "Yeah, but I could just tell like what's side." Like
y'all are both from Birmingham, but you sound different from Don Perez.
Yeah. But he from the west side of the city. But I think every city like that, even when I was at like New Orleans, like my ex, she was from New Orleans, like we down there a lot. Like you go to different areas of town, you can kind of tell what parts they from, type shit, basically. How they talk.
Birmingham. Wow, what made you move to LA from Birmingham?
You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know.
Just go ahead and say you met a cute little girl, and she convinced you to, a cute little woman, let me say that little lady, and she convinced you to move. Just say that.
My homie from Birmingham, he stay out here. Well, he stay in LA now, but like, that's really his story. He was kind of like, he moved to LA because of the girl, but I kind of had some family.
That they was laying on the weed that went out there to make some money. I know what you went for. I know what's going on.
I got like my cousin from Atlanta now. He used to do that. That's really how he came up type shit. But you know, I really had some family out in LA, and then I had got into it. I moved to LA when I was 20. I had got into it with some of my family in Birmingham. I just got on the plane and then went to LA and went with some family first. But then I came back to Birmingham like after a few months, and I got in trouble in Birmingham. I had to stay there. Then I moved back when I was like 20, and I just been here since.
I feel like California girls really love Southern men, like a lot. I feel like you're not having any issues in LA.
Nah, you don't know. LA is a different place to me. Yeah, you're right. I'm like,
what's the dating experience for you in LA?
It's cool, it's fun, but I just think I get crazy here. Like I said, my last ex from the water, she's as crazy as fuck.
Oh, whatever you
know. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if I can do that again.
Every time that she was crazy.
I hate when the niggas be trying to pick.
I don't think so.
I hate when the niggas be playing games like and be trying to pit us against each other, bubbles, south the east versus the west. And everybody be saying, oh, the southern girls are so good. But all of the southern bitches I know is straight gangster. I done seen
Yeah,
it.
they
Never bitch calm.
They been some gangster chicks,
Yeah, so let the bitch calm about the nigga. These bitches
It's two sides. It's two sides of Southern women. So there's like the Southern Belle. She's usually like preppy. You know, no, it's three sides. It's like the preppy one, but she's like sweet, super sweet. And then it's the snobby one that like looks down on everybody. And then it's that yucky one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Those girls gave me hell. Hell. I'm like, bruh. They say West Coast girls are snobby. Like this is on a different level. Like they will just stare at you, won't say anything, nothing. Like just stare at you. I don't know. Yeah. So the South, it could go one way or the next. Like
when I first moved down here, and I used to go to the strip club, it was these bitches that we would frequent the same places. We knew the same niggas. And I swear to God, they always tried to start with me. And me being the person that it was never good. So it was like, we were from two different worlds, but we had the same kind of attitude. Like, bitch, I will break your fucking neck. Stop playing with me. Like, these hoes was hating so hard. Because I was like, a girl from, you know how a girl comes from out of town to a new town. And all the niggas just be like, who is that? Then I got the accent and all that. So I was just saying, they still do that. So there's that.
I'm not gonna lie, that's like the most fights I got in was when I lived in South Carolina. So it's crazy y'all bring that up, cause I swear that's where I caught my assault charge. I always felt like I had to have my guard up. Yeah, like I got the most fights, and I grew up in Chicago. So you would have thought that I got more fights out there. Nope. When I moved to the South, that's where I got into my most fights, literally. And I'd be chilling. I swear I don't be bothering nobody. So it was literally me being provoked, and I was like, all right, that's crazy that y'all said that.
I got into fights everywhere because I always stood out. You know what I mean? Like
I never got along with other black girls in the South, and I hate that. I hate it so bad. Like, granted, I had a plethora of cousins, so I didn't really need friends. But like the girl, like let's say I would go visit my grandma. She owned her house, but she lived in the hood, and those girls hated me. Oh, she thinks she all that. I'm like, I just said hi. Like, I hated it. I absolutely hated it.
We kind of proper talking, classy
Too
kind of
bubbly.
person. So
Yeah,
so
like
they
what you
try to
think
feel
you
like,
be happy. Yeah.
let's say it, ain't it? Let's
Like,
say
how you mad at me?
It would have probably been different if you was one of the like ghetto Compton bitches.
No, listen, my
Yeah, I think it would have been
different.
it blew my mind because my cousin moved to the South from California, and they adored her. I'm like, what? Like, she hates you bitches. Like, I'm trying to. It made no sense to me, but I don't know if they were scared of her.
Where is
And
that
that's why, like, they didn't fuck with her.
Where is
She's from Sac.
She's from Sac. Was she from the hood? She was from.
Yeah.
Was she from the hood or the
So I
bird?
visited to the South.
Okay. That make a difference. Yeah, that make a difference.
like in Birmingham, if you had, like, I don't know, y'all probably been in Birmingham, I grew up in Birmingham, and like, all the chicks just ghetto down there like a motherfucker, but if you kind of got a little class about yourself, for some reason, they just hate on you, because I guess they feel like you think you're better than them. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what they said.
See, the thing about New York is, this is why, and we can fit in anywhere. Like, we fit in, but we stand out at the same time. Like, people love us and they hate us at the same time. So, like, for instance, me being from Brooklyn, right? I could go anywhere I go to the suburbs, I go to the city, wherever I go. I'm gonna be the person that either people are gonna love because I'm different, or they're gonna hate me because I'm different. They're gonna hate me because they feel like I think I'm all that. I got a lot of that all the time. I think I'm all that. But wherever I went, I fit in. You know what I mean? Like, cause I'm clatchet. I always was a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
That's great.
Like bougetto. Like I've always been bougie as fuck, but I can get down and dirty, and that's basically like everybody from New York. The whole city is ghetto. The whole, like, even the nice, quiet pockets of the city is still ghetto. It don't matter. Like, so the richest of the richest people here are still could get as low as the niggas from the hood. That's how, you know what I mean? So it's just, that's the beauty of growing up in New York. You could fit in anywhere and still be in New York. You can be in New York regardless.
That's always fun along with New York girls. Always.
Yeah, I love New York. I was kicking with this chick from New York last night. I'm in Miami right now. I'm finna back to LA tomorrow, but I was kicking with this chick from New York last night, though. I ain't gonna lie, she was finna get on my nerves. Which I don't know if she was talking too much, but for the most part, I love New York people.
Now, people that I just don't hate me, y'all. People that I don't seem to have a palate for
It's the men.
DMV. DMV. I don't know what it is. I don't like their accent.
I don't like their accent. Doctor right there, he right there. If he start speaking, but doctor up there, he might start speaking, but when you speak, listen to him talk, I hate his accent. Like, his accent makes me want to, it's like,
I just
I
don't
don't know what's
trust them.
going on in my ear. I hate it bad. I do.
Sorry.
I hate the accent, but the funny part is, like, people be like, people from DC and Baltimore kind of sound like, I don't think so. I like a Baltimore accent versus a DC accent. I really hate a DC
To me,
accent.
they both got that sound.
I hate it. They say stupid shit.
I don't trust them.
Baltimore, I swear to God, that was the funniest accent I ever heard. The very first time I heard the accent, I'm like, where the fuck is you from? I had never heard nobody talk like that. They talk so funny to me.
Where?
Baltimore.
Oh yeah, I love their accent. Their accent and New Orleans are like my two favorite accents. I love their accent, but I hate DMV. I hate how they talk.
Never again compare a Louisiana accent
No,
to
I'm
a
just
Baltimore
saying.
accent. That's
I'm
weird.
not comparing. I'm not comparing. I'm just saying that those are my favorite two accents. Like a Southern Louisiana accent and a Baltimore accent is. I like it. I like those.
I feel like with people from Louisiana, I love that they have their own language. Like in a sense, they'll be like, "I ain't never do you nothing." Like I just,
Yeah.
they get me. They get me every time. Yeah, I just want to be
People
around.
got their own they got their own language too now.
That's how my sister talks us. It's like
You ain't never it's like a whole other language. You can't understand. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, Geechee. You can't understand. I'm Geechee by blood and lineage, but I don't understand what they be talking about. Because I'm
that's my
sorry.
sister.
I grew up in there.
Now, I can't even. I would have to curse. She'd be like, "Nah, fuck that. I'm from Atlanta." Like, I'm like, "Girl, what?"
No, Atlanta, I get that. Listen, at first, when I first moved here, I used to tell niggas they sounded like slaves. Hey, you could imagine over the heat I got from that, but I used to
Yeah, I'm about to say that
like
white people
slaves.
fighting down, you know what I mean?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That's
Telling somebody from the South that like that.
That's the thing about me. I always say an inappropriate shit. I don't mean that by it, but I just say it anyway. But anyway, at first it was like I used to really try so hard to understand what the fuck they say. But now I get it. Like I can hear a story from a nigga from either side of town, no matter what side of town they from, and listen to it and understand exactly what they say. But at first it was like they were speaking a whole nother language.
Isn't that crazy? I was just explaining that to someone earlier today, like how Africa has different countries and they speak different languages. It's how America is. Depending on where you are, you'll have a completely different experience.
It is. That's true. That's why when people be like, black people don't got no culture, we do. And then we have some culture within the culture. You know, people say that now. Probably.
A lot of the Africans and stuff will say something like that.
My little cousins can't tell me nothing about their other cousins. Like, what?
Yeah, that's true. But they don't get. No, different areas, and they like, oh, no, nobody had no. We have a culture, then we have subcultures. Like, even within the culture, we got like different shit going on depending on where you from.
Yeah, it's interesting being black.
It's fun. Would you want to be anything but black, guys?
I like it.
If I had a choice,
You would be something
the
else.
only thing I would ever, if I had to be,
That's crazy word right there. I let these poor black niggas in here. You can say this shit on no regular daytime. We can say this at nighttime. You can't say it in the daytime.
Yeah, good thing this room is small time, because they gonna be like, you wanted to be what? You know what? That nigga look, who ain't here, because he ain't gonna let you put it down.
Took the green bean for that one.
it's okay. You're gonna ask the question, I'm just answering it. I would do Japanese, because I feel like they have a very rich culture. Yeah. I feel like they have a really rich culture.
Whoever making the most money.
See? So you'll be Asian, got it.
Probably that or white one now, because you're Asian, you gonna be short.
But you still could be fucked up and being Asian and fucked up and being white, though.
To me, when Asian folks,
Might be somewhat okay.
when Asian folks and white folks be fucked up and broke, I'm sorry, that's to me just worse than anything.
You know what? Oh, Nick, am I bad? Because when I see white homeless people, I don't give them shit.
I don't think
Just
No,
me.
a lot of white people are like that. No, a lot of
Just me.
I was kidding at one time, my Hispanic homie, he said the same thing. He said, why you ain't using your white privilege? I was like, damn, like, you know, it's something to think about.
I thought I was the bad person, because I swear to God, I think about that shit all the time. Like, you white. Like, please.
I'm gonna be real with you.
So you should be racist.
I'm not only black, but I'm a black woman. This shit is hard. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. So,
That's the thing, if you white, even if you white, trailer trash white, you can still go put on a suit or something and go get in certain spaces I can't even get in. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
exactly.
Not y'all discriminating against the homeless people.
I couldn't get in the homeless folks though. When I used to get homeless people like a motherfucker. When I moved to LA, every street, every block, every
There's so
store,
many
they
people.
asked me for something, and I asked you coming in and coming out. I'd be like, damn, nigga, I just told you no.
No, I've never been cursed out. No, have I? No, I've never been cursed out by a homeless person, but my sister has for sure. Because the sign was like, just need food or something, so my sister went and bought her food. She cursed her out so bad, like so bad about the food. She's like, this, I'm like, being picky is crazy.
That's how you know if they for real or not. You be like, I ain't got no money, but you can get this food. Like, I done did that to a lot of homeless people before. Like, I be like, you can get this food, or I get you something to eat. Like, cause I don't got, I don't carry cash anyway, so I just be like,
Wait, I'm not sure, right? Y'all think like the white people be acting like not black people? Like, you know how you got your black people looking down on certain niggas and shit. You think that? Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Yes, take it to X. Take it to X.
So when the trailer trash white people walk up, you think they gonna get the job?
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So not too much of my business, but I had a roommate once, and her dad was a pilot, and her mom was a retired news anchor. So she came for money, but she chose a hard knock life. And I don't know, I never understood it. It never made sense to me. It really did not. But I remember she got kicked out of a grocery store once. It was like, oh no. She was like one of those. She dressed like, those hippie white girls that just look like they take a shower. Like that's how she would be. So as hell. So yeah, they kicked her out. Yeah, so they did. I said that to say they discriminate on each other all the time. They get the icks. It's not already saying it's.
Yeah, that's crazy. A white girl come from money and wanna only live low. I know this white boy right now, my neighbor. You can look him up, right? I'm gonna tell you his name. Matter I ain't gonna tell you his name because it's confidential. But my favorite, right? This nigga dad, right? No bullshit. This nigga father was the top DEA agent in Florida, right? He retired, whatever. This nigga's son used to work for the NYPD. Get fucking drunk, right? This nigga got fired off the force because they called him from like Publix or some shit, like sleep, like a bum. And then his dad, like shit crazy, like his dad like be buying him pizza every night. That shit was crazy. Like he yelling at him, like, Dad, don't talk to me like that. I'm like, yeah, this shit wild.
She used to yell at her mama like that too, and I used to be so shocked. I'm like, this is real. This is a real thing. They really talk to their parents.
That's crazy. That nigga was 45, bro. I'm talking about. He was like into the ill or something. No, that nigga ain't ill. That nigga be buying prostitutes and popping mollies and calling his parents for dinner.
Just living on the edge. Have you guys ever heard of that? Like, it's gonna sound horrible. This is the recording room.
What you gonna say, heard of what?
I don't know how to word it right, but like because white people live a certain life of privilege, like they seek out danger.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Like when you just said what you know, the roommate you had, I was thinking maybe that's it. Cause on the black side, I feel like if you black, it kind of come from money. You almost looked at like sometimes like a kind of a lame if you ain't hood enough or if you ain't street enough or you know what I'm saying. So I kind of see it as far as fitting in, but as a white person, it's kind of like
She just, I think, really loved black men and wanted to be accepted by black men real bad.
Oh, and it's the same girl that was the roommate.
Yes, and I just couldn't. Her parents are so sweet. I just couldn't.
That makes sense now. Wasn't there a girl on here the other day when we was interviewing, when I was interviewing white folks that had a story like that?
Yes.
And then Ayama, she hit me weak as fuck.
And it was the Pangas.
Yeah, the Pangas. Ayama said she threw away her white privilege to chase black dick and said, that shit was funny.
I couldn't even come. I was frozen. I couldn't even come off mic. I was like, this is so
Wait, I got a question. Like, y'all think is really some white people that's attracted to black people? Are they attracted to lifestyle, like fetish? I think some of them physically be attracted to black people. Yeah, I think it be both, but I think some of them physically attracted to like black people, black features, black skin, you know what I'm saying? But then I think like a lot of times a swag to go with it too that they like too, so yeah. I don't really believe it because I don't know. It's like, so like black people, we some good looking motherfuckers, so I mean like that makes sense to me, right? I wouldn't fuck with the Asians. Like they look weird, like Asians. Like so like white people on that borderline too. So it's like I don't know if they feel like that about us. It could just be. I'm just saying that's why I say.
Stop cutting off your mic so soon.
I feel like
it cuts off like the tail end of what you're saying.
I be done. I feel like as a black person, and I don't like I said, I don't know if it's just because I'm black, but I be like looking at other races, and sometimes I find some of maybe attractive, but
across the board, just not in this black women. You know, so I don't know. I kind of it kind of makes sense to me why other races would want a black person. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like out of all races, I truly feel like we just have a look. You know what I'm saying? Not to say everybody good looking, but I just feel like a good looking black person is like, you know what I mean? You just stands out. You know what I mean? So.
Asians feel like they got Down syndrome, and then there's like a lot of white people be looking crazy too. Like they face be looking like masks. Like what's that movie? Like 28 Weeks Later, or what's the vampire?
28 days later, man. Yeah.
28 days later, is it that one?
Hey, they come out recently, kind of.
Nah, not that one. It's the one where, matter of fact, it's 28 Days of Night, where the sun go down and all the little vampires and shit come out. I feel like, you know, like white people really look like Count Dracula and shit.
That nigga said Count Dracula. But nah, man, I don't like that. I think, you know, it'd be a mix of both. It'd be a both.
We all like Pookie or some shit. You know, we all like Whoopi Goldberg.
Just, you know, black people. I don't see what y'all be seeing, and I ain't gonna say it. I'm just PTR. You know, record your wax. I'll take it. I don't see what y'all be seeing in there. Like, yeah, like, yes. I only see them cute, like, put, like, in a dog, but like, oh, this cute little dog. Yeah. I don't see them, like, in a romantic way. I don't get it.
Who are you talking about, Bubbles?
PTR, because I didn't want to.
Talking about the white folks.
You talking about white men? Oh yeah. I like that.
There's so much. There's so much out there. Like, why do you stop there? Especially if you're American.
White people smell funny to me. I don't know what it is. It's not like it's a bad. It's just a smell about them that I just don't. I don't know what it is.
Clean shoes.
My little cousin said they smell like mildew or coins or wet dogs.
What I did
what it is, but they have a smell.
What I did think was interesting, I don't know if it's still true to this day, but when I ran cross country and track, I was a very observant teenager. In our shower caddies, they would have all of the shampoos, all of the conditioners, no body wash. Nobody watched. And they'd be like, oh, the soap for my hair would just run down. I'm like, what? All of them. I was just on my face. Nobody watched. Mind you, we would just run 3-4 miles. I'm like, this is a summer class. So I'm like, no. So I was like, I was like, I'm not just, that's just universal, but I would never forget that. Ever.
You know what's crazy though? I don't think they really, not even think, I don't think they really come from hygiene down. You know what I'm saying? I think that was like an us thing, because I think, not even think, Indians be steak as fuck too. Like, let's just get to it.
Whoa.
Damn. They be must be as fuck, like, for real, right? And they practice not, like, using soap and shit like this. I think most of the cultures like,
I heard over there, like in the Eastern world, they be certain countries be on it, especially like sometimes Europe. They feel like the men won't wear deodorant because it's like they feel like that's a manly smell. Yeah, I don't know, but the Indians, yeah, they do have a smell on them. I know what you mean.
it's called musk.
Even sometimes when they not much, I don't know. It's like she was just talking about with white folks. All this inside different races got like
You know, I was on the plane. I was on the plane, and it was this Asian lady sitting next to me. She smelled so like it was such a good, unique smell. No, it wasn't bad. She smelled like ginger.
I'm about to say, I know that was a long play, right? Go ahead.
No, she smelled like ginger. And I know that Asian people, like after they give birth, it's like traditional. The way that they like their postpartum care is very unique. Like I'm trying to remember. I don't want to say it wrong. If I say anything wrong, then I'll correct myself at another time. But I know they wash their hair with ginger. They don't eat anything cold, just hot things. So they have like a very specific routine. And so she just smelled like ginger the whole flight. And I was like, she smells really. I've never smelled someone that smelled like ginger, but she smelled really good. It was.
You know what's crazy? My auntie used to smoke cigarettes like constantly, and when she left out the bathroom, that shit smelled like straight up. Yeah, cigarettes smell would be strong too.
That's the worst smell in the world. I don't care. You
nah, so I get what you saying.
away from me,
Like,
you smell
like what you consume, you gonna smell like that shit. That's why like different cultures smell different to us. Like if you like see a black person, you can tell when they got on like old clothes or some shit like that. Like not
smell like grease.
dirt. Yeah, they smell like chicken grease. That should be crazy. So it's like this nigga died.
Wild.
Yeah, like
Grease is crazy.
and I ain't like it's
Grease and incidents.
yeah, like you can tell that they clothes. You know what I'm saying? It's just not freshly.
Okay, that's funny. So we acknowledge that everybody has a potential to have a smell.
I don't know, like, how that would work, like, being with a white person. I'm always wondering how that would, like, how does that it's just like, it's so much shit that be going on. How the fuck do you even navigate that shit? Like, how do you navigate all the shit that be going on socially, and you got a relationship with the enemy damn near? Like, how the fuck, what are you doing? Like, how do you do that?
I guess it's like a movie, like an adventure, and then you just waiting for the climax. Because you don't know what you're gonna get. You might die. To me, it's just like getting into something different, fucking something different. Yeah, like you don't know what this shit about. Like you fuck around that nigga well, but come home drunk. Like wild fuck out here, a whole different person and shit like that. Like you just never know. Like they fuck around and put you in a ritual on some get out shit.
You know what now? I was in a conversation with somebody the other day, and they were talking about like the dynamics of being like in a relationship with a white person or whatever. And they were saying how this generation, like some people that's like in their 20s or whatever, they didn't experience racism. Like they grew up in a different time, right? But I think that's why it was so important to like watch the movies that like people be complaining about slave movies and shit, but it's important to see that shit because you get to see how they, you know what I'm saying, how they was and how your ancestors feel, and you just can't really do it. Like Mississippi Burning is the reason why I would never fuck with a cracker. I don't give a fuck. Like that is the movie that made me be like, oh hell no, I can't fuck with them. No, I can't do it. And I know a lot of people, they don't like to watch it, but you gotta watch it. You gotta see it. Mississippi Burning. That I would never fuck with a cracker. You ain't be ever in my life. Never. Shit. Just because I seen that shit on my mouth, I swear.
It's like they crazy, like especially like growing up in Birmingham. It was like, you know, just so much of that civil rights fight happened and this is history. I mean, I was watching one movie. Is it Seven or Seven? I don't know, but it was like it was black folks. They was down there trying to vote, and they telling them you gotta guess how many gumballs in this thing for you to be able to vote. Yeah, and I'm like, damn, it's crazy. Like, and I be like growing up with my grandma and shit. They be like, damn, can you really just imagine it? Like, that's crazy. It wasn't even that long ago. So,
Yeah,
you definitely gotta see this.
I'm sorry. I just, and it's crazy because we're around white people a lot, but I look at people for what they are. They're people. But because I know the history of these niggas, you will never catch me trusting these niggas.
That's what I'm saying, like,
And I'm saying that's white. I don't even trust that bitch. And I told her, I said, yeah,
And
you're
you
right.
know what?
So one day it might backfire on me, bro. And she's like, man, what are you talking about? Like, the fact that you don't even know tells me everything I need to know.
me too, that's how I am. Like, you're like the coolest shit. Like, even crashes that's small as fuck. Like, I get along with them. We kick it, you know what I'm saying? I've been in their house, broke rent. I still got keep them at an arm's length. I don't trust people. But I don't trust people. Yeah, I don't trust people, but I really don't. I don't trust them double. I don't give a fuck with them.
Yeah, it's somebody, even if I'm really cool with a white person, I just can't trust them like that. I don't know what it is. Even ain't saying like I think they'll really cross me,
but that's cool because I'm gonna be honest with you, they can't trust you either.
Exactly, I get it.
They can't.
Don't trust me. Don't
trust you. They can't take have a nigga moment on them so they can play victim.
I just imagine getting in some trouble, like, and if I feel like if I was in some trouble with my black homie, he might not tell on me. He might tell, but he might not. It's just as a white person, if I get in some trouble, I just feel like I already know. Like, I don't think I could just trust them. I don't know.
I knew for sure not just like the white people.
No,
When I got pulled over with my homegirl, this was years ago in college, we got pulled over. And when I tell you the police didn't ask to search her car, ask if it was drugs in the car, like all this other extra shit that they be doing with us, I tell you, it's something like white people. Because I got them. I said, damn, that's crazy. They ain't asked you if you had anything illegal in the car. That's fucking sick. She's like, I've never been asked that before. This is how I know that you don't understand. And because you don't understand.
It's crazy how much of a different reality they live in.
Yeah, I put my life in my hands of a person who don't understand.
I was just about to say that. Because I don't
trust them. But look, I don't trust them to the point where I think if they do something wrong, they still gonna blame me for it. Like, I can't fuck with them.
That's what I'm saying. I just feel like they come from such a different environment.
Blame me for some shit. I can't. I don't know. It's just something about them. They don't sit right with me. I mean, these things, but I just don't trust them. That's about it.
My girl invite me to her house in the country for Christmas, but boldly tells me that her daddy's a racist. I was like, yeah, I got a family to spend Christmas with, right? Like, I like that. It ain't that deep. Like, be cool.
I
thought you said you were staying home. No, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go visit them. My mom, yes, and I did want to be to myself. But the fact that you think I would rather go spend time with your racist ass family than to be with mine is the reason why I'm about to go kick it with my niggas tonight.
Wait. Let me ask you this, right? So you know how, like, the generation of crackheads left, and there's, like, but so many crackheads left. Like, you think the generation of, like, super duper racist patriot white people gonna die off, and then the other ones gonna be, like, just dwindling, and they ain't really gonna have the full.
Not at all. That's why we having this conversation. Not at all. Not at all.
See, but I think racism is it's systematic, it's intrinsic into the nature of the United States, so it's bigger than like one individual person. It's a whole system. So the system is not going to.
But look, bro, it's like this though, because you can have, like, you can have a system be a certain way, and the players know inside of the system, and they just move around different. You feel what I'm saying? So, like, do we got any good representatives? Oh, like, what's that bitch name? Jane Elliott. The one that be doing the
question now you want to sit here and revere.
Yeah, it was dope because the white bitch be asking the white people questions.
No, the question that you asked me, Big in Brooklyn, when you first entered the conversation.
Oh, I said, can the white people fall off? Like, the mentality, I'm saying, can mentalities die at a certain
That's
time?
not the question you asked, honey.
What I asked?
Didn't you, I can't say it verbatim, but I remember my answer. You did ask about, like, trusting and, you know, the generational shit. I got you. You asked.
Yeah, I just like crack it.
Yeah, so.
You didn't get the question, but because you can't really repeat it, but I was just saying, like,
Do you think that racism is just going to disappear?
Nah, that ain't what.
So what did you say? Like, you know I'm on the right. You know what? Shut up.
He was just like, you feel like the super racist white folks gonna die off like crazy.
Yeah, like you
basically like.
I ain't saying
that. But crackheads didn't die off.
I said they dwindle. Crackheads.
But like she said, like it's just systematic. That's what I really truly always believe. Like I feel like the super racist white people that built America, they built it for that. I think one day they knew this might die off, like this racist mindset. So we will make sure we create a system to where it don't die, even if y'all ain't racist. You know what I'm saying?
Why y'all making this like system like AI? Like it's people that operate the system.
I think that alcohol is. I want to compare them.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Oh, that's so odd. Okay. How about white people, right? White people, and them being able to do whatever the fuck they want in this country. How about that's really their reparations for real? How about that's the reparations America gave to them? Because you got to think, you solidified and promised the motherfuckers that they would have a fighting chance, and you based it off of the system of like slavery and racism, and then you just up and changed their motherfucking ways, and then these niggas was going to be free, and then you sent niggas off to war, and then they came back for as fuck, and the niggas that you just had enslaved got they shit popping. Yeah, I think that's their reparations, being allowed to do whatever the fuck they want to do without any consequences.
Yeah, but look, you gotta understand when you say that, when you talk about this, it's not all like white people are the same people. Like, you know, it's I mean, if you think all white people got the same plight, then, you know, I don't know.
I never said that.
Alright, so that's what I'm saying.
Like, when they automatically come to with an advantage, that's you niggas' problems. Y'all
You talking about, you talking about advantage shit. Again, you gotta understand who the fuck colonized this shit. So not even everybody motherfucker got the same agenda. Yeah, niggas walk into benefits, cool. I got a green card. Whenever the fuck I go to Jamaica, all the motherfucking Jamaicans bow to their knees. Like, oh, this nigga got a green card. He got an LLC. He can get me a work. So we got the advantages too. Like, niggas gotta take advantage of that shit. Like, we definitely in a fucked up system and all of that shit. But them niggas fucked up and didn't know they fucked up. Because they set us right next to all the benefits and shit that they had. Like, we can't go nowhere. The fuck, them Europeans, them niggas is from Europe. Them niggas is not Americans. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're Americans.
So you're talking about the European crackers. Plus, the European crackers is different from the generationally white man.
An American white man, yeah.
Like, I get that part, but even European crackers is racist, though.
I ain't saying nobody wasn't racist.
They have a plight. They have their plight, but they still feel like they above black people. It don't even matter. Even the poorest of the poor, right? The middle of fucking, I don't know where they be from, but the fuck they from over there in Europe.
Yeah, but look,
they still be racist, though, and they think that they better than anything that's brown than them, for the most part. It don't matter how fucked up they are.
Yeah, that's rhetorical, though. I get all of that. I get that completely. I ain't even really talking about that. Like, white people innately racist to me. I just feel like that. But at the end of the day, like, I'm talking about, we don't be understanding that these crackers don't really fuck the system, not to cut you off, but you were saying, what you say is like AI, we act like it's AI as if it ain't people controlling the system, but like it kind of is AI, you know. Like, give me a situation where you feel like things can change, but as a whole, like, give me a situation in America, the way America works, it just really work off classism, which is just like racism embedded into this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you feel like is a situation to where this the system in America, maybe we can change some things, but in America, like, what do you feel like it wouldn't be on autopilot? Like, racism wouldn't be on autopilot with this system? Like,
I'm not trying to take it off autopilot because that shit is just, that's what it is. Like, you feel me? I get that it's on.
That's what I'm saying, but there's like AI. Like,
it's like the laws is on autopilot, be racist, right? To crack down on us. But it's a judge that gotta sit and motherfucking, judge your fate. You feel what I'm saying? So again, yeah, the words and the way that the system is set up is definitely for us to fail, but it still take humans to operate the system. So if it's humans that ain't working on the with the system, it's always a fucking loophole. It ain't like it's on AI and it's command, result. That's not how this shit works.
I don't know. In some regard, I agree, but even when I'm trying to think of a situation, like, I'm thinking of like almost like redlining with real estate, or like it's almost like even if somebody don't think that they racist and you stay in like an all white neighborhood, right, and then like all these black folks just come running in and shit, like, even though it's almost like it's systematic for them to almost initially think like, what's going on? I pay for this school system and that school system, and a lot of these people, they go into these neighborhoods and live in these spots, so they kind of ain't got, I don't want to say they got to deal with black people, but they want to deal with like upper class people. I don't know, it's such a class behind just how
deal with poor black problems.
Like it's such a class system. Even we talk about capitalism, it's so like automatic to a point where it triggers, it can damn near just trigger the racism within any race of a person.
Listen, bro, you still talking about how people are operating the system again. So even with the capitalism shit, right? It's for the capitalism system to work, it has to be capitalist. You feel me? It's people. So like if niggas was operating different with they shit, it just wouldn't hold up the system that they already got in place. So it's just like fucking what's his name? The pirate, the billionaire nigga. I think he just went Byron Allen or something. Yeah, Byron Allen. Yeah, he just like Comcast, one of the crazy ass networks. Like, so it's like it's niggas like, you know what I'm saying? It's different ways. It's about how you operate the system. The system was set up by racist people to, fuck us over. But at the end of the day, people still have to operate the system. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's black motherfuckers in the system that do shit on the loopholes. You know what I'm saying? Black bankers, niggas let you know, hey, your name in Texas. It's niggas do shit for niggas and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It depends on who operating in the system. That's all I'm saying. We could that system could work for us. It just depends on who the fuck you play with.
It can, but
that's what
I can see it change.
That's where they fucked up. Don't change nothing. Because the same way I operate for you, they can operate for me. You feel me?
It's in a lot of regards, I think so. But even if like you said, like all the things we can take advantage of as black people, sometimes, a lot of times, we don't, or what I'm saying, we don't necessarily go out our way to make the system work for us. But at the same time, I still feel like, just me being a black person, even if I did all the right things and took advantage of everything, it's still like, you know what I mean? I just off of look wise, it's like it just, I can't go as far as I can't go as far, but I still feel like it's just certain parameters I'ma always be in, just
being black, even if I pay my taxes, even if I stay out of trouble. Like, I ain't a nigga that really be getting in trouble like that or nothing like that, you know what I mean? But it's still like, if I'm riding through certain neighborhoods, I get pulled over and I know they'll tell me like, it's off a tail light, or I ain't put my blinker on, but I know the game, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, this shit just systematic. Even so, like, I go through Culver City, LA a lot, it's like a race all the time, and I just feel like,
you wanna know what's so crazy? I grew up near Culver City, and I be trying to tell people all the time, especially on this app. I'm like, bro, as a suburban kid, you also face discrimination. Like, stop sitting here trying to make it seem like assimilating with white people is always the answer. Because I remember getting stopped when we would get out of school. You know what I'm saying? Well, where are you kids going from? Nigga, we live in this neighborhood. Why are you asking us where we coming from? And we're children, you know what I'm saying? But they not even looking at the fact that we're student athletes either. That's another thing that used to piss me off. Like, nigga, we got baseball gear with us, and you sitting here asking us where the fuck we coming from and where the fuck we going.
And that's what I mean. Like, especially like Coach, every time I'm in Coach, they don't never want to do that to me.
I grew up in like Palm Vista, so
they never really do nothing to me. They never even give me a ticket, but they always ask me, "What you doing with?" So what brings you over here? What you doing over here? Like, it's almost like, nigga, what you doing? We just want to get in your bed. We just want to see what you doing over there. You don't look like the type that need to be over there, so we gonna police you. You know what I'm saying? Even if, okay, you saying, okay, you know what I mean? You ain't doing nothing wrong. Okay, we're gonna let you go, but it's still like, as a white person, you wouldn't even have to deal with that nuisance at all.
And then when you ain't did nothing wrong, they be asking to search your car. This is why I'm sitting here telling niggas, but because last time I got pulled over is because my homeboy was in Manhattan Beach, and we was going to the bonfire, right? And he got pulled over for speeding. Mind you, he's clean as a whistle. But, he's in a Benz, you know what I'm saying? Clearly the car smelled like weed because we were smoking. So they put us on the block, had me mad. But then she gets upset with him because he had an attitude the whole time. He's spoiled. He don't like being inconvenienced. So he had an attitude the whole time. This bitch gonna ask him, why you acting like that? He's like, why did you pull me over? Like, what do you mean? Like, why did you make me get out my car? Why are you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on with you, bitch?
That's a fact.
But you wanna know what? Towards the end, she had asked, when she didn't find nothing, and when she asked them if she could search the car, mind you, I had already told them to say no if they asked. And when he told her no, oh my God, it's like she kept us out there longer. Then she tried to like run a 50 on me. I'm like, girl, this is a routine traffic stop. I'm not giving you shit. You know what I'm saying? And eventually she had to let us go. So I'm like, I'm a passenger. And you pulled us over when we're parked. Like, we were parked, bro. This is shit that pisses me off.
And that's kind of what I mean. Like you said, Connect, we do run these systems. And I ain't gonna lie, like, yeah, we could. The people could change, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like I said, like, when I'm going through an area like Culver City, it's almost like, okay, we just want to know what you over here for. We're going to let you go or whatever. But it's still like, I don't know. I guess they have this mindset. I think, like I was saying, the system and how it bleeds into capitalism and classism and all that, I still feel like it's a mindset of those police officers. They feel like we police this white area and we have good school systems and all of that. So they feel like, I don't know, like police feel like it's their job.
They really feel like it's their job to protect them.
Exactly, because that's what I mean. It's like these systems trigger people still at the same time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but that's why I feel like even if when like super racist white person, like do the average white person just want to hang a black person, nah, I don't think so. But it's still ideas that go with where you live, capitalism, not to mention culture plays a big part. Like, I don't know. It's that's why I say I think it's on autopilot.
You always talk about the people that's operating in the system. Because if it was only us, we'd be straight. We don't give a fuck about none of the shit you talking about, going to Culver City, none of the shit. We'd be good.
What you mean? Like, it was only us, like,
black people. White people just gotta go. That's all it really is.
I feel like if this world was nothing but black people, we still find a way to uppity black people, how they looking down on a different type of black person or seen to be a lower class, but that's still divide. We still doing that. Like I don't just say you look at cool people going at.
We have classism, colorism, and so many different hood versus not hood.
We wouldn't be racist towards each other. It wouldn't be racist, but that's because we all the same race. Exactly. We would still discriminate. Exactly. Like you look at Africa and certain countries where it's mostly just black people, they still find a way to be tribal and hey, you different from me. Like it was still somehow bleed into it. Like it almost seemed like it ain't no way around it. But you're talking about two different things. You're talking about a hierarchy, like versus like a system that's just like made to oppress you. It's a big difference if we all the same people and we got other people oppressing us and teaching us to oppress each other. If they wasn't there, this shit wouldn't even operate how. Like I ain't gonna lie, you kind of like you know what I'm saying. Like you feel like you defeated. Like you feel like no matter what. I know. I'm saying that, but like you gonna be defeated no matter what type of answer. And it's like even if it's all black people.
That was harsh. That's how they get defeated.
I ain't looking at it from a defeated point. I'm just saying some of this shit is, I'm just saying some of this shit is like
He would just, I don't agree with what Connect is saying, but he's saying the perspective that Dick is posing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We motherfuckers.
But continue, Dick.
Nah, I'm just saying I feel like some of this shit get to bleed over into human nature. When you got countries where it is all black people, shit like that, like we gotta at least recognize that. Like I don't feel like I'm defeated or nothing like that. Like I'm not one of the black people looking at life like that. But I'm just saying it ain't no way around it. When you have like it's a hierarchy, but you have racial hierarchy, but the hierarchy can go way beyond just race. So kind of
Big. Listen, calm down real quick. Big. This is how you know you right. Remember the very first question that this nigga just gave me a hard time about. Remember the very first question he asked it. He knows better. He knows. Or he wouldn't have asked us that question.
Because he asked what he asked, talking about the dying off of white folks.
Nah.
I guess she's talking about the dying off of super race white folks.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Like, and then you ask that shit in a very facetious way as if it was like, man, you know these, if you can't trust the white people before them, why would, like, come on, bro. Like, now you sitting here arguing with me. Like, you the one that's just like, you think white people, you think racism just dwindled down and dwindled off because of generations? And this is when we were talking about being in community and being friends or associates or colleagues with these niggas. So don't do it. Don't you do it. But continue.
Nah, that's it. I was about to ask you something, Connect. That's what I was about to ask. So, I don't know, I guess you feel like if it was just all black people, we'd just have hierarchies. We'd have niggas that do different shit, that handle different jobs, that like play different roles and positions, and other people just probably gonna feel like their position more important. Like niggas probably power trip. I can see that. I can see all the wild, weird extra shit niggas be doing and people be doing to each other. Yeah, but it's not gonna be. Damn, when I get in my car, I don't think I could go in this neighborhood because it's too many white people, or I'm the only black person, or like that shit. That's a major problem.
You don't.
Bro, everything.
Bro, have you ever been through Fredericksville, Texas? You most definitely get that feeling like, oh shit.
I don't think you I get what you're saying, Connect, but I guess I feel like what's the difference?
Let me say this really quickly. I use the Fulani tribe in Igbo, right? Like even though they're both African, they're from different tribes. So if I go into a territory that's not a part of my tribe, I will still have that same anxious feeling. It just won't be race based, but it's still tribal. You get what I'm saying? So black people experience that even in America with like gang territories. Like you go from the 60s and then you go somewhere else, like you're gonna have a different day. You know you don't belong there. That's not your hood. you're gonna have this same anxious feeling like I need to hurry up and get from around here. Yeah, you're gonna feel anxious.
Black people too, like where people.
Oh, what was the question? Yeah, no.
Not you.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you mean to connect? Yeah. It's the same anxious feeling, that same like sense of like I shouldn't be here. It's not safe.
Black people don't go to white people. They rather like yes, we do.
I'm just listening to know what I'm saying.
No, I'll be listening. You trying to patronize me? I don't respect.
But nah, this is what I'm saying. Like I'm just curious to know in your mind, like you talking about how we talking about versus racism, but like what's the difference if it was all black folk and you dress a certain way and I feel like how you dress says this about you and I look at you as lower class and I'm somebody that's upper class, you in the upper class area, we all black, but I'm still oppressing you. I'm still discriminating against you. What like I'm supposed to be a little bit better okay with it because you black like me, but I'm still dealing with the same issue. Like what would it be?
The only thing, listen, the only thing we can do to each other is stereotype each other, and then we can treat each other based off of our stereotype. How can you oppress me? What you gonna be holding me back from? Like, what you gonna like not give me a job or what the fuck? I don't get what you.
Yes,
Like, that's what I'm talking about. Nobody not giving me a job.
That's kind of oppressive though.
That's how I'm saying. That's what you saying. Like you're talking about me coming to you for a job thing.
I mean, all of that. I'm saying if it was all this shit that we talk about white folks oppressing us with, if it was all black people, yeah, it's not as complex because we just dealing with one race. But still, we would and could do the same things based off of course, not racism, but probably like class, how you dress, how you carry yourself, things like that.
You trying to compare it to that? I'm saying like you trying to make like racism, right? Like ain't the problem no more. That's what you making it seem like. Cause you said whether and I talked to me. So you just said whether it's all black people and no white people, we still gonna have the same exact problem.
Yeah, pretty much. I wouldn't say necessarily the exact. So I would say the exact, but it would be just. It's still just as dangerous, is what I'm saying. Like discrimination, oppression, racism, slavery, like it's still just as dangerous. So I don't know why it'd be like, some of it, I don't know, it's complex, but yeah.
See, look, that's that trick, man. Yeah, because it's really just racism. Don't think that, I don't know why niggas think that niggas won't be able to like I don't get it. This shit's crazy. Like niggas be with niggas all the time. Like niggas is just being oppressed. You see us. You ain't see the top niggas. You ain't see niggas get to be their best person and none of that type of shit. You seeing ups and downs, and we all in the same boat. You ain't see niggas really, you know what I'm saying? Like thriving together type shit. So I don't really think people even could fathom that shit.
I think you overestimate it, honestly. If you just look at it on a micro level, like people, human nature, like people, like, I don't know if Vic said it or if you said it, people are going to power trip, people are going to want control, people are going to segregate themselves, people are still going to embody prejudice. It's not always solely based on race. People are just different. We're designed that way. Languages, mannerisms, social norms, people are different, so it doesn't always matter that. Yeah, a good example is like Koreans and Koreans and Japanese, and how the Japanese people discriminated on the Koreans, right? Where when you were in Japan, you couldn't even speak. What is their native language? Is it Korean? You couldn't even speak that language. And they were heavily critical. Although they look the same, right? There's still intrinsic differences, cultural differences, language differences. So, yeah, I don't think. I do think it's an interesting conversation, an interesting dialogue to have for sure, to ponder on. But I do think we would have similar experiences.
Yeah, I think, and that's what I mean. I think, like you were saying, it's just based off of the fact that, like, just differences. Like, the world is always going to be multi whatever. From we have it different languages, different skin tones, different. We wouldn't even really want to live in a world where everything and everybody was the same. But because of that, the downside to it is we will always have tribal shit. You know what I'm saying? And discrimination and all of that. You know, that just kind of goes along with it.
Yeah, but I ain't even say everything the same. I just said no maybe. That's all I'm saying. Like, I feel like we'll be in cohesiveness if we ain't have all the white noise.
I just don't see how you see it, Devil.
Y'all ain't shit as black people then. Fuck it.
I don't know how though. like, they just, I don't get it. Because you even look at it, black people, like, you still got
We just disagree. That's a prime example.
Yeah, like, even when you look at it, like, me as a person that's, like, I guess, light brown, whatever, you could, like, I can't really necessarily just, I guess I could not give you a job if I was a boss or whatever, but I don't know, we still as black people, we still do colorism, though, like, so.
Listen how you feel saying that shit, even though they can agree. Like, man, you don't even feel right talking about you wouldn't give a nigga a job.
No, because I ain't that type of person, but I'm just saying.
None of us them type of people.
Shit.
Man, we not.
It's some folks won't even fuck with you. If they wouldn't want you dating their daughter if you was too dark skinned.
That's cool. You know, they fuck over there. You know, fuck they.
So it said, I see Connect's point, because like even with the Native Americans, they had, before the colonizers came to America, they had tribal conflict victims. But there was a certain underline to things. Like it didn't, I don't know, they were scalping people too.
No, it's like the mafia though. It's like, alright, we all this, right? I might have problems with you niggas, but I also have agreements with you niggas too. Like, listen, like, alright.
I think that was the kind of where I was trying to go.
Yeah, it's like we have no boundaries with white people because we're not them. They don't have a boundary with us. You feel what I'm saying? We're gonna have a line drawn with each other. Like this is what I'm saying. Niggas make it seem like we have no type of like.
But are you sure? Because even in Congo, Sudan, in the conflicts that are happening there, it's just some very egregious things happening that black people are inflicting on black people. So are you saying that that's a
that's conflict. I didn't say that we won't have conflict.
No, but even in that conflict, that's my point. Even within that conflict, there's no bounds. You get what I mean? Like there's no sense of morality or human. Like they're not. There's no moral compass in how they're engaging in the conflict. Like it's very barbaric, in the natures of which we as Americans would describe like a colonizer or slavery times. Like there was no line, or there's no.
It was just gonna be singular, right? Conflict, but it's gonna be a mass agreement of boundaries. It's not like everybody across the board is just gonna say, fuck everybody's boundaries, and we don't have a, decorum with each other because we, you know what I'm saying, of the same kind of shit like that. It's definitely always gonna be conflict all over in different places. People gonna disagree every fucking day, all day long. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not gonna be to our heinous. We're never gonna have heinous niggas.
That's why I'm telling you I disagree. And that's why I use the conflict in Congo and Sudan, because it's very barbaric, it's very heinous, the things that they're doing. It's not just as simple as like I have an issue with you and we're beefing over territory and I'm gonna kill you. Like the things that they're doing are very barbaric. Like it lacks all sense of morale or humanity. So it's not just, so I don't know, like is that a sub consequence of the colonizer, or are some people just inherently evil? it's something to ponder on for sure. I've always thought about it. Like, are some people just inherently evil? It doesn't matter to.
But connect, I think, like you said, I just think all of this is like built around conflict. That's what I'm saying. You do, even when you look at like we talk about white slavery and stuff like that. For if I ain't mistaken, I've heard somewhere in the past, even Africans enslaving other Africans, and you know what I mean. It just kind of seemed like no matter what scenario we put in here, race wise, whatever, it's still there. I don't know. I guess you feel like how you was talking about, I was like, I wouldn't even, maybe somebody who ain't light skin might not get somebody that's dark skin. Like me personally, yeah, that do sound crazy, but at the same time, it probably would happen. It happened a lot more if we just was all black. I don't know, some of this, I think we think about, again, back to human nature, some of it is somewhat, seems like just what we would just do as humans, and it ain't all the way racially, like, I don't know. But I don't know, and sometimes I think if it was all black people in America, especially like if you took all the black folks right now in America, we just went and got our own country. I don't know. I think it should still be like a mess, like because we already still be up against each other and shit. That we just go to a world where ain't nothing but us and we running everything. It might even be worse. I don't know. I know it sounds crazy, but
You have to also consider why the British even came to colonize America in the first place. I don't know if we ever discussed that. Like why did they run from their own country? Like, why did they need to separate themselves from the British? Like, how were they being treated in Britain to need to delineate in such a way?
But they was fighting with different people. Like, remember Spain and all of that other shit. Like, the British are coming. That's where all that shit come from. Like, all of the Seminole Wars and all of that shit in America. Like, that was the British. That's why that slave ship shit and all of that shit is a lie and a fucking myth. The niggas that was on ships was the Europeans. They were the ones coming over here. It wasn't a fucking, like, and you're like, yo, even with the accounts that niggas was reading and shit like that, these niggas talking about they got yacht-sized boats. Like, what are we talking about?
Please don't tell me you're not one of them niggas that don't. Yeah, please don't do that, because I don't have time for that shit tonight. I don't want to fresh you out. Please.
That conversation stresses me out. We have to start. It was so much happening at one time. They were saying so much at one time. I'm like, bro, I can't even debunk the first thing, because now you even said something else that's super egregious, like. Okay, let's go back to your point.
Do what research? I'm not about to do this with y'all tonight, I promise you. I will not fucking curse everybody out. All of y'all. I will curse you all out. Don't play with me. No, I don't have time for this.
Do what you gotta do.
Stay on mute. Because what the fuck is y'all talking about?
Right.
So, are you saying that you
I always said it's two people that I would never argue with.
You're one of the niggas. I will argue with an Israelite too, because you're delusional as fuck. I will argue with a nigga like and a nigga. Because both of them niggas is delusional.
Okay,
Y'all
so
be thinking
it's argue with the Israelite, the NOI.
Only thing I don't argue with is the gays. I don't argue with
Again, yeah, no, I refuse.
I don't argue with Israelites. I'll argue with them all because they're all stupid. The gays is the only ones I don't fuck with. I can't, because there's nothing. I can't beat them. There's no beating. So I just don't even bother. But everybody else can get it because y'all stupid. And I'm just like keep explaining the stupidity that comes out of your mouths. Like, what the? Y'all are the equivalent to flat earthers, just ridiculously retarded. Like, y'all just came up with a scenario that suits whatever you felt like it being, and that's what it's gonna be. Slavery existed whether you fucking wanted it to or not. And it wasn't the same kind of slavery as the ones in Europe or the ones in wherever the fuck. It's different. And yes, people did come over here on boats. How the fuck do you think the goddamn pilgrims got here? Y'all are ridiculous, okay? Just mute the fuck up, child.
Yeah,
Don't say nothing else. Thank you.
We're not going there. What I was gonna say is the conversation.
So you don't know what pilgrims are?
Yes, we're getting past this. We're getting no.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not about to argue with you about this. What the fuck you talking about? Who are pilgrims?
Okay.
What do you think? Why do people just? No, because Bubbles, you know that shit pisses me off. Why do they do this? What the fuck? I can't.
Let's not do that. But no, I don't see anything wrong with the conversation that we're having now. Is this another segment of your high thoughts?
Yes, but I ain't gonna lie though.
Okay. All right.
You know, I didn't think you was a nigga. I thought, indoctrinated you on Clubhouse. And Vic, please don't tell me you want to, because you.
No. But I
can't.
I have lately been more so.
Oh, see.
No. I've been more so looking into. I really think it was something I said. Talking about these votes and how we got over here and shit like that. I've been more looking into.
You gonna have to
because
do it.
It's something Ayan had said that had me thinking. So I don't know. Some of us might have already been over. I don't know. I don't
That
know.
part is true.
So,
There were people here. That's a fact. I'm not about to argue with what's wrong with you. I just got one question.
Sorry,
It's too late and too early to go there at the same time. But guess what? I got time. Because I slept. I went to sleep and I slept till I couldn't sleep no more. So I'm like, and I want to know one thing. How is it? This don't have nothing to do with the nigga conversation because I'm over that. But how is it that adults, grown people, get on the internet and not the internet, as my Californian proper speaking people would say, the internet, and all of a sudden you discovered some new shit that you ain't never known because this nigga on YouTube said it. That, because the white man ain't tell you the truth. You believe that shit? Like, I done seen so many adults, males especially. Let's start the fight there because it's really a problem amongst you all, the males, right? I done seen so many adult males get indoctrinated by internet babble that I don't believe. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, so what happened?
trying to say we go.
What kind of disconnect is this? Like, y'all don't have no kind of standing on nothing. Y'all motherfuckers just switch up when soon as the next new thing come along. What the hell is going on?
I do agree that it do be sometimes be like, that come on now, folks that be looking for anything and looking at anything. But since the internet and these podcasts and all this shit that came out, Clubhouse, all that, there has been information that has triggered my mind to make me want to go and look into things. And sometimes it might change your mind. I do think sometimes they niggas just be a little too out there where they just get swayed. Whatever season, whatever they just watch, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I guess because it's so much.
Sometimes when I hear people talk, I go through an experience called the imposter syndrome. It's like, I know what I know. But you making me question the fact that I know what I know, and I don't like that. And it starts to piss me off after a while. Because then I go and do the research, and it's like, you already knew this. Like, and they just sounded so convincing to the point where it made me question myself. And I looked it up, and they're still going to argue the fact that I'm wrong. I'm like, just because a nigga wrote a book don't mean he was telling the truth in it. Like,
that's what I said. Like, these niggas get one source, and they be like, yeah, but the nigga that wrote the hands of time told the whole story. I'm like, what?
That's what he said.
Just like you were talking about the flat earth.
One nigga that said it, so he the one, he the truth teller. Nigga, get the fuck pertaining to like religion and like history of any sort, I'll look up. I know the original story. I know the story that I know, but this person is telling me a whole different story. So I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna, find something to see if I could kind of get their story. But if I don't get it, I don't care. And you can tell me whatever you want to about the white man and the white man giving us the books and all of that. But what y'all fail to realize is we got stories too. Like, the white man ain't the only man with fucking history. Y'all niggas be fucking doubting y'all own ancestors for real. Like, y'all get on my nerves. I swear to God, I can't stand you niggas. I swear. I can't. That make me sick. Another nigga tell me in the goddamn chat, look it up. I'ma look you the fuck up. I'm telling you that right now.
Hell no. The niggas back. I thought you was up for me. Nah, the cellular gods made my phone die real quick.
Thank God.
Real shit. Coming through my phone. Real shit.
Okay.
This is the what? So you want me to repeat what I just said because it was a prevalent question.
I said the cellular gods did what they did.
Well, the cellular gods, yeah, I'm gonna ask you again because the cellular gods made you miss out on a good question. And that question is, nigga, how is it that your grown ass has gotten indoctrinated by the internet? I need to know. Because I done seen, bubbles. Let me tell you who I done found. Like, Muslims is different. Religion is tricky. So I don't really talk about that shit.
You know what?
It's a tricky situation, and I don't judge people by their faith.
He be trying to listen.
Y'all don't be minding y'all business, especially like, you know what I'm saying?
Our business.
Yeah, y'all mind your business for the most
Just look at the different countries that have conflicts. They be minding their business. Everybody else can mind their business. No, you will. I mean, what do you care? Why do you care? Are you curious? Like, why do you care? I don't care what I believe.
Orange so easy.
Why do you care if I wrap my hair? It's mine.
That's true. Like, I have my own notions about religion, but I'll leave it at that because I respect people's choices. However, I've seen people go.
I've explored everything.
No, I've seen people go to the complete.
I'm home. My feet up.
And I respect that, but I've seen people go to the complete extreme. Like, I seen a girl on Clubhouse, and this was a minute ago. Young girl, she had to be about 21, something like that. Stay in rooms with nigga lights all day. And she lived a certain different kind of life, and it wasn't. Listen, she lived a certain kind of life, and it wasn't. It was wicked according to them. And they talked to her into being a nigga light, and the next thing you know, she a nigga light bitch. And I'm trying to figure out why. Like, how did that even happen? None of this shit that they saying makes any sense.
I do. I'm a nigga like.
You talking about grooming? That was some serious grooming. Oh, my mama, that was grooming.
I think I want to know.
Yeah. Why?
They sound cool.
Hold on, let me say, no one person on this earth can convince me to be anything. Nobody on this earth. I just have too much, and my parents were too inquisitive. Yeah, my parents were they were very brilliant people. So they never forced anything on any of us. They're like, learn life. That's how my parents taught us, learn and be a student of life and form your own perspective and your own opinion, study everything, question everything, right? So once I come to a conclusion about something, I sit there and I'm like, okay, I'm cool. Like this, I'm content here. And I love that for me. So I don't know, some things I'm just not interested in knowing or exploring. I have to be like, yeah, no. Like, that just made me tiresome.
What was it you grew up Muslim your whole life?
So my dad is Muslim and my mom, she passed away. She was Christian. So we
See,
never
my
had
dad
to
is Muslim too. My mom was Christian.
It's okay. We never had to choose in my house.
But look, y'all
My
niggas.
brother's Mormon. Like, how are you Mormon?
But that's the thing.
Yeah, family reunions must be interesting, huh?
It is. Everybody very.
I guess Mormons somewhat don't lie with Christianity too a little bit, so you know.
Do you do Christmas with the family? You don't celebrate Christmas. Do you still do it because they gather?
No, they be trying to finagle me.
You don't even gather with the
Like,
people.
I'm just come over for dinner. Like, you're not slick.
Damn.
Paganism.
They be trying to
See,
like
that's what I'm
give
saying
me gifts
about.
like 3 days before.
That's my plight with religions, right? It's not fun. No fun. So it's like if you really like following the letter of the Lord, there's no room for fun.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Like that.
Growing up Christian, like that's why I said I
Depends on what you
couldn't
ask.
Christian.
I
Cause
just
it's
never
like
like that.
for me with religion,
Explain to me.
it's too strict.
For sure.
I think I just rather go to hell. Yeah, I think I just rather go to hell. I live like
The gin always wears confidence.
to be for real, like I live life. I just
You're a
tell
wild
to
man.
the one.
There's so many restrictions like that. I know, but I'm just saying.
Listen.
The thing is, like, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I really got a connection to God. I don't even understand what is happening here. All of these things are distractions. However, God told me that the people need something to hold on to, so I just let them hold on to it. But I got a real connection, and God is very understanding. That's why all of these things, they need something to hold on to. Faith. It's with faith. That's what
I
faith
can't
is.
listen.
Something
I can't speak. Hold on. Listen, I can't speak. Yeah, so Cyrus. You want to say what's up?
Hey, Kenny. Hey, we talking.
He done came closer. You know.
So wait, what was the secret?
Okay. Anyway, this is what I was gonna say. I can't speak. Hold on. I can't speak for nobody else. Listen, my religion. Go in, make your prayers. Ain't no images, ain't no paintings, ain't no pictures, ain't no nothing. You do your prayers. You go about your business. As someone that is sober, right? That's why I say it just depends on what you describe, what you think is fun. You know what I mean? No. So I think it's just, but again, remember I told you about my parents.
I know
Very like hippie, like you gotta remember how I preface this conversation, Brooklyn. I can't speak for nobody else.
Right.
I can't speak for nobody else, but I also said that my parents were very free spirited in the sense of like you explore, learn life. You know what I mean, and find a path. Just know that there's something beyond yourself. That's rooting you. Whatever that is for you, figure it out. That's how my parents were. So with that said, it's how you perceive fun. For me, having daily structure, like a routine, being grounded in a routine, that level of stability is very peaceful. Because right before Islam, I was really close to a Japanese family. I worked with them for years, and they were Buddhist. They had my cousin is Buddhist. They had a level of like pureness over their family, calmness, right, that I didn't experience anywhere else with anybody else. I'm like, bro, this is like the happiest group of people I've ever met in my life. Like,
You think you're happier than us? That's what you.
no. can't speak for nobody else. I'm only speaking about my lived experience. But those were like the happiest people, and they explained to me that when you see any Buddhist people put up like their index finger point up, they're saying we're all one, right? They believe in, they have an interesting belief, but I'm not gonna get into it unless you ask me. But they were so calm, and I would ask the elder of the family every day. I'd be like, "How are you?" And he would be like, "I'm not in a state of suffering." Every single day for like 2 years straight, he would say this: "I'm not in a state of suffering." I'm like, what does he mean by that, right? But he's like, I'm not suffering in life. So for me, when it comes to beliefs, whatever grounds you, brings peace to you, helps you understand other people better, I'm for it. I'm with that. And for me, that just happens to be Islam. Like, I have a routine, I got a structure. It's all written for me. It's very simple. So how you may perceive it as being strict, and that's okay because there's Rastafarians. You see what I'm saying? Like whatever roots you, it keeps you as a peaceful, calm person. It helps you see
But I know,
in diplomacy.
I know Muslims, but here's the thing, like, it does, it's strict, but it also depends on how you practice, too.
That's also
I know Muslims that's not, right, you really can't say that it's strict, but I'm like, I'm the type of person, if it's rules that I must abide by, I'd rather abide by the rules or don't. And if I don't abide by the rules, it's because I don't want to be a part of it. And I'm not going to be a part of something that I can't follow the rules to. That's just how I am. Now, being a good person, I can do, but I don't need to do, like, my morality isn't based on a theory. That's just how I look at it. It's not based on a theory. It's based on, actual good and evil. Like, I understand good and evil without religion. I don't need it. Yeah. I understand the difference. I don't need it. That's how I feel.
I said, when I find out all of this sinning that we've been doing on earth, man, your ass really go down different.
It's so I know for a fact that God is not that strict.
Hey, bro, you want, and I say the same thing. And I say, if I really serve the God that's strict, I wouldn't, me personally, I wouldn't want to serve a God that's strict. Like, in a Christian belief, no matter what you do, if you don't believe Jesus died for your sins, no matter how good you were, you're still going to hell. So y'all, what kind of God is that? Like, y'all don't fuck with God.
But here, that's not the thing.
I don't fuck with other people's God. I fuck with my own God. You know what I'm saying?
I don't fuck with people's concept of God, but I fuck with the creator of all things. Yeah. What they feel is God.
Oh,
that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't listen. I ain't going too far. What I'm saying to you is, I understand that there is a super conscious being that is in control of it all. I do know that.
So I'm not what you do when you look up at the sky.
I'm not like an atheist.
You saying it's a nigga playing GTA and saving the game like PlayStation 2. Remember, if you ain't have a memory card, you couldn't cut the game off. Like, nigga had to go to school and leave the game on and tuck it under the dresser so a nigga would touch it and know it's on still.
That game used to be hella hot.
It worked like Resident Evil. Ain't no not saving that shit when you playing it.
I'm not saying that it's a nigga that's playing a video game with our lives connect. Now you going, I told you was going too far, and I meant it.
Listen,
let me be free, brother.
Like, I'm smoking right now too. Like, what are you
talking about? Just up in here blazing.
What you saying? I don't understand. Why are you saying that? It's not a nigga playing GTA, first of all. It's more complex. It's more complex than that, definitely. However the case may be, it is not.
You ain't about to tell me the motherfucker's fabric of life. I don't want to hear this. You about to...
Religion is a man. Listen, religion is a man-made concept. I don't care. Religion is a man-made concept. Belief is what you know, is different, but
so religion. We living in a simulation.
No, I don't believe we live in life.
What is
We're talking about what we live in.
So you don't believe in quantum physics and none of that? Straight there?
Y'all need to put the blunt down.
Physics?
It's time. It's time to put the blunt down.
Nah, because I'm trying. He need to put the blunt down.
Y'all making me happy.
That's high.
I'm saying, like, you know,
Gonna have people and you ain't had it like they try, like you damn near feel they look at y'all talking about some real shit.
I am talking about some real shit like string theory. You never heard of string theory? Quantum
I
physics.
ain't gonna lie, and nigga, I do think we live in a simulation.
Okay, slow down. Glad you brought that up. Because Buddhists believe that.
I know they do.
Buddhists believe in string theory.
What we not saying
About string theory. I don't know nothing about
It's
it.
about
I'm
how
not quote another
particles...
religion. Mom, give me a second.
Look, it's about how particles react without an observer. So it's like the magic trick with the fucking bunny in a hat. Everything you could fathom and imagine is in that hat until an observer pulls out whatever the fuck they make matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, matter ain't real until we create it in our brain. Like, and it's for us to be able to fathom what reality. So, like, the movie, I forgot what movie it was, where they explained it, but they ain't say it. So it was the movie where the nigga got blew up in the army in the helicopter, and he was going on a train back and forth, and trying to complete a mission. And then at the end of the movie, he realized he was just a brain in a box, and his body was gone. But his mind made him feel like he had a body, so he could fathom what the fuck was going on. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so I'm gonna read it. Y'all ready? Y'all high anyway, so
Super.
let's take a little trip. So Buddhist people believe what is string theory. So from the physics side of it, string theory which is what connected to it. String theory is a framework in theoretical physics that proposes everything in the universe, particles, forces, even gravity, is made of tiny vibrating strings of energy. These things are one-dimensional, and their vibration determine the particles' properties, mass, charge, spin. So if you just look at that from, I guess you can't separate science from physics, like atoms and electrons and different molecules. Like, so I understand the concept of that because it's rooted in science, of like water, oxygen, fire, different properties, humans, like how we are created, electrons, protons, etc. Right? So the core Buddhist concept and how it's relevant is emptiness. Everything lacks inherent independent existence. To elaborate, that means like nothing can be created nor destroyed, you know? So all phenomena are interdependent, arising due to causes and conditions. And then the interconnectedness dependent. Sorry if these are a lot of words, try to follow me. So it means this mirrors how string theory describes the cosmos. All particles are vibrations of the same string in different states. So they don't view anything as separate from one another. Animals, the wind, people. Everything is a constant flux.
They do it from a micro.
And they believe that there's a no self theory. Hold on, almost done. They believe in a no self theory. So their difference in practice versus like a religious practice is like they, from my understanding, the concept of a soul. They don't believe in a soul because they feel as though the soul is a part of the ego, right? So it would contradict the no self theory, which is there's no fixed permanent self, only processes and patterns. So like when they transition, they don't think that they transition to like a spirit realm. You just transition in form, which I guess correlates with religious beliefs in a way. I suppose. I don't know. It depends on how you choose to see it. But yeah. So your string theory.
I think outside of their affinity for cows, Hindus may like their practice makes a lot of sense to me. Outside of the whole reverence for cows, I just don't understand why cows.
Not all of them did it that way. Not all of them.
What they be doing?
Well, I'm not talking about Buddhists. I'm talking about Hindus. Like their reverence for cows. Like, yeah, their reverence for cows is kind of weird to me. But outside of that, I get their practice makes a lot of sense to me. Buddhists too, in a way.
But look,
But Hindus is more like, you know what I'm saying?
But look, you know why, Brooklyn? Go look up that shit, the Gateway Experiment. That's really why. You know, Hindu and Buddhist people been practicing. Like, I wouldn't say it's hemi-sync, because I guess that's the new term that the dude came up with. I forgot his name, but like the whole hemi-sync, out-of-body experience, astral projection shit. I think they've been practicing that shit forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they Coach Brian Conta mastered it, and not everybody could do it. But I'm saying, like, they got enough people to do it to where they can say, "Hey, I know this nigga be astral projecting, and he be seeing shit, and he one with himself, and he out of here." So,
Right, like I feel like if science can't explain certain things to me, it's not real. So that's why I have a disconnect with religion, because it's like a lot of things
If science can't explain something to you, then it's not real.
Yeah, if science, if it's not like something that is evident, like it can't be seen in nature, or it's not like archaeological proof, I can't really.
There's a lot that you, but even in science, there's a lot that you can't see.
I know.
Even with your eyes,
That's what I feel like.
colorways that you cannot pick up.
Yeah, I understand that part. Yeah, I understand that part. But and that's why a lot of things is yet to be believed. However, when it comes to religion in particular, that's where I have the disconnect from religion, because it doesn't science doesn't explain religion to me. It doesn't coincide. It kind of.
Wait, but you believe it? You don't believe in gravity, but you believe in.
I didn't say I didn't believe it. Who said I didn't believe in gravity?
Gravity, nigga.
I've never. Who said I didn't believe in gravity though?
Is she?
It's a scientific. There's a scientific explanation.
So that's
Right, there's a scientific explanation for gravity.
You don't think like you don't think science kind of goes hand in hand with religion sometimes?
No, never.
Like this one thing, because religion is a belief. So yeah, a lot of it, I feel it to me in certain times it does go hand in hand, but religion is belief based. So it's kind of like that's the whole point of religion, is that you believe in what you can't see or can't explain. But I don't know. I think a lot of times, even when I look at certain things like Noah's Ark that happened in the Bible, due to me understanding science, I kind of can't believe in that story. So sometimes it takes me away from religion, but sometimes it explains some things that make that religion. Like I feel like sometimes science is just the explanation of, you know what I'm saying, stuff you can't see, or you know what I mean, like you were saying, like these really gravity.
Is the first fucking like psycho, like them niggas got niggas on some. These is fucking these ain't religions. These is like control books. Like they really give people sets and rules and controls, and then it just tests your moral character. Because with or without the book, you still know how to be a good person. Innately, you know right from wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Innately, you're supposed to know right from wrong. Some people, morality to make you a better person, then good for you. But I just personally don't need it to make me a good person. I know who I am. I know. Yeah, I think I know I got it.
Any specific. I don't think you're under any specific religious practice, but I do think that you believe. Yeah, so you remind me of like a younger. Not saying that you're less wiser than me in this conversation, but just like how your thought process and how you perceive life, how you process life is how I thought when I was younger. I was very inquisitive and super into science and just like studying life in itself. So yeah, I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, but look, aliens would be the best expert.
Don't you start with that alien stuff.
See, niggas scared of this shit.
I want to talk about aliens.
Niggas wanted to be a sky daddy.
No, don't do too much. But my thing is, a sky daddy is a limitation in itself. Because there's a whole universe and a galaxy, so that's that. But the reason why I don't, beyond the galaxy, the reason why I don't like talking about aliens is because my mom used to think I was scared of Scooby-Doo, but it was really X-Files, so she wouldn't let me watch Scooby-Doo, but she would let me watch X-Files.
X-Files would be crazy.
Yeah, so.
I did not like that theme song. The X-Files theme song just crazy.
Okay, let's move past aliens quickly. Thanks.
But I heard this off topic. I heard the aliens out there raping.
You want to fight?
You want to fight?
It's crazy. It's funny. So when people are talking about science, move back to Venus. So are you saying that women are from Venus? Girls are from Venus. Men are from Mars. Boys are from Mars.
No. I want to go back to something that you said. I want to go back to something that you said, Brooklyn, about science, right? So Einstein believed that time is in the fourth dimension, right? But time is only relative depending on where you are, because the time on Earth is not the same time on Venus, because we're moving at a different speed because of our axis, if I'm not mistaken. Our axis has nothing to do with time?
No, gravity. So our time is only based off of the sun. All right, and the axis of the way the sun spins, but our gravity.
Sun's the axis. Don't play with me.
No, that's on Earth. That's only because we can see the sun, and that's how we do our time base. So everywhere you go, the sun changes. But again, gravity changes time, quote unquote, because gravity's pull would make you go slower, basically. So like that's why they say when people go out of and no, it's not really both because
astronomy says, correct me so I can understand. So it says astronomy, our human timekeeping is historically based on the day is one rotation of Earth on its axis, the year one orbit of Earth around the sun, the month roughly based on the moon cycle, weeks are cultural religious systems, hours, division of the day. So in a sense, time is based on cosmic movement. So I don't think you're wrong, just help me correlate.
I'm saying that the clock is based off of the sun. You know, every 24 hours the sun goes up and down. Like that's basically it. You get what I'm saying? That's just us observing the sun and us keeping track of what we do every day, right? But if we leave Earth, right, our time would change from the people that's on Earth because gravity's pull makes you move slower. You get what I'm saying?
I know you're not wrong. I just can't process it, and maybe it's because it's 1:30 in the morning. But the basis of what I was saying is that time is only relative to us on Earth, and even that is subjective depending on where you are on Earth. Because if I were to travel to Japan right now, I would be time traveling to the future. Because right now in Japan it's already Monday.
You really like Japan.
So look. No, I wait.
I'm not familiar.
I've been to Tokyo before. This shit
We
was
can't wait.
Wait.
I want to go
Right?
too.
yeah, that shit lit. I'm trying to go
Okay,
again.
Nick, what were you saying? Don't make a lose.
Nah, I was about to say, cause like the shit that you just said about like, alright, so time only relative to us. I think on a mass scale, we understood that time don't exist, right? Time's some shit that we made up. No. Because alright, so if a clock didn't exist on Earth, then what would time be?
You know what it would be to me? If I
Now
was
you
to
talking about it to you. Go ahead.
Okay, but let me just say it to me, right? Like, who was there to be kicking with us in Kenya, Rome, Brooklyn?
We always measure time is fundamental to our human experience. More so for a woman than it is a man. We've always measured time. Always.
And this is what I'm saying. It's like
Because a woman's body is in synchronicity with the moon cycle. Like it literally is. So we've always understood.
Connect, this is what I'm saying. When I look at time, we can say sometimes through entertainment, people say like time ain't a real thing. But if I look at you today, and then I come back and look at you 10 years from now, you ain't gonna look the same. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like time does exist. You know what I'm saying? Because it's
Gravity.
yeah, like I don't know what it is, but it just, even if you, how we eat or whatever, if you eat certain things on so you eat enough over a certain same time, you're not gonna look like a kid or you know.
Let me say this to you, right? So I feel like, all right, without clocks, right? Because this is what we base the time on. We base the time off of.
Not necessarily. That's
so look,
FaceTime.
Because look, he just said like as far as my age, right, and what I would look like over 10 years based on the time that he calculated, whatever results of time that you keep, right? So now if you basing it off that, you got people that don't age at all. So that time concept that you're trying to base it off and use it for, right, it wouldn't work. You get what I'm saying?
No, age at all, bro.
You got people that don't age, that's vegans, that keep their body up, that don't age.
Give me your best vegan. By the time they 80, they gonna look 85. Like, they gonna look 70 at least. You know what I'm saying?
Which again, you gonna keep having to put basis of what you got a measurement of time on when that shit ain't real. And it's why you talking about at least. And none of those, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying none of those ages are real. So it's like, what does a 50-year-old look like? You got a 50-year-old that look like everything. You could find a 50-year-old that look like everything. Like young and old.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying in regards to the appearance. Hold on. I get what you're saying in regards to the appearance of aging, because depending on how you choose to use depending on how you choose to live your life can slow down the aging of your cells, which is true. We see Asian people do that very well. Korean people do that very well. Japanese people do that very well. Just for example. So you can't slow down the process of aging your cells, but time is still relative. Like you're going to age.
I get what you're saying, Pope.
So it may not.
Listen,
you may be able to function at a high.
No, I think we're using the wrong word. Alright, so because time ain't the thing.
I don't want to use like human.
I think time exists, but I don't think time is the concept. I think we just don't understand the concept of what gravity is and what it really do. Because I think like what you said from the beginning, where he was like, time only exists in the fourth dimension. That's what he said. Einstein.
Yes, because time is relative. So like I said, how we perceive and process time on Earth is not the same way that time is being processed on. Let me actually give you some real examples. Give me a second. I'll use Uranus and Venus. Give me 2 seconds to pull it up for you. So on Uranus, Earth hours hours. Let's see, 1 day on Uranus, a full rotation is only 17 hours. So it spins on its axis at a 98-degree angle, so it's spinning faster, right? So 1 year on Uranus is one orbit around the sun, so 84 Earth years. It's just 1 year on Uranus. Does that make sense? It's spinning faster.
Ain't that from gravity supposed?
So 84 years.
From the sun, yes. Would you say?
It's at 84 years. 84
Yes.
years.
So 1 year.
Our 84 years is 1 year to theirs.
1 year. Yes, because the axis is at a 98-degree angle. So, but on Venus, a full rotation is 243 Earth days. So, to make that make sense, 1 year on Venus is 225 Earth days. So, it's actually rotating slower on Venus than it is on Earth. Does that make sense? Because of the gravitational pull of the sun and where we are positioned from the sun.
So time is
So Uranus is faster.
And Venus is slow.
Venus is slower, and it's also spinning backwards. It's spinning at a different rotation than Earth. I know it's a lot too fast. It's cool, right? I mean, you couldn't live there because it's too fucking hot. It's extremely hot.
But look, this is why I keep saying that. I think, not even think we the concept of time that we got, it ain't based off gravity at all. We don't even add gravity in our time.
What's your theory?
No, I'm just saying that gravity is the key to everything. So, like, the nigga Bob Lazar, right? He said, you know, the nigga that, you know who he is, right? Dude that worked, quote unquote, at Area 51. He said,
familiar. I'm a face person. Let me Google.
So he the white dude. His name Bob Lazar. He was supposed to be working at Area 51 as a reverse engineer. Like, he was an engineer, and he was going in there to do like reverse engineering.
Yes.
Yeah, ships and shit. So long story short, he said when he seen one of the ships hover, right? He said that gravity bends light, right? So he said when the ship hovered and went over top of his head, he couldn't see it. He was like, yeah, that shit was like invisible. So when I looked
Remember when I told you about the human eye and how we can't pick up all colors, Brooklyn?
And that's what I was just saying. He was like, gravity bend light. He said, so the way the ship hovers is gravity, like it's bending time, basically. You know what I'm saying? It's bending light, time, and gravity. So, like, that's why I said the way that we that's why it moved the way it moved. And that's why it could, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about ships. So that's why I think they ain't even give us the concept of gravity included with time, because I think we just all started exploring that shit on a mass level. We'd just be on some next.
It's true. Like, it's very. I always tell people to watch the series that Will Smith narrated with NASA. It's called With Earth. The stuff that they talk about on a scientific level like really blew my mind. And at the same time, I was taking astronomy in college, so it was like so much information, but like how intricate and detailed and nuanced the entire universe is really complex. Like I said, but the main thing that like fascinates me is just time, like, and even the position of the Earth from the sun in comparison to other planets, and how the limited information that we understand about like light and how the speed of light determines so much of our existence, like all of that nuance. I'm like, bro, it's divinely strategic. So I'm like, you don't have to believe in one set thing, but you gotta know that there's something beyond you.
that's like
Creating all of this, because the Earth is. If the Earth was just one position off, like we wouldn't even exist.
I ain't gonna lie, I think
it's 1 degree different.
I swear, I think the fake concept that we are just.
Why do you think they're fake when they're relative to something that you can see, feel, and touch? It's relative to oxygen. It's relative to fire. It's relative to iron. Like it's.
And that's why we all got theories with science, because nothing is like.
That's true.
Absolute.
The science is only based on what do you base science on?
Theories that everybody accepts.
Yeah. Did you test them?
You can test the theory, but the theory also changed. Test change.
Only with results, though, right?
Nothing's absolute. That's my whole point. So when you're talking that, I feel like that one person and that one degree and all of that, I think that shit is just lies and for the mass to be like, yeah, this is God's doing and everything is perfect and it had to be aligned. And I think that just going to.
So you think more so on a philosophical level?
Yeah, that shit just ties with it. Because you know what you're going to blame it on? The only thing you could blame the perfect alignment of where we live, where we God, everything is perfect.
Well, on a philosophical level, they pondered, I think that's an appropriate word to use, they pondered the theory of God being omnipotent, right? All knowing. So I do think that there's things beyond our human comprehension.
I believe it.
Yeah, because I don't know. Because like I said, science in testing theories, you understand that I'm gonna take it down to like our senses. We cannot pick up everything in the same ways that a spider can, or a fish can, or a bird. Like we are even restricted in our own human capacity in ways that we understand, right? Like our abilities are limited. So why would that limitation only be limited to our physical capacity? Wouldn't that same limitation be on our mental capacity? Because even to an extent, Einstein is not comparable to the average human mind. You get what I'm saying? Even Aristotle and different what would they be, philanthropists? Is that how you would describe a person that studies philosophy? Their brains. Okay, what's the appropriate?
Yeah, philanthropist, somebody to give him philosopher, I guess is what you took me.
Philosopher, thank you. It is 1:47 in the morning, so thank you for that. I'm not without flaw. Even in that, so their brains operated in a certain way that the average person's brain does not function. So it's the same with, like I said, we have restrictions and limitations on our physical bodies in the ways that other creatures on Earth don't, and vice versa. So I don't think that that limitation is just over our physical bodies. I think it's over the capacity of which we can perceive and process information as well. So there's a lot that we cannot grasp as human beings, and I think that is beautifully constructed and designed to the point where, like, I've tested so much in my own brain that I'm like, there has to be a God. Granted, everyone doesn't see it that way, but for me, like I said, I understand each and every point of what all of you guys have presented, which has left me with the final conclusion, like, that there is an omnipotent creator. But you get what I'm saying? It roots me in that.
You know what I believe? I think we are digging up. I think motherfucking, maybe it was some humanoid type shit, but that's the only concept that would fucking make sense to where, because it's like the concept of there's nothing new under the sun, right? So it's like, alright, I don't give a fuck how long it took, but all the fucking tools were here to have the flat screen TV and cell phones and everything else. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm talking about under the sun. So whether it was from this planet or not from this planet, it's nothing new. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it'd be on some reset concept type shit where, like, how the government hold information back from us for 50 years and they already got the technology, and niggas be feeling like, oh, look at this, we got some brand new shit. I can't believe we're at this point. And we've been at this point. And niggas just get spoon fed. So, like, that would be the only, like, to me, like, fathomable, like, concept where it's a presence not from this place, and that's where the fuck we came from.
We're not responding to that, Yes.
I'm saying, if you believe birth,
I just see how.
if you believe every baby gotta come out of pussy, or you believe Virgin Mary, that's what you believe.
slow down. So even in your belief of humans being demigods, that's still in correlation with the belief of religious people, because religious people, Judaism, Christians, Islam, believe that the creator of all things breathed, is that how you say it? I'm sleepy, y'all. Blew life into humans, yeah, right? So, like, what we're breathing is God blew that into us, right? Like the air that we breathe. I don't know, I'm not saying that right. There's a much smoother way to translate that too. Did you get what I'm saying? No, like the breath of life, literally the breath of life. So even the conception of a human being is an immaculate process. Like, you don't get to, as much as we can imitate it really is beyond our control. Like, choosing to accept.
You being sleepy because nigga, it's lighters out. Yeah, it's lighters out.
Lighters is crazy.
Like they can have babies.
Lighters is wild.
We do anything. That shit you talking about is a complex. Niggas make shit. Like niggas could spit on the ground 100 years. That shit turn to something. Like this shit we don't. It's
so you think Jurassic Park is possible?
I'm saying niggas.
I think Jurassic Park is possible too.
I'm saying if niggas wasn't fucking with alligators, who killing them? You know what I'm saying? If you ain't killing snakes and shit like that, you know what they do? They overpopulate. What the fuck? They don't stop. You know what I'm saying? It's not like shit is just killing shit. Shit be living for hundreds of thousands of years and shit like that. It's 98% of the earth we ain't explored yet. You talking about the
So what do you? So that's my point.
What is
the ocean.
On the ocean.
Listen, that's my point. We don't even know what all is on Earth yet. It's not humanly possible for us to grasp things beyond our limitations. Like, it's impossible. We can't even explore the depths of this planet. Like, it's something beyond our control and our under.
Why I know it ain't no sky then. That's why I
It's
know
not in the
something.
sky. Like, what do you?
I don't think
So when you say that, like, you believe it's not a God at all, right? So, like, what is your theory on creation? And like, where did it originate from? As far as
our creation, I don't know what they got.
Who created them?
who created them?
I answered that before you asked. I said I don't know who created.
But then we still believe in an original creator then, somewhere.
How y'all gonna skip over y'all God and y'all God daddy and trying to figure out their God daddy?
This is
Like this shit.
no, connect. This is what you, and I understand it. It's not coming from a place of like criticism or judgment when I say it. Because I believe that there is a creator of all creations. Allah is what we call him, or call it Allah, right? Or God, however you want to translate it. That's beyond my human. That's beyond my human comprehension. Even when I try to think of Allah, like materialize it in my brain, I can't, because it's beyond my comprehension. Where I'm like, okay, I understand that there's an Earth, there's a universe, galaxies. Well, who created that? What created that? What created that? What that created that? Like, it's beyond what I'm able to proceed, like, process. I can't even process it. It's beyond me. Like, and I'm okay with that. I think Erykah Badu has a song. I don't think I know. Where she said, "A man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all." Right. And then she said something along the lines of like, something like, "But the fear is just the same." Like, even if you don't believe in
some
fear,
intellects. She said some intellects do not believe in God, but they think them all the same.
Exactly. So it's like it's beyond your comprehension. It's like you know it's something.
everybody believed it. It started from somewhere. Whether you believe it's a man, a woman, or whatever, a spirit, whatever, you believe it. And if you like, but see, even then that's somewhat you believing in God.
With anybody on, listen, I can't argue anybody on Sky Daddy. Hold on. I can't argue anything on a Sky Daddy, quote unquote. If we haven't even discovered all of the ocean, I rest my case. Like, until we discover all of the ocean and we figure that out, then we can debate something. Like, if we can't even debate that, we can't begin to debate something beyond that.
And that's why I say, I think even when we look at it as all this technology that we had in the world, and we have made great technological advances, right? But it's like, with all this technology we have, we as humans really still can't get to the depths of the ocean as much as we really want to, or even the depths of space. You know what I'm saying? So it even just go to show you with some things we wasn't supposed to know.
It's impossible.
It's some things we weren't supposed to know. Like how God said it. This shit I just
accept it.
Like, no, this shit that I'm not. This shit that I just said to y'all. This is like, you talking about all these technological advances, just in the same person, we still can. And this is the shit that I'm saying. It ain't nothing new under the sun. We can. Niggas is just spoon fed knowledge and what the fuck is really going on. So like niggas gonna feel like we can't, because they told us we can't until they say we can. And then it's like, alright, we could. We listen, I get you. We physically cannot get below the ocean, like to a certain extent, like the pressure just make us explode.
Human bodies can't even handle the pressure.
We physically can't do it. Now I ain't gonna lie, like maybe there's some technology they can make one day where they can send a machine down there.
Niggas in that submarine.
But even a machine would probably explode trying to go to its ocean, its water, its science, its
too much pressure.
Ain't gonna get to. And that's what I mean. Y'all niggas ain't never y'all don't even know this shit, man. Y'all don't know what's going on.
Alright, Connect. I need you to go get on the shit.
Connect to hitting that blood right now, man.
To the depths of the ocean. You come back to me.
My boy hitting that blood right now.
Tell me how it works. Humans can't even fly. No, I do think it's beautiful that a human created a plane. Like, I think about that all the time.
That's
really
crazy.
shit. Somebody saw a bird one day and they were like, I want to fly and create subhanAllah, like, and created a plane. That is brilliant. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, there's just restrictions. We cannot just, hold on. I need what he said to breathe. We cannot explore the depths of the complete ocean because of the pressure. It's humanly impossible to do so. We cannot explore the vastness of space because of the speed of light. We don't have enough life. We don't have enough time to do it. It's physically impossible. So again, I don't understand. We understand that.
And it just
All of that from a scientific, I'm almost done. Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm already choking on my little cashews. Hold on.
She catching your second hand.
How we can understand. I gotta cut it. You know they say the lack of sleep is the equivalent of being drunk. Astaghfirullah, I'm gonna have to go to sleep. I don't understand for the life of us how we understand through science our restrictions and limitations as human beings, but we don't think that we have those same restrictions and limitations within the capacity of our own minds. It's just not going to click for me. It's not. I trust me, every little thing to scratch and ponder on, I've pondered on in this life. And I'm young as hell, but I've pondered on it. And trust me.
Yeah, I've been pondering on this kind of shit for hours and hours on hours. But nah, I just think, like you was talking about, whether it be space, whether it be ocean, whether it be like, it's just certain things we're not supposed to know, and even that just lets me know it's a creator, even God put it into. It's like, no matter how technically, logically advanced y'all niggas smart y'all get, no matter what y'all do, you can reach new heights and define new boundaries. But at the same time, it's some shit I ain't even to let y'all get to. And even science doesn't let you get to. That's why I say God created science, and science somewhat is to me an explanation that there is a God. Like when I was talking to Brooklyn, that's why I feel like it does correlate to religion as much as we don't want to admit. Science is
I tell you the same thing. God kept giving human stuff to confirm his existence, and he was just like, you know what, fuck it. Like, either you gonna believe or you don't. Like, I'm tired of y'all. Like, here's the freedom if you want to. Like,
and that's what I'm saying. When you look at the boundaries, it's like, hey, you don't believe it or not.
But that's my point though when I say that it doesn't correlate. It's like a lot of times, like, I don't know about Islam, but like Christianity in particular, it kind of speaks against scientific, belief. Like it doesn't coincide with science. It's like different. It's like you just gotta believe this, and that's the fucking. It ain't like, I got questions. Can you have answers to my question? There's no answers to the questions that the people have. You're just supposed to blindly follow. That shit is weird.
so listen, Brooklyn, listen, you've been to a beach before, right? Right.
Yeah.
And you've walked on sand, right? In the universe, our solar system, our existence is smaller than a grain of sand. Our galaxy is a blip. So science supports that, right? Outside of religion, which is still in religion, but whatever, for the argument's sake. So in understanding that we're smaller than a grain of sand in the grand scheme of things, I don't know. I guess it's back to the Buddhists and humans and their egos, and like it's impossible for, like, we can't even cheat death. Like, people don't live forever.
Right.
You know what I mean? We haven't figured that shit out yet.
That's another boundary. God just said, I'm never gonna let y'all get to that level. Exactly. That's why I was like, it gotta be a God.
Now we blaming God.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know. But to be fair, Janae, we've tested technically all of their theories, and we continue to conclude on ours. But we tested. It's not that like we're saying we're right, you're wrong. Like it's a comparison in a sense. Like I'm willing to ponder and walk with you on this journey. I'm just telling you the process of when I decided to walk.
And like you were saying, connect as far as it being like us being demigods. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm kind of agreeing. I feel like, in my mind, I feel like God made this world, God made us, and He kind of made us gods over this world. That's why we've been able to conquer shit, make inventions, do this, do that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, when we talk about cheating death, nobody can do that. Not really. At least nobody's gonna live forever. You know what I'm saying? But then you got oceans. You got oceans even on Earth that the depths we can't get to, places in space we can't get to. Not to mention the other galaxies that we just live in the Milky Way. It just seems very obvious that there is some force, something that put parameters on us, even though we have exceeded a lot of things. And that's why I kind of feel like it's interesting how we, like, somebody can't believe in God when it's, you look up His eyes.
Religion talks about that too.
I can't put them rules. It's like a nigga couldn't motherfucking fly until he started inventing planes. So it's like I couldn't fathom and all of this other shit. It's like you don't fathom shit until you get a concept of it and somebody introduces it to you. You know what I'm saying? Babies don't know how to fucking spell. They don't know what the alphabet is. Like, niggas don't fathom shit until they introduce like it's like that. Like niggas just be playing with
aliens with slapping niggas on sensor. Nah, but I mean, I feel you. Like you said, like I ain't gonna lie, like I'm finna get on the plane in a minute, and it's like even when I was on the way, it's like damn. Every time I get on the plane, I tell you I'm in Miami, but every time I, you said what? Yeah, Miami. I like Miami for the certain part. But anyway, nah, what I was saying.
You listening to each other?
What I'm saying, I had to get back on train of thought, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, every time I be on a plane, I've been on a plane many times, like, it's like, damn, somebody invented this. How the fuck can we do this? Like, every time I go from the LA to the East Coast, it's like I got here in like 4 hours. It's a 3-hour time, but I got here in 4 hours. That quick. And even when you get jet lag, right? It's like it almost is a feeling in your body. You get jet lag because it's almost like, nigga, you know this wasn't supposed to really happen like that. You weren't supposed to travel that far that quick. You kind of just, your body feels it.
So
but I'm gonna say, talking about cheating death, but let me say this too, Connect. I get what you're saying, but in a way, we kind of have cheated death a little bit because I guess the life expectancy now is way more than it used to be. However, you're still never gonna live forever, and I feel like so. Nah, they do say I think back in the day.
And I don't know, like people in the Bible used to live to like 700 years old.
Yeah, but see, that's probably they measurement of time in the Bible.
Depends on
maybe that's the thing. That's the other thing of a season.
You know what?
A year might have been a day, baby.
Am I in the Matrix?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I think so. You're talking and everybody else talking.
Yeah, we just all have conversations. Go ahead.
Where do you go? She fell. I didn't know.
Yeah, she left.
Was I in the Matrix?
I guess you was. You're not no more though. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm back. And I was trippy. I time traveled. Okay, I'm back. So, no, even it was some kind of saying, oh yeah, when people say that the earth was created in what does the Bible say? 7 days?
7 days.
Right. And when people always say like we're living in the end times, I always thought that people don't understand, they don't have a grasp of what time really is, especially not to God. You know what I mean? Like what we perceive as 7 days on Earth year, that could have been similar to what I said about Uranus, right? That could have been 7 seconds. What we think is 1,000 years could have been 1 minute. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Do you think that time evolved? Like it was just a different, like. A lot of people don't believe. A lot of people, Christian people especially, don't believe in evolution, right? But I do. That's another reason why I have a hard time being religious. But do you think that time evolved? Like over time,
because I think time is gravity, so I definitely think gravity changes on Earth. Yeah, so I think gravity changes on Earth when we feel it. So that's why people be like that. Time feel like it's sped up, but I feel like gravity change on us, and we see it. You know what I'm saying? And feel it through our body.
I think some of it is that, and I think it's somewhere like how you live it. Like I remember when I used to be in school, coming up, it just felt like the whole school year seemed like it took forever. And it seemed like when we got out for the summertime, we went out for like 2 months, but it felt like, I don't know, it felt like a minute. And it's like as an adult,
it's different.
It's different, and I don't know because we didn't experience time
We
as
don't
much.
get that type of time off stuff. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think time is relative to your experience and how you spend it.
maybe that's what it is.
Yes.
But I don't know because
This life is flat way.
the years should have gone by faster.
No. Or are you just not present? Think about it this way.
Maybe I'm not.
Everybody can think about this collectively. Do you remember being 3? Because I remember like being extremely young, and I found it was really rare. So
I remember being really young. I just don't know how young I was.
So I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm in my 30s. So the time between me being 3 and being 30 feels like a week. It does not feel like an extremely long time ago. Like the process of my life, the evolution of my life feels very fast, very quick. Like what we perceive as like it's been 2 decades, it's been, I don't know why I use an old person voice to say that. But anyways, like how we process and perceive life is like, we think like we have so much time, like it's been so long, but it's really relative, and how you're experiencing life. Life comes by and goes really, really quickly.
And that's why I say like I remember being 3. I ain't gonna lie to you though. I was thinking about this other day. I still feel like it's been a lifetime. Like what they said, like how when you go to jail or whatever, they said like they'll give you 20 years. It's like life. It's a lifetime. 20 years ago, I'm 31. So 20 years ago, I was like.
By the time you.
20 years ago, I was 11. So sometimes I think back on stuff. I don't know. In my experience, I feel like it has been a long time. Even though at the same time, I still feel like it's been short. I don't know. I guess I say all that to say that it is somewhat. It is somewhat relative to like how you spend it, what you do, because I feel like we say life is short, and I feel like it is. However, I think that
y'all looking at the standard trying to come up. I'm sorry.
God wanted to come up.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Clay hot fire in the chat.
Yeah, Claymore came here for a minute, but I ain't know else. I ain't know where. But I just let me just finish this. Let me just finish real quick. We say, okay, you got this. Hold on. We say life is short, and it is, but at the same time, we say like life. It seems like it ain't enough hours in a day, or life ain't got enough time. I feel like we do have enough time. However, we waste a lot of it. We waste a lot of time. I think damn near all of us can relate to that. So I think that's why I say time is relative to how you spend it.
Remember what I told you about that Buddhist family that I worked with? They was living in a different time. Like,
yeah.
I cannot explain to y'all that experience.
Oh, smoke. Got to be here.
I'm eating. It's called Tex. It's called. Don't give me that. It's called Tex-Mex, and it's spicy peanuts, and it has chili bites. So yeah.
But look, you know how I know this time shit fake, and it's like a perception of the brain thing, because they got this new shit out, right? What they doing with
I wish I was fake. Jesus,
look, well, our concept of time, because look, they got this new shit with these prisoners where they making them, well, they was testing it, they said they got some shit where they'll be able to serve their whole prison term, like 30 years, in a few hours on a machine where their body gonna feel like they've been there for 30 years.
Niggas smoking.
No lie.
Can you please send me a text? That's all I'm saying. That's all I want.
Well, that shit, oh man, that's some funny shit you just said. Let's see what do I got to say.
I said, I feel very sorry for you because I think you're wrong.
I am so sorry. You gotta get it out first.
Me, I'm down, killers.
You didn't have. No, can you listen to me? Can I speak?
You gonna stress them out, run them down.
Please.
I'm trying to figure out but it gotta be specific, man.
Can I speak, please? And you can reply. Can I speak?
I can speak. It's like,
Brother, you have the floor, brother, please.
Hold on.
I write it.
Wait, first of all, how do you pronounce your name?
Daoud.
Daoud, David. It's like.
Is that how you say it? Daoud?
Basically, they say it, David.
No, how do you really say your name is Daoud?
Daoud, yeah. It's just basically the same language from Israel, Prophet Daoud. Did. It's just.
We're not gonna run like what's your native language. You did. What's your native language?
I'm from. What do you think about it? American accent is very hard. It's like.
Where are you from?
I'm from originally
Like what country?
Okay.
Germany.
Somalia. Okay. So
Go ahead. I already know it's about that.
Mashallah. So it's beautiful. So I'm saying I asked you that because okay.
Okay, can I repeat? I say it,
Yeah,
I
it's
was
okay.
listening a little bit what you were talking about, and sometimes I feel a little bit bad because you didn't see the real language, because in America you didn't have this chance, to see what is the real religion. If you see now in the world, the second biggest is Islam, and how was Christianity was spread? It was through diseases, to kill other people was spread. But Islam was peacefully spread around the world, and you can see every year Islam is growing more and more.
Let me tell you something, right? So it's a room on Clubhouse called Learn How to Speak English. Like, I think before you get on these stages amongst us, because this is hard.
I ain't gonna say it, boy. No,
What I'm trying to grasp.
I think you got good English, but
You didn't do that.
you wasn't speaking to the topic of what we was talking about.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't understand
I
that.
feel a little bit of real. That's why I'm helping you to give one chance to Islam. To see. You have to open your eyes. One time you can see what Islam says and what Christian says, and your own value. You can compare all of these. One time to open your head. It's like what I mean.
So, Daoud, do you think that it's bad to be without religion?
I think it's bad to be without religion.
You think it's bad?
Because God created you, It's not bad, if you can. Please, wait me a little bit. Wait me a little bit. At least,
No, he said please.
Please. I said, without God, if you have like a bad days, it's difficult to compete these bad days without God. But if you believe in God and you have your believing it will be for you easier to compete everything you can. That's why I'm saying to have a God is better. I think, that's
From your experience, yeah. Okay.
So,
You have to be more patient.
on the topic y'all was just on, right? I think I asked this question in another room not so long ago. But what age do y'all feel like time started speeding up for y'all? For me, it was when I turned 26. I'm 34 now. But I feel like when I turned 26, time just started tripling on my ass. Like, man, I'm 26. I feel like when this created up on me, when I graduated high school, when I had to go to school every day, Like, wait, how old?
Yeah, I don't even remember.
I'm 31. So look, the crazy shit is, right? I think we all experience the time speed up at the same time. I think we all just like different ages. So it's like I'm 35. You feel me? So I feel like Marco though. I feel like when I turned like 26, this shit was just gone. This shit was just gone. Like shit, so much shit happened.
I feel like when I turned 10, my shit just.
How old you?
Let me throw some science in there. Okay, so between infancy and 2 is when we develop sensory and motor exploration. So, for example, before you are 11 months old, you have no sense of gravity. I'll explain. So, you know how babies always fall off the bed? Okay. You guys know that, right? Yes. Everybody's following? Okay. It's because they don't have a sense of like the shifts in gravity. No. Stay where I'm at. Don't move too fast. So they can't sense the change in gravity. So like they don't see that like if they're sitting on the bed, they don't see the fact that like
It's the baby's depth perception.
That's why they are falling. They are falling.
You just wake up out of nowhere talking to each other.
and I love that. Thank you, doctor. These are depth perception, right? So
Just
and
wake
then
up
from 3 to
talking.
5. And I love that. At least he's talking about something like he's waking up to some sense of intellect. So between the ages 3 and 5 is where your prefrontal cortex develops. So this is like where you'll start to have an imagination and basic logic emerges. Between the ages of 6 and 12 is where you can apply logic, you have a longer attention span, and you have problem solving skills. They start to develop. Between the age 12 and 18 is when where you have like your emotions emerge and is hyperactive, but judgment isn't fully matured yet. And then between the ages of 18, let me finish. Between the ages of 18 and 25, this is when your executive function solidifies. So like your reasonings, planning, self-control, right? So before the ages of 18, you're pretty sporadic. Cues in like puberty, right? Your emotions are all over the fucking place. You can't control yourself. And then 25, a miraculous things happen where our brain fully matures. So brain stabilizes but continues learning and adapting. So we're letting that into like
You are very intelligent. Are you doctor?
Now, I got a question, Bubbles. Hold on. Stay right there at that last point. Do you think that over the years we developed into that cycle of development and what you explained? Because if you look at our grandparents, like their responses, like the things that they did way before they were the age that we did it. Like for instance, some of our grandparents were married and had children way before the age of 18. You understand? Like 25 was like an old lady at, in certain times. So do you think we developed into that where we develop into the cycles in which you explained?
That's a good question. So I understand what you mean in the sense of like we have more responsibilities at younger ages and different time periods of life, but I don't think that deterred our developmental process. I do think that the saying like some people mature faster than other people. I don't necessarily think they are maturing faster. I think that when you have to grow up faster, it causes you to be underdeveloped. So you ever meet an old person, like a person that's much older than you, but they seem like very underdeveloped in some ways where you are very developed? Does that make sense? Like you have like for example, never? Really?
Well, I don't know, like, I probably did, but I
I mean, it's like we supposed to be smarter than
I wasn't
our
listening to her a lot.
That's very true. We have different opportunities and technological
No, but I'm saying, like, my elders were wise like, and it was normal. Her husband was like 15, and he was a full-grown ass man. My father was way older than my mother, but that's another story. He graduated high school at 15. This nigga, he graduated high school at 15, and it was like normal for the people in his fucking town. They went to this school. Well, him and his cousins, I guess they was smart or whatever, but they was just like super mature by the time they was like 15, 16, whereas I was still a kid. Like, I was a full-blown ass kid
That's what
at
I'm
15 and 16.
So it's not that the cognitive development at those different ages shifted. It's just, like I said, some things had to be suppressed, like in a sense of like if you were in survival mode, for example, you may have to suppress your emotional needs, and then when you are in a safer environment, you're able to process the trauma that you endured. You understand what I'm saying? But in that time, it wasn't an appropriate time for you to process it. So it's not that, for example, people that have children at a younger age aren't still children. They just have greater responsibilities as children, so they suppress some of their development in order to like survive in those moments. I'm trying to explain it the best that I can. So when I say, like, have you ever met an elder that is mature and wise in some sense, but very immature in others, where they have a hard time? Like, for example, if I have certain emotional conversations with my father, it could perplex him.
Oh yeah, like
intelligent.
you feel like certain things like mental health and shit like that, we don't have the same views. Yeah, I get that part. Yeah, that's relevant, but
they just had to
I don't look at but I don't look at that as immature, and that's why I didn't understand what you were saying.
No, so
I look at that as like
immature.
Yeah, I think that's more archaic. It's old and outdated. Outdated way of thinking. Not that it was immature. It's just something that they didn't. It wasn't in their. They didn't know anything about that.
Well, as we evolved as humans, so did our understanding. So did our understanding of ourselves. So
right, like
how we say we have generational trauma, right? Mm-hmm. People pay attention to patterns, and it's like, okay, well, how do you shift that pattern? How do you rewire that? And so you assess, you observe, and it's like, okay, if they have more time to process, for example, between the period of 12 and 18, if they have time to adjust to the emotional and chemical and psychological shifts that are occurring in their brains and in their bodies, they will be better off between the ages of 18 and 25. Like, if you just have more time to process things before your cognitive development. So that's the difference between our generation and their generation.
When they do that, I recognize if you think what you say right or wrong, when they can recognize that.
When can who recognize that?
If what they are doing right or wrong, what do you say if you say you did wrong? When they can recognize that.
I don't think it's a matter of being right or wrong. I think it's just
right or wrong is something that we programmed into. I think the concept of right and wrong, good and evil, all of that is something that is programmed into the human psyche. Like, I think it's just like you.
If you tell your daughter, for example, something wrong, he cannot recognize like some ages, what you say. If you mean to him, if you personally, or if you just saying what he did is wrong, when he can recognize that.
Wait. Sorry, you lost me a little bit. Not gonna lie. But yeah, no, I would never, going to your point, I would never look at my grandmother and think I'm smarter than her. she has experience over me, life experience.
And they just have like a different, like an archaic way of thinking this.
Yeah. She just processes and compartmentalizes things in a way that I didn't have to. Does that make sense?
But there were certain
time to process things.
But to your point, there were certain life concepts that didn't exist when they were coming up. For instance, me and my cousins was just talking about this yesterday. We had our little gathering. I had a cousin, Maurice, who in today's terms he would be autistic, but we didn't know what autism was. You know what I mean? Like, he older than me. We didn't know what autism was. It was more like retardation at the time, or spectrum and shit like that. Right, but he would probably be on the higher end of the spectrum. I don't know how the spectrum goes, but whatever.
No, you're right.
It's very noticeable, is what I'm saying. But it wasn't a term for it. It was just Morris was, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was special, and that was it. So, yeah, so it was a different time. I get that part. But I asked that question because we have all of these new concepts of like mental health and all of these,
We call them new. I would call them refined. Because
I guess
when
refined.
human existence, they looked into all of these details. Like even in Judaism, if you look at that and how, like the Old Testament, if you look at the New Testament, like we had these concepts and people were pondering all of these things. We just refined it. Like even in the early 1900s, how they went about performing lobotomies and electrical shocks on the brain. Like we refined the way that we know things, but we've always known these things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But what I noticed, especially here in America, is that the more knowledge that we have about certain things pertaining to the development of the human person, it seems that the more cushion it gives people. For instance, everybody has something wrong with them at this point. And I'm not saying that to say
impeccable human beings.
I don't think
I don't look to the day.
there's gonna be a bunch of crybaby bitches. I'm not gonna lie, because they already like the generation under me. I'm a millennial. The generation under me, the Gen X, the Gen Zers, they occur. But listen, I'm sorry, y'all, but
they just have a heightened sensitivity.
Y'all motherfuckers is weak. I don't. It's just what weakness. And I see it. No, it's a bunch of crybaby.
I can see that being good and bad. I can see that being good and bad.
It can be good and bad. It's like a slippery slope because you want people to be expressive of themselves, but like it's everything a fucking problem and it gets on my nerves. Every time I think about it, I swear to God, I just be like, damn, you can't just grin and bear it just a little bit. Like, do you have to express every fucking little teeny bit of everything that happened? What's wrong? Like, God damn, like, can you figure out how to fix it without complaining? Shit, so the fuck?
You do
so that be my issue.
Generation before us felt the exact same way about us.
I'm sure, but I don't think so. Because we was tough. We had a rough life.
They were tougher, though.
I'm sure they were. Yeah, they did. And the generation before them did too.
Treacherous.
But still, we wasn't crybaby bitches, though.
I was a crybaby bitch.
Yeah, I was not a crybaby.
I've always been. I'm bubbly. Bubbles. Crybaby bitch.
I mean, I was kind of a crybaby, but I fought through the cry. I fought through my tears. Oh, I'm definitely crying in the car. I'm very emotional. Believe it or not. I know this deep voice and this motherfucking this rough, you know what I'm saying? These rough words that come out my mouth make I think that I'm invincible, but I'm not.
I see your
I'm proud. But I'll cry and I'll fuck you up at the same time. Like I'll literally be fucking you up.
I feel like Dr. Dick are talking stuff right now.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we don't feel as though it's a deep voice. It's like it's an ashy, like kind of, you know.
She doesn't don't play with me.
She just sound like a
You still sound very, even if you don't perceive it as so, you still sound very girly and very soft, even if you don't see it. Like your voice is really soft.
This rough shit that you get from me, because you're not saying.
You're just a nigga.
I be talking to the niggas and shit.
Yeah,
I know they think that I'm super masculine, and I probably am more of a man than a lot of them. But what I'm saying is that I will cry.
Mind you guys, she's 5'2".
I identify as a giant, though.
She was like, there.
I identify as a giant. Now, I don't know. My cousins be taller than me. And they always talking shit like, oh, you're short. Bitch, I'm a regular woman size. I don't know.
Right?
These
you're a freaking giraffe.
Yeah, these Amazon hoes be trying to get me. I don't be trying to hear that shit. Yeah, 5'2".
I know you been knock some tall. I can tell you been knock some tall chicks out though. I know.
I don't want to knock the tall nigga out before.
They said in the chat your pronouns are 9. Your pronouns are 9'2".
My pronouns is fuck around and find out. That's what my pronouns is.
Just a sensitive answer. Okay, I'm not a papaya.
No, but I will cry. I'll cry. But I'll cry through the beat up. Okay? Don't make me cry. That's the worst thing you could do. Just warning you. So, I said, what?
That's why I say, can you bring a short to share, Islam, how it was.
What in the, was that an English class?
It's Somali. It's Somali, not too much. But
English not my
it's not your first language. It's okay. It's okay.
It sounds like it's a language you possess at all.
But do I? What I will say to you, being a Muslim, is that our religion doesn't have like compulsion. Like, if she listens to me talk, she's around Brooklyn. We talk almost every day. She is exposed to Islam every day. When she speaks to me, she sees a Muslim. If she has questions, or if she's wondering things and she wants to reach out, she can.
I'm definitely going to
But I'm not going to force my religious beliefs on her.
They are not paying attention because they didn't have
Let me tell y'all something. Hold on. Let me do real quick, Bubbles. Because you know I just came from New York, New Jersey area last week, right? So I went to the water park, and there was this. I actually had reverence for Muslims, especially because of the fashion. Because I love how y'all just give it up. I'm not gonna lie.
Muslims is different, but they
They so fucking fly. Like, it was this girl at the pool, and she had her whole outfit, and it was so cute.
I was actually talking to my BT about that today. We were talking about his movie.
It was so cute. And then it's this Muslima girl. Wait, it's this Muslima girl she worked at the grocery store that I go to, and she's fully covered face and all, but she is beautiful. You can just tell she's beautiful by her eyes. So I have reverence for him. I don't have nothing against him. Ain't no disrespect. I just ain't one of them. You know what I'm saying?
He was at the pool.
Yeah.
She was fully covered. But the outfit was so cute, though. It was so
What's y'all thoughts on Brittany Renner?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. Hold on, I'm gonna answer that, but everybody step aside. Do I? Brother.
I think his name is Dawood.
Without slandering anybody, listen, without slandering anybody else's religion, no, there's no way for me to say this without telling the whole truth. So, my grandparents on my mom's side are Christian, right? Pentecostal or Baptist? I think they're Baptist. There was a deacon, and when I tell you, he annoyed every crevice of my soul. If nobody were to keep me out of the church, it was that man. The way he tried to shame me into believing something infuriated me. I probably would have came to Islam a lot sooner if he didn't piss me off. Shaming does not work. Trying to beat something into people does not work. Humans by nature, as you know, are humans by nature are flawed. They are defiant, right? If you believe in Allah, then you believe in Shaitan, right? Okay. So humans are benevolent. The more you push something on somebody, the more they will reject it. This is why Allah in the Quran is very clear. That you're not being pushy. You ain't gonna push people into taking their side. Okay?
Nah, I'm not forever being heathen. It's okay. Ain't no talking me into it. I'm not forever being heathen.
Right now.
What do you say?
Now, listen, let me tell you this.
We
Let me hold on tonight.
Oh, why?
Go ahead, Lex.
But that's too late. I'm sorry, Lex.
We're not gonna touch the Bible. We have here offended other people.
Inconsistent.
Astaghfirullah.
Do you think that Prophet Muhammad really couldn't read?
Write or read. He was illiterate.
Yo, you really believe that shit too?
I believe all of which is in the Quran. So, 100%.
What does Ikra mean? IQRA. What does that mean?
Baby, I don't know everything. Let me look it up. What you say?
Ikra. IQRA. Because this is the thing, you smarter, you're intelligent, you speak extremely well, by the way. Yeah, so I find it crazy how people, they kind of suspend their logic a little bit, and the Quran is written in a high level Arabic. If you watch Game of Thrones, yeah, so it's like how the Valerians speak Game of Thrones in a high level language. The Quran is written in high level Arabic. How the heck could someone illiterate remember that?
Well, that's
I think that in the same way.
Oh, my bad.
In the same, no, it's okay. So in the same way that we've discussed everything in our human ability and what we can perceive and what we can process, I don't think that anything is beyond the imagination. So there are some things that are beyond my understanding, beyond my human capability of processing. So it's not too far-fetched to, in the same way that Einstein exists, it's not too far-fetched to believe, for me at least, to believe that Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, was visited by the angel Jibril, and the Quran was revealed to him. It's not too far-fetched for me to believe that.
What was the first word revealed by the prophet?
It was Ikra. Now, and that's what I was about to elaborate
So
on.
then, okay, so Ikra
Meaning
is the same meaning as what Quran means. It's to recite. So I had to.
That's not the only thing it means.
It also means
Educate.
proclaim, read, recite. In Arabic, that's what it means. So you're saying it means
it
it has
can
another
mean
meaning?
it can mean to study, absorb knowledge, information. That's why,
it depends on the transliteration. That's my biggest beef with any of these religious texts because they had to be they had to be transliterated, right? So they.
You see why I don't like his accent about who's that? A little bit.
It kind of sounds like you're from Georgia.
You don't appreciate the DMV dialect? Oh, my fault. Would you like me to speak like this? Is this more?
No, you don't. It doesn't matter. We were criticizing you earlier, but you were asleep, so it's okay. You didn't hear us.
Oh, well, actually, I was working.
Oh, that's right.
I'm back to Clubhouse, man. But,
Okay, so these are all the definitions that I could find on. You could. No, I put it in the chat. Continue.
Oh, okay. It's just the fact that it had to go through translation. So it going through Aramaic to Arabic to.
Keep going. I'm sorry, I'm a little tender about this topic.
Yeah, Aramaic to Arabic to Hebrew to what's the what's the one they love so goddamn much? I agree. Latin, thank you. Appreciate it.
That they love so much is
English. Yeah, they love that. So my thing is, it's gone through that many translations. It's no way.
The Quran has not went through that many translations though.
Okay, I say it hasn't gone through as many, but it still has gone through at least, say, 3.
What I will say is that if you ask any Muslim anywhere in the world to recite to you Surah Al-Fatiha, they will all be able to. Every single last one will be able to recite Surah Al-Fatiha. I can say that with 98% certainty, not 100%, 98% certainty, because we're all intended to understand Arabic and read the Quran in Arabic. So I do understand that it can be translated. For example, my prominent language is English, right? So I can recite the Quran in English, but I can also recite the Quran, certain parts of it, I'm still learning, inshallah, certain parts of it in fluent Arabic. You get what I'm saying? Because that's how it's intended for us to read it.
Yeah, I got you. Like, Wasama'i Watori, Wamanajumu Gamatori, Najumu Tari, Inkulu Nafsil Amma Alayha Hafiz. I was born into it. I didn't. My dad made this kid.
Mashallah. But no, he's reciting, so it's different. But it does have like it's a way to. He was.
Daily.
I think I will say, not to push like my beliefs on anybody else, because I respect everybody's right to freely believe what they believe. But I will say, hearing the Quran recited is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard, and I absolutely love music, and I mean in all languages. Like I love instruments, I love shaitan, but whatever. That's nor here nor there. Anyways, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. And for me, it goes in alignment with like, this is literally
God. Is it because it's melodic? Melodic is how you say that. Melodic.
I think it's melodic.
Is it because of that? It's melodic. Is it because it's melodic?
Yes, even animals resonate.
I mean, I can say that when I hear people recite Quran, I do like the sound. It has a nice sound, so it's kind of peaceful. And so that's why I said I have reverence for all the religions. I respect it all. That's why I can't really choose. I trust to be a heathen for the rest of my life.
To what?
Just a heathen.
It's to the. You're not a heathen. to the point that Exotic made in the chat, where she said a majority of Muslims can't actually read the Quran. It was never intended to be read. It was intended to be recited. That's what Quran means. Or Surah. Let me make sure. The Quran.
What do you think it means when Angel Jabril squeezed Prophet?
Yeah, Quran means the recitation. So you're meant to say it. But go ahead, Lex.
They still want to know how you feel about Brittany right now.
Oh, I have a PR answer for that on hand because I'm getting asked that left and right. I have my private opinions on that, but my public opinion on that is that Islam is a journey and her relationship is personal between her and Allah. I know my relationship is personal between me and Allah because I have sisters that are much, I don't want to say better Muslims than me. They have more taqwa, if that's how you say it, than me. Much, like, born and raised in Islam. Like, I look at them in awe, mashallah. And if I compare myself to even them, I will always fall short. So, or I would consider myself a bad Muslim. If I compare myself, the moment that I decided, like, this is a personal journey, I'm not doing it to, like, please people. I didn't even post pictures in a hijab for, like, a whole year. Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to keep it on. So I don't want to be sitting under that pressure, that social, societal pressure of being a hijabi if I haven't made that, like, decision in my heart yet. So, yeah, that's a personal journey for her. She's a part of my ummah, so I try not to speak ill of her.
A man converts a woman, right? Is it common if they don't work out that the woman just strays away from Islam?
Yes.
Is it like common?
I can't say. I honestly can't say if that's common or not. Because I don't know a lot of sisters that are like that with that dynamic.
I know a few converts that
More so.
I was gonna say I know a few women that converted to Islam for a man, and when they broke up with them, they went back to whatever they was before that. So I don't know if it's common, but I've seen it before.
I was going to say I think it's more common.
You think it's more common than not? I do always say it's easier to be. I tell my BT this, like, it's easier to be a Muslima when you're married and when you have a family than to try, especially in a Western or a secular society. It's just easier. So trying to do it without the, like, covenant of the family can be really stressful or hard to do.
Yeah, I think that times the male is the actual guy.
This is why Muslim women cannot marry non-Muslim men, because you're going to follow your husband. It's intended that way.
Yeah, I wanted to ask y'all with Angel Jabril, right? After he tells
you want to follow? No, I'm kidding.
No, like I'm just like this doesn't make sense. It's like yo, y'all, like this. Why are we suspending logic? But after Angel Jabril talks to the prophet and he instructs him to read, it says that recite. It says that he squeezed the prophet or choked the prophet after he embraced him. Yeah, but some translations say that he was squeezed.
Embraced him.
You see that word, right? Translation. That's what you want to do.
Catch every time.
Wait, so I just
it's beyond our comprehension. It was beyond Prophet Muhammad making this be funny. It was beyond his comprehension. He went back to, correct me if I'm wrong, his first wife, Khadijah. Was it right? Khadijah. I'm almost certain. It is 3 a.m. I'm almost certain. And he was very shaken. Yes, he ran to to Khadijah making you point are crying and shaking because he couldn't process, he couldn't humanly process what just happened. So it was very perplexing even for the cry. Please do.
But y'all, sorry,
Imagine you just chilling on a mountain and an angel takes over the sky. Like, how are you going to explain that to another person or even process that yourself?
why you think that doesn't happen now?
Are you saying why do I think that there's no more prophets? Like, what can you refine what you're saying or what you're asking so I can answer it?
That visual depiction that you just gave, that you just articulated, why we not hearing that now?
That's a good question. Let me find the answer in the drawing. One second.
Sister Brooklyn, in a lot of ways, yes, but I would call as vast majority of the human traditions has been issues. Like all they say, may peace be upon him.
It's natural to me at this point.
No, you're good, but I mean, listen, the book itself tells you do not immortalize the man, right? So that's what a lot of Muslims and certain aspects of Islam has evolved into worship component.
Well, yeah, so to answer your question, Lex.
You know what? I'm sorry, but I want to say something real fast. Another reason why I don't do religion is because, for the most part, it's given to us through the eyes of males, and I just can't. That shit don't sit right with me, nor does it make any sense at all. So I can't. Again, that's another reason.
See, our women over here, they was popping. Okay, they had businesses. It was doing their business.
I'm not saying that women, like, women have stories. They have a story in religion, but it's not as important as it should be. Like, I really think that
women were.
I really
influence.
They are. I'm sure, but still, everything is male centered. Every Abrahamic religion is male centered. It doesn't matter. God is a male. The prophets are males. Males. Listen to males because the male is the head and you better listen. Or, you know what I'm saying? I'm not.
What I will say is in the last speech that I'm not a feminist. I don't want this to get convoluted. What I will say in the last speech that Prophet Muhammad gave, he wept for women, emphasizing to be kind to us, to give us dignity, to respect us. He wept for us, okay? He already knew how these men were. He didn't agree with that. So I think for me, like when I hear how people weaponize religion to oppress women, that's not how it was intended to be. It's really intended for us to be like treated as like jewels. You know what I mean? Precious. But you know, humans go human. Humans are born at every point that a human moves to the back. Okay?
I think that's the problem.
This book is genius. Most people, the holy books, most people don't read none of these shits right at all. Like, y'all know that the word Ikra is mentioned 88 times in the Quran, y'all. Y'all, like, let's see where we at. Wait, let's see where we're at. Why would they mention that word 88 times?
Why? There's a lot of numeric syncrecy in Islam, even when we pray.
Yeah, but why would they? And you know that there's a way to mathematically calculate Qibla, right? But where the cube is at. But when it come to them mentioning Iqra 88 times, why do y'all think they were mentioning it 88 times?
That's a good question. I never thought of it. Why do you think so, Lex?
Because it's very important to read, to recite, and to absorb the knowledge of history and information. And the word is called. Like,
I know what you meant. Let him have it.
Yeah, let me have that word. Let me have that one.
Brooklyn, say what language y'all speaking?
I'm really trying to figure out why Lex is obsessed with this word, and he keep bringing it up. Like,
Because I know when it comes to these holy books, I know most people don't be reading these shits for real.
I think when it comes to, I actually, like, my PTR picture right in front of me is two Qurans. So, I understand what you're saying, but it's not to be read, it's to be recited. That's the whole name of, that's what Quran means, it's recitation. This is what I was going to say from China, I don't want to lose it. No, it's something that you said.
my other issue that I have is that everything in religion is left up to interpretation. And so you have all of these different denominations of the same religion. That doesn't sit well with me.
It wasn't intended to be that way. You
So
sound
weird.
weird.
And that's the other part.
we don't all learn to actually be very big. We'll never really true.
The truth will allow you to so I agree with you there.
I believe that, but I don't.
The real scrolls, not any of these.
Yo, the word day is mentioned 365 times in the Quran. Now, like, this is what I'm saying, like, shit like that is, like, it is amazing. And I'm just saying.
Why do you think that's to tell you how many are recite?
Yeah, that's how much days are in a year, right? 360 rotations on the Earth axis, that makes a year, right?
So it's a lot of science in the Quran.
Back to Brooklyn's point earlier.
Yeah, but in the Quran, like, when you said that it's meant to be recited, in the Quran, they tell you that they made the zodiac. And when you look at most of the stars, they have Arabic names or Arabic names, whatever. But what I'm saying is that when they say it's meant to be recited in the Quran, they emphasize reasoning, they emphasize logic and science, and they emphasize figuring shit out. So is it really just all about reciting it?
I mean, it's the dissertation, but it's also the absorption and the application to your life. Because these are Islam isn't a religion in inception. Look at it from face value and what it is. It's a man. It's a book of instruction. Surah means chapter.
Wait, what you said surah mean?
Chapters.
Yo, bro, that book, man, all of them books is fire, bro. For real, man. Like, y'all said Prophet Muhammad, did he write the whole Quran, or did, like, one of his scribes, right?
He just iterate and tries.
It's very specific and detailed about that also.
Wait, what you said, bro, Bruce?
It's very specific and detailed about that, like very picky about that.
That was the essence of the fact that it was not human design. It's great. Starting to try.
he was reciting things that hadn't even came into prophesizing things that weren't even in existence yet, or science. Let me say, science hadn't found it yet. Let me say.
It was. Could we admit the fact that Prophet Muhammad, y'all know about the Rashidun Caliphate, right? Could we admit that after Prophet Muhammad, the Rashidun Caliphate took over like Africa, Eastern Africa, like that? There's something about that book that allowed them to generate a lot of military power. Like they dang near took over the world after that. I'm sorry, what was that one more time?
No, I'm agreeing. You said a large portion of it.
It's the unity that Islam brings. It's the opening and listening with the same as a lot of denominations. That's in this part. It's common.
It's the best religion in the world. Like if I go to the mosque, I could be praying next to a sister that's from Egypt, another sister that's from Kazakh. How do you say that word? Kazakhstan. I can never say it. I can never say it. A sister that's from Iraq. Like a sister from Nigeria, and we pray like foot to foot, shoulder to shoulder, like we make wadu together, we break fast together. We may not even speak the same native tongue. I find that to be the most beautiful thing. The most beautiful thing that we're all in submission. And we, come from different cultures, different different cultures, different understandings of societal norms and all these things, but we're rooted in the same country. I don't know. I'm gonna get a little passionate. So it's a community. So it's like Muslims, all Muslims, not Ummah.
Do you think that there's a possibility that Islam could have been around before the 7th century?
And if I answer that, speak people that might want to snatch my jab. So. Do you want to answer it?
Well, I heard like a few conspiracy theories though, like that Islam been around way longer than a lot of people think. But I mean, like there's no way for me to validate that. So I was just asking.
The way that I would answer that question would interfere. Is that the appropriate word to use? It would interfere with the way that other people understand their religion. Out of respect for them, I don't answer it the way that I believe it, as far as the prophets before Prophet Muhammad, my understanding of Adam, and Abraham, and Moses, and Jesus, and peace be upon them. So my understanding would be in conflict with their understanding. So I try not to say anything that is divisive in that way.
I definitely respect it. The Quran, it mentions things about jinns and things like that. Well, I don't know if y'all ever seen the movie 3,000 Years of Longing, but I definitely recommend y'all watch that movie with Idris Elba and Tilda Swinton. But that movie is really fire. But they have like jinns in it, and I'm just curious, Bubbles, like, what's the Quran's take on supernatural entities such as jinns?
I don't want to misquote anything, especially like if you're asking me the Quran's take. So give me a moment. Oh. I had to search the book for it. Okay, so let's see. So from my Islamic understanding, humans are created from clay, and jinns are created from smoke, fire. And in the Quran it says, in Surah, it says, let's see, and the jinn were created before from scorching fire. So that's one. And then in another surah it says, they are invisible to humans but can see us indeed. Each shaitan sees you, he and his tribe, from where you do not see them. And then it also says, in another surah, it says, I do not create the jinn and humans except to worship me. Then it says, let me see. So even towards the end of the Quran, the three rules, and when you're supposed to make this recitation before you go to sleep and when you wake up, it's acknowledging like the unseen, like you're reciting to protect you from the things that you can't see, the envy or the whisperer, or like even when a Muslim is praying and let's say your mind wanders, that's jinns, that's shaitan. So there's an Islamic saying that you say over your left shoulder and then you spit 3 times, you know what I mean? To kind of like, so it's there, but you can't see it. And the Quran just reiterates that through multiple surahs.
Yeah, I was speaking about the Lord and the peace.
Yeah, specifically. Yeah, specifically about you.
Yeah, that was the first thing. Wait, who?
That you know shaitan.
I kind of heard say it's formed from smoke is fire.
Mm-hmm.
That don't even make no sense. That sounds like some whole other shit. Like what the fuck is a smokeless fire? They talking about some whole other shit right there.
That's what I mean when I say like beyond their comprehension. I think even, like for example, and not to offend anybody, so correct me if I'm wrong if you're a Christian, but even when Christians are being laid to rest, right, they say, what do they say? Let me actually pull it up so I don't say it wrong. Give me a second. Okay, so during a Christian funeral, they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust, right? So when you are buried and you're in the ground, what happens to your body? Like, that was a question for you.
And you're eaten by worms and turned to.
And what is clay?
You said the question for me.
I mean, anyone can answer it.
When you got what happened to your body.
Yeah, what happened?
You go to the morgue.
When did you ask that part?
You go get cleaned out. After that, you just go to the ground and, I hope you don't become made food, but you just stand in the ground on at least one
No, okay, once your body is decomposing and it's breaking down, what does it turn into?
Dust.
And what is the composition of dust?
I hate to say this, but dirt.
What's the composition of clay?
I'm not a scientist, but clay, I don't know, clay. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you, like, they say your body turning into dust, ashes, clay. I most, like you come from the earth, you return to the earth, and so I say earth particles. I don't know.
Sure, yes. Yes, you return into like particles, minerals, right? You return back to the earth as the form like clay, you know? So the concept of earth particles, yeah. So the concept of human beings being created out of clay really isn't that far fetched. If you look at the is that the word? I'm tired. The decomposition of the body, if that's the appropriate word. So it's not too far fetched. Isis, where are you going? So it's not too far fetched for it to be something else created made out of fire. That's not too far fetched to Lex's point.
Do you think there's any part of the Quran where they talk about electromagnetism?
I have to look.
I ain't gonna lie to you, in the Quran, I don't think, when you look at these religious Bible or whatever books, they don't get into the science of it. You know what I'm saying? So,
I beg to differ.
Bro, they be on mad science in these books, bro.
in a sense, but I don't think like you're talking about electrode, this and that. Like,
so, Vic, to your point, a few surahs. So one says, in the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are expanding it. That was confirmed by modern cosmology.
What surah is that?
I can't pronounce it. Surah F. I can't pronounce it. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat for you though. And then that was confirmed by Edwin Hubble in 1929. The Quran was revealed right before 1929, as we understand, but this is the Surah. And then another one is, let me see. Look at this. He has let loose the two seas, converging together between them is a barrier they do not transgress. So this is confirmed, by ocean. How do you even say that? Oceanography, that saltwater and freshwater meet but don't mix due to density, temperature differences, etc. Another is about embryo development, which is my favorite. It says, we created man from an extract of clay, then we made him a drop in a secure place and created the clot and then the lump. And this was confirmed by stages of embryonic development described centuries before modern embryology. So yeah, there's big to answer your question about science and prophecies, different things. From my understanding, I could probably find similarities in
I believe
the Torah and the Bible as well. Or things were prophesied way before we discovered them through science.
I be listening to music and listening to what y'all saying. But from what you saying, it sounds accurate. Even growing up in the church, that somewhat like science, like we was talking about earlier, like science and religion can't go hand in hand. I think it's an explanation for it. So yeah.
Look, even in my religion, which I always laugh when I read it, it's several times where Allah is like, look, I give them everything. They still ain't gonna believe it. Some of them will just be blind, deaf, and dumb. Like, it don't matter what I do. It don't matter how much I prove myself to them, they still will deny me. So I start to understand that, and I'm just happy that I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm happy that I can see it involved. Yeah.
Everybody got their belief, but yeah, it is like, I think, like you said, I feel like in the Christian Bible, like when God said, like you said, had explanation, they still ain't gonna believe it. I think this is the thing about
what I prove, like you're still going to deny it. That's I expect.
Yeah. And that's the thing about religion is that
science. I wouldn't even want, like, if it's, I wouldn't want to be in a religion where everything is science. And, like, you just got to believe what you believe, man. Whatever you believe in, that's what you believe in. And I think because it's not science, because if I go throw a ball in the air and it's gonna come down, we all know it's gravity. I think that's what I like about religion. It's like it's your own belief in that, like, you know, like you was just saying quite a few times.
Yeah, I'm not about to. Yeah, I don't bully people to think how I think or believe what I believe. My family's a little too blended for that. So I have a brother that's Mormon. Like, I have a cousin she's not, I said earlier she was Buddhist, she's actually Hindu.
Really?
Cousin that's, yeah.
Because I was just about to say that. I think, like, it's interesting how over here in the Western world, we believe a lot of things, like whether you're Muslim or Christian, you kind of believe in, not to say the Bible, but you believe in First Testament, things like that. And I don't know, we kind of follow that faith versus like a lot of people in Asia, India, they just kind of got somewhat maybe similar, but it's like a whole nother ball game that we talking about. You know?
I agree. And I understand that. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my family is super blended. We have, I don't think anyone's atheist, but I know some Israelites somewhere in there if I look close enough. I don't really understand Israelites, I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, I just think that people should practice whatever brings them peace. That's how I see it. Whatever makes you a kind person, whatever makes you have diplomacy with other human beings. I think that's the best way to live. Like, there's not one culture that I could experience and just be completely, well, I ain't gonna say that because some crazy people out there. But for the most part, I'm pretty open-minded to different people's experiences and interpretations of life.
What a lot of people don't know is the Book of Mormon actually chronicles a voyage of the lost tribe of the Israelites, and after they were exiled from the Promised Land, that they actually sailed here to the Americas and established Zarahemla.
See, I don't understand nothing about Mormons. Maybe I should look into it more. But
you may want to, because that
yeah, my brother's definitely a Mormon. It blew my mind.
Zarahemla was supposed to is said to be in the Iowa area. It was supposed to be in the Iowa area, and that is the reason why people. Have you seen the research about the Algonquian languages and their ties to evil?
It sounds familiar. I'm a visual learner, so I'll have to see it.
So that was the thoughts behind a lot of people on why the Algonquian languages have Hebrew ties, because of the tribes that were said to have sailed here after being exiled from the Promised Land. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on. And my thing
it's all tied in together, though.
Yeah, why wasn't the Book of Mormon integrated in with the rest of the books? Why?
I don't know why they got kicked out. You said they got kicked out.
You feel me? So, you know, it's a lot of shit we don't know, man. Be the real Jews, maybe? You know,
hey,
say too much.
I ain't got time to be tussling with nobody about
Your vocals, a lot of Muslims are somewhat critical of astrology. What y'all call it? What y'all call stuff like that? Shirt? Is it shirt?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Wait, vocals. But then in the Quran, I'm sorry, I just want to say this. It says that in He, it is who created the night and day and the sun and moon. They flow each in orbit, and then they're literally breaking this shit down. Like, they break down the ecliptic in this book. They break down like the orbits before Nicholas Copernicus, and that's the guy that proved heliocentric. heliocentricity, Nicholas Copernicus, and the Quran is talking about each planet being on its own ecliptic or in its own orbital path, like 1,000 years before that. But then Muslims are hypercritical of astrology, but then the Quran is like going in on it relentlessly. So like, what's up with that?
The reason for that is, you know how some people, for example, if I were to follow astrology, just for example, it's not my actual zodiac sign, but let's say I would be like, I'm an Aries, and I would base my entire identity and my entire interpretation of life. Let's say you said you were a Capricorn or something, and I process you in all of our interactions, or I say like, oh, I can't talk to you because you're a Capricorn, or I worship in a sense, like I form my day based off of like an astrological reading over what sign did I say? Aries. Like, oh, for Aries, you need to stay inside today. Today won't be a good day, so I don't go outside or something. You know what I mean? So I'm worshiping planets. You get what I mean? Like I am obedient. I schedule my day, my life, my interactions, my connections with people based off of astrology. So then that would be a false deity. Like I'm worshiping it. So that's, I think it's not just Islam, because I think even, correct me if I'm wrong, Christians, I think even the Bible talks about astrology as well. But then it also tells you not to worship these things or to not take on these things. So that's very like one brand. I do think that there was a period of time in Mecca where they were doing such things. At a period of time, they were worshiping like statues, and I would have to look it up to be able to quote it accurately. But I hope you get the like consensus of what I'm saying, where they worship these things. And so, yeah, it's not encouraged for you to be worshiping these things. These things exist, but not to be worshipped, not to be idolized. No.
So, Bubbles, I definitely agree with you. But, like, I tell people all the time that you can't do astrology without mathematics. So, for y'all on Clubhouse, like, we out here, like, astrologers, like, most of them is just, it's trash. But the Quran says that the sun and moon move by precise calculation. So, it's like, when you see things like that, it's like, for them to know that, right, like they would have to study these things. But and the sun and the moon, the earth's relationship with the sun and moon creates like our seasons and our days and nights. So they obviously were studying these things and they had a great understanding of it. But then I'm just like, do they separate putting up idols and statues? But it's like they're kind of doing astrology in this, right? If they're telling you about using the sun and moon for the reckoning of time and being precise, but then I don't know, it's a big conflict.
But according to the Quran, who is they? When you say they, who are you referring to? If you're speaking Islamically.
Well, I mean, I know that most of the stars, like even NASA today, like they have Arabic names. So like, without a doubt, I would say like these. I mean, I don't know if it describes that whoever wrote this, but I mean, they were definitely studying that thing.
That's what I'm saying. The point is, the Quran, the word Quran means recitation, right? It's reciting it. Who revealed it? Whose words are these? If we're speaking Islamically, like whose words? Are they a man's words? Are they the prophet's words? Who's that? Who discussed these things? not saying like this has to be your belief, but like from an Islamic perspective, who revealed these things?
Yeah. It was the angel, right? Ain't the angel revealed it to Prophet Muhammad?
Whose words are these?
God's.
Right. So it's not a human's words, it's not a man's words, it's not a man's predictions or studies, right? These are the words of God. So that's why I said across the Abrahamic religions, God says like, hey, I've given you so many signs. I've revealed so many things that you asked of me. And if you believe, you believe. But like those who don't, they just won't, you know? So it doesn't matter how much I reveal to you, to the point where you are recognizing, even from your reading, that things are prophesized or revealed way before humans discovered these things, right? Way before humans even had the technology to look into these things. So yeah, that's through all the Abrahamic religions at different points in time.
But like most astrologers, like when you got Vedic astrology and like tropical astrology that they do in India, but like the tropical astrology is actually Christian astrology. Like the Catholic Church put billions of dollars into understanding astronomical cycles. So I'm just like, even if you look at the Islamic Renaissance, like our calendar today is a solar lunar calendar that is a mix of like it doesn't make any sense. Like I don't get it. It's like even the Quran talks about mathematics, right? And a lot of even like when you're using your GPS and you're triangulating distances, that mathematics was used for astronomy first. So like the math that you use
for that.
What you mean?
What about before that? Before
no, astronomy is the reason why a lot of the math that we do today was even created.
Not necessarily, no.
No, that is a fact. That is a serious fact.
To your understanding, but I think I was explaining to Vic earlier that, how do I say this? Math is a part of being a woman. It's as you know it to be like astrology. There's synchronicity in womanhood and astrology and math, just naturally through the nature of being a woman. So like our bodies are in synchronicity with the moon. Our cycles are 28 days. What else do you know that is 28 days?
That's a moon cycle.
Right. So when I asked you what was before astrology, there was a woman.
Yes, that is true. And sometimes like there's a drift in y'all cycle, so like it's not.
Is that natural? Or is that artificial? What drifts the cycle?
Well, see, like I don't know. You tell me.
So the things that could drift a cycle is artificial. How do I say? Artificial blockers that alter. What is the appropriate word? So I'm trying to find it in my brain. That alter the natural cycle of a woman. So, for example, like birth control, or different medications that we take, different herbs that we take, can alter the natural cycles of a woman. Pregnancy can alter the natural cycles of a woman, but even that is numerology. That's numeric. How long a woman is pregnant, right? So before man had a reason to look at the stars and pay attention to numbers, women always paid attention to the stars and paid attention to numbers, naturally so, organically, because there's synchronicity in it, in a woman's body and the universe as we know it.
Man, it's a piece of people in the chat. Wow.
Yeah, I stopped reading.
Hey, what you think about this? This says Allah it is who made the sun radiate brilliant light and the moon reflect the luster, and ordained for its stages, that you might know the number of years, reckoning of time and mathematics. Allah has not created this, but in truth, He details the signs for a people who have knowledge.
Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning. I thought you were sleeping. Okay.
Yeah, we've been vibing.
Period.
Shout
The
out
chat's
to
swelling, but we vibing.
your vocals. I mean, what is that? What does that sound like to you right there?
What you read, I don't want to be facetious because I was going to say something funny, but this is a serious topic. I'm representing my whole religion. Everything we know it to be, our understanding of time. You know what I mean? So it's like, look, I gave you the sun, I gave you the moon. So to help you as a guide, you know what I mean? Like I did you a favor. So it's just another prophecy. That's how I would personally see it, but I don't.
It says, we made the night and day two signs, and the sign of night we have made dark, and the sign of day we made sight, given that you may seek bounty from your Lord, and that you may know the computation of years, reckoning of time and mathematics, and everything we have explained with a detailed explanation. So like this is what I'm saying. You can't do astrology without math, but also like bubbles. They're clearly on science in this book. Like it's just a fact.
Refuted that. But before I said I never refuted that, but before there was a science, this was already revealed. Before it was revealed scientifically, no.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, actually, like, building with this stuff and building structures out of it. If you look at who, like, the father of trigonometry is, that's Hipparchus of Nicaea. And, you know, there's this Indian astrologer that also is also considered the father of trigonometry as well. But I understand what you're saying about the ladies, of course. But it's just like I don't see that like the ladies when it comes to like building with the sciences. But of course, you know, being like a natural math, being naturally in tune with the moon and things like that for sure. But like making these things like practical sciences to build with the world. I mean, I think it was like the men that was kind of doing that a little bit.
But yeah, that's just why I said even before men, you know, not before men, that was silly, but even before men thought to research these things, thought to look into the scientists, thought to build, what are the things that they use? It's not a magnifying glass, what is it called?
Telescope?
Yes, before they invented the telescope, before just time, like some of this stuff wasn't even revealed into the 1900s. So I think I pointed that out earlier. I would have to find exactly what I'm referring to, but you get the consensus, hopefully, of what I'm saying. The process of being a woman, has there ever been a period of time where a woman was not a woman? Since the beginning of time?
No.
Okay. So I'm saying, even though the man may not recognize it because it's not important for him to recognize these things, right? Men cannot give birth. Men do not menstruate, right? That's not debatable. I don't care who you are. I'm not debating that. that's science, that's anatomy. Yeah, men don't menstruate and men don't have children. So these things weren't relative to you until they were. So I get your point, but I'm still standing beside mine on that part. Yeah, no, I'm not convinced. I'm never gonna tussle with anybody about what a woman is. It's XX chromosome. Man, it's YX chromosome. Like I'm not doing. But Lex, why is the con just intriguing to you? Is religion just intriguing to you?
Oh yeah, I didn't get to read them yet the way I want to, but like I definitely know exactly how to read these books. But with the Quran, like just researching it amazes me every single time.
It's very
And I
fascinating.
tell you, yo, it's so straightforward. Like the Bible, the way those scribes wrote it, they were so much parables. Like, but the Quran is so direct and to the point, and it's just it's amazing. It's real. They're all genius books.
They really are, and honestly, to be Muslims, like we don't argue this. Everybody else be tussling. Everybody else gets to tussle over this about I don't know, like their beliefs and how they interpret other people's beliefs. But I'd rather not. Like I don't see the point, honestly, to be like your belief is wrong. You're going to hell. Like I find that to be odd when people do that. But yeah, they are very unique and interesting to read more than a lot of other things that I've read in my lifetime. Yeah, no. Who said that? Exotic, you will have to point out and actually find a time where I condemned you and said like you're gonna burn in hell and die and suffer. But I think I said this a bit earlier. I can't speak for everybody. Humans are gonna human, but that's not. I don't have any belief to be hateful. That would kind of defeat the purpose for me. I'm sorry you had that experience where people were being unkind or cruel. What is that cute little saying they have online? Where they say, I'm Muslim, Allahu Akbar, yay! Not Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, yay! I'm on the yay side. Okay, I don't know if we're concluding. It feels that way, but what I will say is I enjoyed the conversation. I like that everyone was very respectful. I like that we were able to have the conversation from different points, different places of belief, without judgment. I know that that's very rare in intellectual game banking, where we're allowed to bring intellect as well as like our perspectives and opinions without disrespecting each other. So I actually enjoyed this conversation and that we were able to end this room on a positive note. Happy Sunday to everyone. Yeah, and I hope you guys have a good day, and I'm pretty sure Lou will open a room later. So we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, to be honest, Black Right Way,
if the universe has more of a chance of birthing out, like, I don't know, Kanye West in his, like, weakest month before he became president.
Gosh, I thought you were joking. I thought you were joking. I actually had to check your thing. And it's like, and it's like, oh, I'm dead.
But yeah, no, Black Rabbi, you're probably not going to get close to being president. Most of America has become anti-Israeli, anti-Zionist, so that's, again, a huge mark against you. And let's be very honest, no one wants to have a baby killer for president. That too, fat obese fuck.
Rashad is here.
Yeah, of course he is. Malcolm Salam.
I always left this room.
Insurance category.
Black.
What is that meant to be?
Why is Black Rabbi speaking?
He's busy.
Nature.
He's busy eating.
I'm gonna eat Black Rabbi eating chips.
He's eating crisps.
It's crisps. So
He knows that's not what to do.
Are you feeding it above behind your head or like in front?
You know, can everyone just look at Josh's profile picture? Yo, it's weird. I actually thought it was like mountains. Or better yet, General, let me ask you a question. Go on. For $5 million, would you take a shower in the Ganges? Absolutely not. What about 100,000? Well, why are you going down in price? You said 5 million and now you go to 100,000.
you're going down.
What about for
It's American, man. You guys don't understand.
what about 1 million?
US math. American math is better than US math. Okay.
Yeah, but apparently the Ganges is full of like it's like
I completely agree. American is definitely better than
Yeah, you use centimeters.
Chucky, if you ask Rashad, he likes drinking from that.
They usually, I don't measure centimeters. It's just crystal.
No, he likes drinking from the Ganges.
The Ganges.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah,
That
Rashad.
explains a lot.
From where we're from, it's called Jamba Juice.
You're disgusting.
The Ganges is just hearing that name, the Ganges. This sounds serious.
If you think that's bad, the Conca River is probably the worst one.
Let me guess. That's the next before?
Yeah, because there's so much E. coli that if you take a sip of it, you're, I think
You die of dysentery.
Look it up. Yeah, exactly. Yes. The Conca River is so
I think you're probably
bad.
all Aquaman.
You die just
You're probably thinking of Aquaman after having the water from there.
Did you try that, Black Rabbi? Is there?
Oh, I think that it's going
mountains to the back of your head.
So can I just ask Drew? Yeah, make a statement to Drew because he says he's like a legal guy. So I just want to make a small point. So in the United States, we have our Constitution, and
that's out the window. You think I care about anything you say? Shut the fuck up. That's out the window.
The only thing illegal is for a fact that you have 4 mouths, 1 in the front and 2 in the back. And I think one, yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like,
It's a camel.
yeah, like,
but wouldn't a good American president have to have like a mouse on both sides of his face?
No, they would probably have a good education. I think that's what they actually need.
Wait. If you're talking about like presidents and or like just politicians in the U.S., they don't have that great education, so it goes with it.
No, but like let's look at this like analytic, and I even said this before. At least in America, the majority of Americans have now taken an anti-Israeli stance and anti-Zionist stance. Now, with that being said, you're probably going to run on a pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist stance or whatever. They're also going to look at the fact that you're a rabbi. They're going to look at your entire back history and everything. Things about you saying how you want to kill little babies, you want to hurt it.
Yeah, there's a lot of homies there.
And then
serious.
And they're going to be like, why would we vote for you of all people when they're probably way better candidates, even if they are say deployable people? They'd rather choose that than you.
You know, most of my cabinet is going to be streamers.
So if they can live stream your own failure, okay, good job.
Good morning, Wednesday.
Wednesday, look at my profile picture.
You gotta give it nightmares. She's just woken up.
Wait.
Josh.
Hold on a second. Sorry, my phone, I just turned it on, so I'm getting all these notifications.
Check your baby was my
Look at Josh's free of feed.
Okay. It says 18 plus.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah, look at it.
Okay. Oh my. That's the back of his neck, right?
Yeah.
This is like my phone. I always said it looks like, why do they make it seem like it's a vagina?
That's why.
It looks like lips. Wednesday, lips.
So, Clubhouse, if you put something that is like nudity, Clubhouse will censor it and do 18 plus. So Clubhouse thought it was a pair of vagina lips.
Yeah.
Labias. A pair of labias.
Labias. Well, labias. You can see.
Wow. Black Rabbi, your neck look like labias. Madness.
What do they call it? Camel? No.
That's not a camel.
Wait, first of all, my name is
That's a fat kitty. That's a fucking elephant. So
I do not.
that's an elephant. So. Oh, your name is fucking useless right now. I'm shot. Is Rashad sleeping?
No, he's just being rude to you.
That's not nice. So you mad at Rashad?
That's crazy.
Oh, sorry. Chucky. Chucky.
You don't understand. How could you miss Chucky Wednesday?
I'm sorry?
How could you miss Chucky?
I know.
No, even though I don't intend to take it. You know, like, I normally don't do second-hand good mornings. I'll take it from Wednesday.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
You'll take it. Morning Wednesday.
Morning.
I said that, Ken.
You guys are weird.
Listen, pussy better.
What's your big?
What's that Wednesday? What's his name?
Or you just saying
Pussy lips.
yeah, this is social context.
See the social concept?
You know, he's cool like that too. He's a social concept.
You haven't been in one very long. You haven't been in one for a while.
She literally woke up.
You have not been in one for a while, huh? Wednesday has energy. What did I have? I'm sorry? Energy, you're recharged. Oh, yeah, then it's like, it's 120 Wednesday. I said it's not 7:40. Oh, wait, you're an hour ahead of me? Yeah, like 6:50. It's gonna be 7. Yeah, so we're the same time.
General, who's shooting a son?
I'm about to get everything big.
Oh my god,
And maybe a latte.
You won't find much.
who is it?
I just had some another chocolate bar.
Oh, he left? He left?
Sure, you're on this rabbi.
Monica. Monica.
Is that his original name?
Yeah, that's his
No, Sharif is his real name.
And then he became Mordecai and Abraham.
Ducky, what's your Jewish name?
Almost.
Patricia. Well, Amos? This
Chucky Sugars.
his name is Patricia.
You guys don't know my Jewish name was gonna be.
We don't care.
George, shut the fuck up. No one's talking to you. Listen.
You enjoy this that
Stop asking for attention.
Yeah, like no one cares about him, but he tries to fit in.
Oh my god.
God.
I'm gonna have to change my profile picture.
Man, you should take a picture of your gas tank so it's more ugly.
What is with that George? Like, he just kind of a whoop. Exactly.
Oh my god.
No one wants him, and he's like pushing himself into the.
This is that's the longest story in the Torah.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's for the brothers, guys.
Did you hear his story? His story? Nah, what was the story? It's apparently he didn't convert to Judaism because he had to get circumcised.
Relax, guys.
That fucking class.
You needed an extra inches.
Yeah, you want to get circumcised. Yeah. I think that it's not good, guys. I mean, it's there for the continuity of religion, but I don't think it's good for men to be circumcised. I think intuitively that makes sense, right?
What are you on about?
Oh, no.
I want all my descendants to be Jewish in every way, except circumcision.
There's no way it could be
It's Jewish.
I hate that.
Oh, tough to watch.
George, you know what's name you signed in this baby with, man?
I need some milk. Eat some milk.
Getting the baby oil prepared. Chugs.
Nah, I don't have no way.
Call the bagel later. Hi Wednesday, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Who's talking?
I'm good.
You won't
I was just putting shopping.
you find out who it is, man.
Oh, it's Josh talking.
I just got some pillow covers and some pillows.
You have? You got pillows?
Yeah, I sent it in the chat to
There's
you.
one great use for it. Put it over your face.
Sassy homicidal man.
Homicidal?
I'm just sexual orientation. I don't know. I respect you respectfully.
You don't know what you're talking about. You have to go down and teach talk.
Well, they're not for my students. The student, anything you would say to me.
What the hell do you teach?
I teach English.
You have to be qualified for something yourself.
I teach English to people who just
You teach English?
Yeah.
It's part of his brainwashing program.
How can someone that doesn't know English to the full extent teach
Pick a language right now.
What are you qualified?
Pick a language.
Yeah, what are your qualifications?
Okay. Espanol.
Where am I going? Let me tell you. UCLA. I went to UCLA on the full rate scholarship. I graduated top of my class. Magnus cum laude. I got a teaching credential in English and social science. And French, I just gotta take the test. I have a master's in secondary English education.
This is all under the same banner as he calls himself. What does he say? The most beautiful man in Los Angeles.
Oh. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so he calls himself that.
George Los Angeles. I mean, to be specific, but like what part? The Valley. No, I'm from the Valley. Yeah. Oh, you're from the Valley.
He lives in Calabasas. He lives in Calabasas.
I live in Calabasas. I went to Calabasas. Yeah, good.
George graduated in 1997.
George, you know Bill Who? Bill Bell Canyon. Yeah. That's right, bro. That's cool.
Did you know that Black Rabbi also went to UCLA?
For sure, period.
Yeah, like Black Rabbi was so smart that he graduated early.
I started to convince my parents to let me leave school. Doesn't matter. What did he study? I studied economics.
Cool.
Yeah. I did history and Middle Eastern studies. Yeah. Oh, would you show that? Yeah. What years were you there? You're so specific. I'm 31 now, so. Okay, so you're probably there, like,
I think the fact that you don't remember when you graduated is kind of telling.
I think you were there with like 2010 or something like that? 2016.
I graduated in.
We don't care. I came to Israel in 2016.
Oh, I graduated in 2008.
And I went to learning institutions over here and at a bachelor's. I don't know what to say.
Can we not talk about these two?
Yeah, two
bachelor's in Talmudic law.
Wednesday, tell us about you, Wednesday.
Yeah. But then also got a bit of a work.
I'm looking at our head.
I don't want to get circumcised. Just don't want to get circumcised. Is that okay?
An apartment in Brooklyn. Oh, cool.
Yeah, man. No, because the Rambam said, you know what the Rambam said about circumcision?
Buying a condominium, actually.
He said that it would be some pleasure for both parties, and the woman who's dealing with uncircumcised can't go back to circumcised. That's what the Rambam said.
Give me 1 second. I'm here.
No.
This next time. Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't want a homosexual.
Yeah, you can be in there. You don't want a what?
Wait, so did you go to high school in the Valley or not?
A homosexual.
I said homo.
Yeah, you went to like.
Oh, what's a homosexual? What is? That's you. That's no homosexual.
You don't know what a homosexual is?
I don't know what that is. Homosexual.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Is it? I think like in the media, it's homosexual.
He's trying to get hobos.
The word is homo.
How many stacks?
Homo.
That's homo.
You're saying like I just been in the media that.
Yeah, I think I said homo. Yeah, that's what I put. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's those guys that only are with women for their apartments. That.
Oh, that's right. See, that's where you got me messed up. That I bring more to the table. I pay light bills. I make sure food's refrigerated up. You know?
Do you cook? No, I don't. Wait, first of all, I don't do 50-50. I don't do 50-50. That's weird.
No, I'm just saying, like, I pay bills. You know what I mean? I'm more of a blessing than a headache. I like arguments sometimes.
I know you have to keep it spicy.
I love coexisting. I think we can coexist together. What?
I think you end up bloody.
If you guys end up bloody?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you say something wrong with Wednesday would be on your floor.
I don't like that. I think Wednesday will make me be honest.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. That's a wrong woman right there.
So now you know what a homosexual is.
I appreciate that. I just never heard of that. See, when people start talking about them sexuals and all of that, I don't know nothing about that but heterosexual.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about that. I said homo.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, you know the sexual one. When people put the homo or the people put the sexual and all the extra stuff, all I know is heterosexual on.
She just said homo.
Yeah, you made that definition.
There's actually a definition of homosexual.
Okay, what is it? And it says?
On Google, it says homosexuality. Hold on. I gotta Google it now. I'm sorry.
You got embarrassed.
Yeah, homosexual is a person pretty much.
Sorry, Shakira.
Go ahead, man.
Homosexual is a term of what Wednesday described.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I didn't want to get into that.
No, what you didn't want to say is that Wednesday was right.
Yeah, but exactly how Wednesday described it, that's what homosexual.
But that's a real thing in New York, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah, but a lot of people do that all over the place.
Yeah, but in New York, we got certain laws in New York, man. Like general, on some real shit, bro. You can be like, yo, Chucky, I'm gonna be in town for a couple of days. Do you mind if I crash on your couch? Yo, if you type out a fake lease with my address on it and go to the DMV and get a driver's license, as soon as you start getting mail there, you live there. It's crazy.
And Chucky, I'm in New York in a few weeks, so you might have to
I mean, it's crazy. I never did that though. That's weird. You heard of Kitty Cat?
What?
I said I never did that. I said I never did that. That's weird.
I said salam alaikum.
He's sleeping.
He may be asleep.
You may be crashed too. Wa alaikum salam, you don't say it right.
I might do that.
I couldn't get a tomato sandwich.
I didn't jump on back. I just
I hear that with the inspiration.
Tomato sandwich. With some salt?
Yes, that's called Hunter. What do you want?
Salam alaikum.
Okay, what do you
This guy, man, wallah, you're a kuffar, man.
You're a kafir. You're the biggest mushrik fucking on the side.
You have no
You know what your racist the racial identity of Islam, fucker.
I call.
You're a Muslim before,
anymore.
Yeah, Muslim people are nationality. Wait, who's this? Why did I hear?
Tell us about this comeback.
Look at my picture of a Sayyid. You know what Sayyid is?
Well, we don't know what Sayyid is. Come on, tell us, educate us. How do we know you're Sayyid? How do we know that?
You don't have to know. Just call me Lord, man.
I do have to know. I don't believe you.
It's man.
I don't believe you for nothing. You're just a stupid character. That's what you
You have so much hatred in you, bro. I don't know.
Okay. Do you support the Palestinian cause?
Of course.
Okay. Do you support Israel?
No.
Then why did you say you support
Why are you trying to?
No. On day one, you said you don't support. You don't give two fucks about the Palestinians.
That's not true.
Yeah, you did.
Poisoning? You said that?
No, it's lied. What I said was, I cannot put much effort into Palestinian cause because I'm a Kurdish myself and I have my own problems. That's what I said. I never said I didn't care about the Palestinians.
What kind of Muslim are you?
Shut the fuck up, man.
No, what kind of Muslim are you?
I'm a Muslim. What does it matter?
No, you're supposed to put Islam before everything.
Okay. How about you put my people before everything?
No, your people is not my religion.
Okay.
So you want your own slave?
Wait, stop. The Kurdish people are not Muslims.
Oh, by the way,
Not a majority of them are.
I said your people is not my religion.
You know,
My
my
religion.
people, don't forget that Saladin Ayub was a Kurdish himself. He was the only one who freed Palestine.
We're talking about Islam.
So guys, Hunter, I got a question. Hold on, I got a question for you. Do you want the state for yourself, for your people?
I guess that.
So do your people? Hold on. Do you hold your people above Islam?
Never said that.
Well, you sound like one. That's what the Turkish think.
No, last time when we spoke, we were talking about politics, and I told you that we have the same problem today as the Palestinians have today. Like, there's no difference. That's what I told you. And you were like, you put nationalists before Islam, blah blah blah. Bro, you're the one taking flip-flop for no reason.
You did that. You did say it.
No, I did not say that.
You did. I asked you a clear-cut question. About the Palestinian. You're like, you don't give two fucks. That's what you said.
I said,
and then you brought up your Kurdish thing. I'm like, you hold your people above. You said yes. That's a fucking kufri position to hold.
Nah, bro, you didn't make that decision. Who are you?
No, I make the decision. I am the domain of bro. Go look it up. You can't be a fucking nationalist motherfucker. Anybody that says, I don't know where this nationalism coming from, and I hate fucking these mother. We had a brother from India, a Muslim, and that idiot nationalistic. He's like, oh, I hold my Indian identity above Islam. I was like, what the fuck are you on about?
Bro, even when I spoke to you like 4 weeks ago, I've always had this picture on my profile the whole time. Do you see a Kurdish flag? Do you see something else about nationalists? Never. Like, you're trying to make, like, you call me an asshole after that too. Like, instead of having a little discussion, you see, bro, you're not.
Community hurt his feelings.
You're not mature, bro. That's the thing. When I don't agree with your opinions, you just attack people, and you do that with everyone else too. You know, that's wrong.
I asked you a clear-cut question. I said, do you support the Palestinians? You said you don't give two fucks.
And I told, and no, and I said,
no, yeah, you did. You said you don't give two fucks about it.
No, I did not say that. Bro, stop, man. Can anyone who was here in this room, can they, convince you that, can they convince that it happened? No.
Bro, it happened with me. I was there.
Alright, bro. But I just told you I did not say that.
How do we know?
Listen, brother. Bro, listen, you're from Clubhouse. I don't know you in real life. I have no reason to lie for you.
So you support the Palestinians and the Kurdish people as well. They're Muslims.
For a certain time.
The majority of them are Muslims. Yeah, but I want you to be clear in your position next time you come in that yes, you support Palestinians because they're Muslims. I support the Kurdish people because they're Muslims. They're all Muslims.
They're all same. They're not. There's no difference amongst the Kurdish or the Palestinians or the fucking Syrians or anybody out there as long as they're Muslims. You're right.
Brother, listen, man. I'm a Muslim.
No. If you're gonna divide the community, this is where we have a problem. There's even a fatwa on this.
Bro, I never divide anything, bro.
Okay. If you're not gonna divide, then you're gonna have to look at all of them equally, not just your own people.
I do. But at one time when we were not speaking on religion, we were speaking on politics, because you had one friend who was acting like an asshole and saying that, Kurdish people, they're the fuck. I remember this as it was yesterday, and you didn't even say anything. And then you were like, not all Kurdish people are assholes, Like, that's not fair, bro. If Kurdish people were Arabs today, you guys would kiss our hands.
No, I don't. I lived in Saudi Arabia. I know how racist motherfuckers, some of the Arabs are racist motherfuckers. Okay, I lived in Saudi Arabia. And I call them out. Do you know, hold on, do you know in the dollar room that I used in Portugal, I actually did Takfir and MBS. I don't give two fucks. You know what I'm saying? My position is very clear. If you fucking take these mofos as an ally, especially anybody from the Zionist entity, you're one of them.
This Adam guy was in your room a couple of days ago. You know him, right? Yeah. This guy, when he was not in your room, I was in a private room with him last week, and he's like, I like ISIS, I support them, they killed Kurdish people and stuff like this, And I was attacking him for that. Most of the people in your rooms, they support ISIS.
Just saying.
And I'm nearly saying.
I don't support ISIS. I look at them as terrorists.
Yeah.
How does this start?
Brother, listen, my people sacrifice their own lives for Islam and for people's safety, And this happened in both Iraq and Syria too.
It happened all over the world, man. Not just here, even in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, they got help from British Empire to get rid of the Ottoman Empire. They killed a whole bunch of Muslims. And these were, AK armies or whatever you want to call them.
Well, let me just say, so you think the Arab country gave a two fuck about Palestine? They don't give a fuck, bro.
So, MDS did say he came out after such a long time, he condemns it, and he wants he wants the Palestinian state on the table before he'll normalize and deal with Israel. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
He said it openly, and he has changed his position.
Look, for example, like yesterday, 2 days ago, Israel bombed Syria, right? And Joe didn't do anything about it. He's like, just stand down, don't do anything, And he's trying to make a peace contract with Israel. And meanwhile, when they're bombing his own country and his own people, these people, bro, are the biggest enemies of Islam.
They are. The leaders, and that's the problem is they can't really go against the leader. They keep bringing up the hadith, and the hadith doesn't work if you don't know if the leader is a Muslim. There's a lot of these problems, man. And I don't know. Pretty much America plants them. They want to plant a puppet, even in Iran, what they just did. They wanted to plant, a different puppet in there. Somebody that's one of their own. And it turned out they backfired on them because some of those Brother Party supporters, guess what? They started siding with IRGC.
No, I like Kennedy. Well, the thing is, I don't like the wars happening in the Middle East. I know that Iran, sooner or later, is going to turn into a puppet state. It's just a matter of time, That's what the Israelis and the Americans are trying to do right now. And after they do that with Iran, Turkey will be next. And then there's
Turkey is a NATO member. It's already in bed with America, but they don't agree on a lot of things.
It doesn't matter, bro. Saddam Hussein was also a big friend of George Bush. Why do they hang him at the end of the day? You don't think they will hang everyone?
So it's a long game. That Syrian guy, Al-Jalali, he's a terrorist, but he's playing the long game.
Jalali was an ISIS member, and before Al-Qaeda.
I know ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all of that, right? I think he's playing the long game, just like Turkey is. You see what I'm saying? So all of these nations are playing the long game, and Pakistan
once that money runs out, bro, Saudi Arabia's gone too.
Which
Bro, they're
what money?
Saudi Arabia is paying America for the defense, you know, like the airspace defense and everything like that. They're paying billions just for protection, you know. And they don't even have to do anything, you know. They're just there. But like at the same time, they're not there. You know what I mean? Like they're just paying money to the Americans.
Yeah, military base, right? Military base is what you're talking about.
Not just the military bases, but they have like some sort of contract, you know. They're paying billions of dollars just for the American protection from Iran or other countries.
No, so in relate to the other stuff, they're buying weapons and stuff, but they are paying those soldiers at the military base in US dollars in Saudi Arabia. But other than that, all this other money is going for the weaponry. Like they're about to develop a nuclear program inside in Saudi Arabia as well.
For example, if you look at countries like Yemen, people turn a blind eye to that country too. Every day Saudi Arabia is like bombing together with the American government too, you know, the Houthis.
I don't think they've been bombed in a while. Well, not a while, but like weeks.
Well, I'm just saying, like the world, it's not fair, you know what I mean? You have, if there's 20 Arab countries, bro, there's like at least 15 of them plus a contract with Israel, you know? If you go to like Qatar, they're making like, how do you say, they're making like announcement, oh, you should travel to Tel Aviv, there's a nice beach there, blah, 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 you know? They don't care about that. Palestine has been abandoned like at least 60 years ago. Even the Egyptian border controls, bro, they're hitting the Palestinians who are against the fence. You know? Like, nobody's talking about that.
Can you repeat what you said about the Palestinians?
I said that the Palestinians were like, are near the fence, like the border against Egypt. I've seen like videos of Egyptian soldiers like hitting the Palestinians from the other side, you know? Like, they don't want to let them in or anything.
Well, I don't know if you know about the Egyptian narrative. The Egyptian narrative is if they allow Gazans into Egypt,
they will not let back then.
Yeah, that and plus, once they take over Gaza, they're coming for Egypt, and they're gonna be like Hamas is in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So that's where they're trying to avoid it because they already have their own problems, right? And you can't even protest inside Egypt, you know, related to Palestine.
What's this
Because their dalil is that we stand with the Palestinians, right? But what do they call it? We stand with the Palestinians, but that's the, we're doing everything in our power diplomatically. Sounds right?
Yeah. What's this guy's name in the 70s? Was an Egyptian president in the 70s that died of like different cause, but they never like announced what kind of cause it was. It was the 6 Days War. It was a 6 Days War, and he died like after the war.
You mean 1967, right?
Yeah, I forgot the name of that president. Since the death of him, bro, Egypt hasn't had a backbone since that. You know? And that's how do you think they got their land back? The Sinai Desert. They got it back because they made a contract with Israel. No, they did not get it back by fighting. They got it back by making a contract with the Israelis.
They had to normalize that shit with Israel, that's the thing.
And that's what Syria is doing right now, Jolani. They're trying to make a new peace and not trying to go back to the 70s.
They don't have a choice. That's the problem. The issue in Syria, they've taken over buffer zone and gun rights and whatnot. They don't have a choice because if they don't make a deal, the sanctions are killing the country and the people that live on that land, just like in Iran. The sanctions are killing the people.
You know what I heard? They're trying to make like a new contract. For example, that the Israelis are going to keep 2/3 of the Golan Heights and give the rest to the Syrians. And they're going to get like a part of northern Lebanon too. You know what Tripoli is, right?
We're going to have to see what happens, but just hope for the best.
The only countries that are neutral today who doesn't like have any affiliations with Israel, bro. It's Lebanon, Iraq, and Iran. There's no other countries besides that.
Yeah, but if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, then they would be attacking Iran every time.
Yeah, but you know their nuclear facilities did not get destroyed. Like
I know.
they removed them before the bomb happened.
Yeah, it was pre-planned.
And
Trump put on a show to make the Zionist entity happy, to make Netanyahu happy, to force him into doing a ceasefire.
Bro, the Iranians are not stupid, bro. You know, in the beginning of the war, all those rockets they sent to Israel, it was old rockets, the slow ones. And they did that to overheat the Iron Dome. Once the Iron Dome would overheat, bro, they sent the biggest hypersonic rockets ever, you know? But they won't show you on the media, bro, but I'm telling you right now, like, maybe 50% of the buildings in Tel Aviv got destroyed, at least. If this would go on for like another week or so, bro, the whole Israel, bro, like, do you see how many boats were going from Israel to Cyprus? People who were fleeing Israel. Bro, like, for me, maybe you got like a misunderstanding from my side from last time. Bro, like, if I don't like Israel, I don't support Israel, bro. And I'm a Kurdish myself, bro. Like, if I would support something that is happening the same thing to my people, bro, that would make me two-faced or a hypocrite, you know? Listen, man, free Palestine.
I think I'm probably gonna end the room, open another one later.
But I want to hear from you. What's your like solution? Do you believe in like two-state solutions, or the like just make Israel vanish completely and just one-state solution?
Whatever works, man. Whatever Gazans want. As the Gazans, according to Hamas Charter, 67 borders. If not the 67 borders, we can do one-state solution. Or there was an idea that's going around. It could be two states with no borders in the middle. You see what I'm saying?
What I've heard is that in the Gaza area, I don't know if that's uranium or the oil, but that's one of the reasons why the Trump administration and the Israelis wants to take over Gaza, because there's something there that we don't know, you know, that I want to keep from
There's oil underneath the land.
Yeah.
So, you know, that, and then they want to build a train or something, I don't know, a silver line. I think some sort of a route. And Gaza is in the middle, and if they do that without the permission of Gaza, they'll just blow that shit up.
Yeah.
So that's why, and then Netanyahu, apparently Trump is telling them that, look, he's telling the Israelis to, drop all of his charges. Otherwise, I'm going to hold $3.6 million of military aid that we give every year. I'm going to hold it.
No, if the Americans have no
in return, what will happen is they're going to have an election. And he needs to go. I mean, this criminal needs to go, another criminal needs to come in, and hopefully the other criminal might not do enough extra damage. I do permit ceasefire.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. I hope Turkey is next, to be honest, bro, because they've been getting away with so many criminal activities, bro. Like buying oil from ISIS terrorists. Everyone even has an Israeli embassy in Istanbul, you know. This is all like bullshit, bro. Whenever he goes on and speaks in the parliament and says that he's gonna punish Israel and all that, bro, it's just talk. Bullshit.
Yeah, it's just, more than 10,000 of Israelis, Turkey citizens have served in the IDF after 7th October.
Really?
Yeah, there's a report from Al Jazeera.
It's messed up.
the citizens. I mean, when the Turkey came out, they said they're going to pass a law to, take away their citizenship or whatever. But that law hasn't been passed. I don't know what's going on.
Bro, the people in Turkey, they are not real Muslims. I'm being honest with you, bro. Like, if you go to a mosque, if you go to Istanbul and you go to a mosque, I guarantee you, bro, 99% of the people at the mosque are either Kurdish or Arabs. You barely see any Turkish people visiting the mosques, bro, or pray. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that are secular, that's what it is.
And you know why they're secular, right? It's because of this guy. What's the name? The Turk. And his mother, or I think it was his father or his mother, that was a Zion or Jew. But nobody wants to admit that. Like, he's legit half Jewish, bro. Maybe you did not know that.
You said Turk?
Turk, bro, is half Jewish. His mother or his father was a Jewish. Wednesday.
Yeah. So, cause
economic programs and plans. Thank you for allowing me to say those syllables. And again, just apologize for all men. That was very disrespectful. I know none. I know I've been around you. I never heard him act like that. So maybe something over the weekend.
I know, he acts like that on a daily.
Thank you.
But hey, OG though, you're right about making money and stuff like that. But one of the things I'm saying is like, I'm also going based off my personal experience. I don't know if anybody else that went to school or anything else like that. So if they try to get, but one thing I noticed is that we kind of do things like backwards a little bit, meaning as in we worry about trying to make a bunch of money while in school and not trying to survive, but having enough to make sure that you have enough to pay your bills and do your interns and everything else like that, and roommate for different things like that. I think a lot of times that the people I've seen was me trying to work 2 or 3 jobs and go to school when I need to. It would be like when you see these foreign students or even other students and stuff like that, they don't mind roommating for a long ass time and paying a rent for it for the 6 months or to a year, so they can focus on their books and tests and interns and everything else. I just remember if anybody else had the same
Very
mindset,
real.
Home, but my mindset was, I'm not trying to look broke.
That's weird.
I'm not trying to be broke. I'm trying to work as much as